Yo, what's up? How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. Or maybe you should be welcoming me back. You're here. I don't need to welcome you back. You haven't gone anywhere. Hold on a second. It's good to be back. Just finishing off this hot dog here and this big can of Red Bull. You know, your kind of standard marathon breakfast. I think this is the first time I've eaten something before starting the stream. Usually I'm too anxious. If I eat, I wake up and, I have to get ready to stream and there's only like an hour before I have to be on the stream and I just can't eat. It's like, it's kind of nasty. I always get a bit of anxiety when I realize that I have to fucking stream for the next 12 hours. I have to get on soon. Hold on a second. I need to change some settings on my dashboard. Hold on a second. Donation settings. Just need to disconnect the Arcade's PayPal, add my PayPal. There we go. Okay. One second. Oh yeah, it's always good when you start the stream and then you can just kind of get into the groove, but yeah, it can be, it can really wear on you when you're doing these marathons. Just, it's just eat, sleep, MGS, repeat for 5-6 days straight. We barely get any free time outside of that. As soon as we end the stream, we need to be sleeping soon so we can be up in time to take over for the next shift. And yeah, it can take its toll, but it's always a lot of fun at the same time. It's hard to complain. It's a pretty good job. It wasn't actually easier when there were 3 of us. It was actually way harder to organize these marathons. When it's 2 people, it's easy, One person is gone for 12 hours while the other person is on for 12 hours. But when you're trying to organize 3 people and trying to make sure that 3 people all play the same amount and it's shared out evenly, it's way trickier. But yeah, on top of that, Knight used to really struggle with his sleep schedule as well. And yeah, it was especially tough for him to keep it going with the marathons. But yeah, I remember back in the day, I think we all used to sleep really bad during those 3-man marathons. We just really struggled to time it all correctly and get our sleep schedules aligned. But yeah, when it's 2 of us, it's pretty easy. I always get pretty decent sleeps. Let's see. Yeah, we'll develop this because we have the Chrysalis fight coming up. We're in the negative GMP. Suck in my big fat balls. Hold on a second here. Anyone else barely hear me? Should I turn the game down a little bit? The balancing doesn't look too bad on my end. The HD collection is, it's always easy to underestimate though. Maybe I should turn down the game volume a wee bit. What do you think, chat? Seems good? We're good? Okay. Game down a wee bit, Mepaz, you think? Okay, right, I'll turn it down a little bit. Okay, there we go. Wexford, what's up? Blad, all the usuals. It's good to see ya. Ba-da-la-da-ba-da-ba-da. What do I want to do here to get some more GMP? If you wanna suck my balls. Did DRK read any of these quotes from the staff? I really like going through some of these. Chicks dig a man who smells like success. I'll show you how to get it done the smart way. That's the kind of guy I am. This mission's nothing. I could do it with my eyes closed. Looks like another late night at the office. You're good. Better than I expected. Jesus Christ. Look at the head on this guy. Boss, did you know there's some kind of a miracle gun that makes the sky do your bidding? Think we could make one here? So some of these actually give you like little bits of advice, little tutorials built into some of these. Little hints regarding certain weapons, mechanics. One day we'll have the science to turn a man invisible. And when that day comes... Damn, what are you planning here? Need some luck? Stick with me and maybe some of mine will rub off. Avoiding the puddle here. I'm a martial arts expert. I know combat sambo and I'm a 5th degree black belt in karate. CQC? This I gotta see. The food ain't too bad here. Of course, it's nothing like my ma's. I'm bringing home the bacon. I heard there's a suit that makes your footsteps almost silent. Imagine how useful that'd be for sneaking up on people from behind. Call me... Ah, forget it. Call me whatever you want. Think you can take advantage of my skills? What the hell? Let's have fun out there. What the fuck? This guy has nothing to say. Frill Shark. I guess he's kind of shy. It's Venom. You want to know what's the most powerful weapon known to man? A good poker face. Wow, that is a pretty good poker face. Damn, look at that guy. You know what I like about working for you, boss? You know how to complete a mission without hurting anybody. Without them even knowing you're there. It's good to have comrades, especially on the battlefield. I'll be honest, I don't think I'm good enough, but I want to be, and I'm training hard. Sonny. We're gonna make a name for ourselves. Nice mustache. Things are never better than when they're ordinary. Good eats every day. Yeah, I really like going through some of these. You want me to forget last night? Too late. It's all in my diary now. Oh boy, okay. Back when I was a rookie, I used to spray my assault rifle all over the place and waste ammo. You gotta stay focused, aim, and be smart with your trigger finger. Fire in small bursts. It's not how many shots you fire, it's how many hit the target. I wish I'd realized that sooner. I can smell it. The smell of blood. Lots of blood. You want to know how to raise morale around here? Simple. Give us letters from our folks. And hot meals. Can't fight on an empty stomach. Ah, I get it. GMP is the sum total of MSF's income. The same way GNP expresses a country's total income. Right, but we are not a nation. Remember that. Kangaroo. I used to be a sailor. Best pair of eyes on the seas. Need someone who can see things a mile off? I heard you train with unlimited live fire. That true? Alright. I think we're almost done here. Oh my god, look at the head on Hog here. Hog is a very suitable code name for a face like that. Damn, I wouldn't mess with this guy. I may not look it, but I'm turning 48 this year. Which one of these faces looks most like me? I don't know. I don't think any of them really look like me. Ba-da-la-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think any of them really look like me. I stopped on Kojima. I had to just wonder for a second. Do I look like Kojima? No, I don't think so. Yeah. Ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Let me slap Miller over there for the time being. Ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Just want to get this GMP up a bit. Look at all these Garbage stats. Get on over there. Ba-da-la-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Oh god, wait, no, now I don't have the fucking proper R&D rank. Oh my god. Hold on a second here. Wait a second, we need to send some of these people back. There we go. Get back there, Miller. There we go. Now we can start developing that. Ga-ba-da-la-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. If you wanna suck my balls. I'm investing in crypto too much. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. That's what we want. Let's go do a mission, shall we? Let me take another swig out of my Red Bull so I can try and wake up a bit. Oh, man.
Snake, infiltrate Dr. Strangelove's research lab and either deactivate or destroy the AI. The lab's built into some ancient ruins, so find those first.
Let me just see as well here. I might be missing some stuff on my Streamlabs. I don't think so. I'm assuming these gift subs from Zero came in while DRK was streaming. Alright, let's see where we are on tapes.
Selva de la Muerte, huh? Forest of Death. I wouldn't want to get lost here.
Sure wouldn't. But do not worry. I will be your guide.
Happy to hear it.
By the way, Snake, you know much about sloths?
Just the name.
They are amazing. Sloths spend almost all of their lives up in the trees, except for when they have to go to the bathroom. Plus, they barely eat a thing.
What? How do they survive?
Why do you think they are called sloths? They hardly move, so they hardly burn any energy. They are also able to maintain a low body temperature, lowering their metabolism further and allowing them to survive on very little.
Wouldn't that make it easier for them to get picked off by predators?
They stick to the trees, helping them blend in and stay out of sight. They say there are even some sloths that grow moss when they reach a certain age, like some sort of fairy tale forest hermit, huh?
I knew a great old sniper once. Guess he was even more in tune with nature than I thought.
Old sniper? What are you talking about?
Yes. Feel the roots.
La Ruinas de Xochiquetzal will be around there. They have not been restored at all, so they may well be covered in plants.
Xochiquetzal?
An Aztec goddess of fertility and beauty. They say she was always accompanied by birds and butterflies. One theory states she was the mother of the god known as Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
The Quetzal is said to be an incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, hence its name.
I get it. Well, this place definitely matches the atmosphere of a cloud forest.
Now, it may have seen better days, but that is still a temple, so be sure to show respect when you're inside.
If the mood strikes me.
Well, you've got no one to blame but yourself if Xochiquetzal strikes you down.
Are you Shosi Quetzal, Paz? Are you gonna strike me down? In Metal Gear Zeke?
The paths there are buried in vegetation. Work with nature to conceal yourself, and you'll be much harder to spot.
A ghillie suit would be perfect here.
In any case, take caution when advancing. Don't wear anything that stands out. The ruins are a labyrinth, so try and keep your bearings.
I could use those walls to stay out of sight.
Once a sniper is spotted, he'll move to another location. You shouldn't stick to the same place either.
Oh, I know. I learned all about that in the Soviet Union.
It is not necessarily a good idea to try to engage a sniper in close quarters combat. Finally, once you've found a place to hide, don't let them take you from behind.
Don't worry. No one sneaks up on me.
Did we look at the letter? Did we look at Huey's letter for Strangelove? At least I think we can look at that now. Did DRK look at this, chat? Can anyone remember? Let's go back. Battle-a-doo. Where am I going? Items. No other. Letter. Here we go. Huey's letter to Strangelove, entrusted to Snake. He made it clear he didn't want it to be read. Alright, let's read it. Hey, long time no see, huh? Sorry for writing you out of the blue like this. I've been trying to get in touch, but, you know, you haven't been answering. Was it something I said, maybe? If so, I apologize. It's just there's something I wanted to tell you, so I decided to put it in a letter. I mean, obviously, this isn't the best time and all, but I was, you know, kind of curious about your research and stuff. Speaking of which, how's the pod coming along? I was wondering whether that program I wrote was working or not. You know what? Fuck this. I can't read it at this pace. I'm gonna let you read it, okay? There are so many awkward pauses in this, like long pauses, but I can't. It scrolls too quickly for me to pause. So I'm just gonna let you read it, okay? I should, yeah. I should just get the transcript. Nice, Dim. Okay, sweet. I'm just gonna read it. I'll let it scroll in the background as well, just so you can see it there too. Hey, long time no see, huh? Sorry for writing. Wait, no, fuck. Hey, long time no see, huh? Sorry for writing out of the blue like this. I've been trying to keep in touch, but, you know, you haven't been answering. Was it something I said, maybe? If so, I apologize. It's just there's something I wanted to tell you, so I decided to put it in a letter. I mean, obviously this isn't the best time at all, but I was, you know, kind of curious about your research and stuff. Speaking of which, how's the pod coming along? I was wondering if the program I wrote was working or not. You know, the one that links our two AIs together. If it's not, I could always go over and fix it, if that's okay, of course. For my own peace of mind, really. You know, make sure the program's feeling alright. I guess you wouldn't really say the program has feelings, would you? Sorry, I'm getting off track here. So, anyway, I've been meaning to tell you something for the longest time. I've been thinking. Back when we first met at NASA. Those were fun times. You know, living the dream, getting to work all the time with the science that we loved. Ever since then, I've always held you, your research, that is, in the highest esteem. No, more than that, I think you're a wonderful person. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm trying to say here. So, when you disappeared from NASA all of a sudden, I was devastated. That's when it finally dawned on me. I need you. For my research, you see. I mean, no. Well, yes and no. It's hard to explain. Anyway, when I saw you again in Costa Rica... Anyway, when I saw you again in Costa Rica, I could hardly believe it. I thought maybe it was some divine intervention or something. You know, like it was written somewhere that we were supposed to be like this. You and me, the two of us. From now on, you know, you and me, doing research together. I mean, not just research. Well, there is the research, of course, but research can have so many different meanings, can't it? I'm rambling again, sorry. But we don't have much time left. When Peace Walker's finished, that's it, right? That's the end of the project. So, what I'm trying to say is, Peace Walker is kind of like something we created together, you know? And when it's finished, then we'll... I know we're not done yet. Need to finish it first, right? Yeah. Until we do, I just hope you won't disappear on me like you did last time. Sorry for taking up your time. I wish you the best of luck with your research. Your dear friend, Huey. And there we go. There we go. I could have done a better job with some of those passages, but yeah, not bad for a first attempt.
Snake, infiltrate Dr. Strangelove's research lab and either deactivate or destroy the AI. The lab's built into some ancient ruins, so find those first.
Ba-do-do. Yeah, I was thinking about letting the letter in the game play in the background while I was reading it, but then you would have just been reading way ahead of what I was reading because it scrolls so quickly. But at the same time, you kind of miss out on... I should probably just put that page up on the screen next time. But yeah, it's funny because all the stutters and pauses are written into the letter. You know, very unlike how a real letter would actually be written, but, you know, that's kind of the joke. Let's see. Bam, bam, bam. Ba-da-la-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
Survival.
Right. We need Huey's ID card for this one. Man, I feel like it's been a long time since I've done these missions. Don't run back, Snake. What the hell are you doing?
Survival. Let's rock. I love the beach.
Some scouts are really hard to spot because they use grass or dirt to camouflage themselves. They blend right in with the natural
Look at this
surroundings.
idiot here. Yeah, nice one, man. Thinking he's all fancy with his ghillie suit and everything.
Snipers and laser sights are a deadly combination.
Freeze.
I think I know where I'm going here. You can just bypass these guys. Hello. Prisoner here.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
What's my favorite fruit? I don't know. I really like oranges and bananas.
Hey,
Tu m'as trouvé. C'est moi, le loup.
French. Fini de jouer à cache-cache. Dis-moi qui tu es.
Please, do not kill me.
You know, soldier.
I am a tourist.
What's your name?
Please.
What are you doing here?
Cecile. Cosima. Coming. You're not one of the soldiers? Please, lower your gun. Who are you?
I'm an ornithologist.
A poacher?
The gun's for self-defense. I'm looking for that one rare bird in Costa Rica.
Which one? The Quetzal?
Right, the Quetzal. They're rare, but they're not covered under the Washington Treaty.
The resplendent Quetzal is red listed.
Really? You know your stuff.
I am an ornithologist myself.
Well, we'll have to compare notes later. Here, drink some of this.
You saved me. They told me this was a paradise. That there were more rare birds here than anywhere else. That there was no war here. That it was safe. They told me it was every birder's dream. But they were wrong.
What happened?
If only I had not recorded that stupid voice.
Voice.
I was trying to capture the Quetzal song. Making my way through a thicket, I saw immense runes towering before me.
I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
You're the one who made the tape.
I am loyal to myself. Who's there?
I was captured by that woman. But she was kind. She gave me food to eat and even bathed me herself each day. But she said I could go home in a month. So whatever you do, don't take off the blindfold. Do so, and you will never leave here.
Guess you didn't listen. How'd you escape?
I waited for an opening. Stole an ID card. They almost caught me, but I managed to elude them.
You made it this far and then succumbed to exhaustion.
I was barefoot, with no supplies. Oh, I am so sorry. I drank it all.
That facility. Did you see anybody else in there?
Well, there was another woman, but I never saw her in person. Because, you know, the blindfold. Oh, yes. She often sang.
Sang?
It was such a strange song.
What kind of person was she? Could you tell anything from her voice?
I don't know. I don't even know why I was held a prisoner. They confiscated my equipment, my supplies, my passport, money, everything. The only thing I was allowed to keep were my undergarments, so that I would not be able to escape. And now, I am without even the means to prove who I am. I would not make it home to Paris like this.
In that case, come to our place.
Huh?
You don't need a passport there. Don't even need a name. If you want to go back to Paris, we'll take you there anytime.
What I want is a shower, a change of clothes, and a cigarette.
I've got a cigar. It's Cuban.
No French cigarettes? I prefer unfiltered.
Fresh out. But come back to my place, and you can have all the French cigarettes you want.
It sounds like heaven.
Close, but not quite. Outer heaven.
It is sounding better all the time.
So, you must have gotten a look at the facility when you escaped, right? What's in there?
Lots of machinery. A big computer, like you would see in a university.
What about the room where you heard the voice? Anybody in there?
I don't know. There was a tube. A large tube in the back. When I approached it, I heard a voice.
What did it say?
Jack. Yes, it simply said Jack over and over.
Jack.
Listen, you've got to get me out of here. I really need a shower.
Wait here. I still got business to take care of.
What? You're not thinking of going in there, are you? You can't leave me here.
Relax. I'll have some friends pick you up.
This is Miller.
One for recovery. A civilian.
Snake, we don't have room for any more civilians here.
Not even for a blonde Parisienne.
A what? So she's, pretty foxy?
See for yourself. If what she's saying is true, I think we found Paz's friend.
The missing one?
I'm thinking that she's the one that made that tape. Have her listen to it when she gets there.
So she's safe then. Good news.
I'm sure Paz will be glad to hear it.
You bet. Snake, the ruins are just up ahead. Head north.
On my way.
What about me?
Stay put. Ever wonder what it's like to be a bird?
Huh?
So she's pretty foxy. Yeah, sorry about the delayed audio. That's just an issue sometimes with the card. Let me just refresh this. Okay, now it should be good. Sorry about that.
Free.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Free.
And the best thing for a woman is to be mute. LOL. Yeah. Sexism sure is funny.
What's new? Is someone there? Free.
Sometimes it is. I actually agree. Sometimes it is, but that wasn't funny.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
What? It won't open. Damn.
It won't open. What's wrong with it?
Yes, DRK, but you put Amanda in the kitchen for lore reasons. For deep lore reasons.
Snake?
Huey, your ID card isn't working. It won't open the lock.
It can't be.
What's going on?
She hates me that much? Strangelove's in charge of authorizing IDs. Sometimes a working card has its privileges removed. Say, if she decides she doesn't like that card's carrier.
You think that's what happened?
Well, I was never exactly her favorite.
Oh,
Well, this could be tricky. The soldiers outside aren't allowed in the lab either, so their cards won't do you any good.
great.
Snake,
Kaz, where's Cecile?
she just got here. Hold on.
Snake!
Cecile, how'd it feel to fly?
Wonderful. For a moment, I felt what it must be like to be a bird. It almost made me want to give up my research and get a pilot's license. Did you need something?
You said you'd gotten an ID card, right?
Yes, but it was confiscated when the guards got me.
Who took it? What did he look like?
He had an arms jacket. I cannot recall his face, though.
Yeah, they all look pretty much the same. Where did it happen?
Let me think. Ah, yes! I do remember hearing the song of a nearby Quetzal.
Just what I'd expect from a birder.
Would you like to hear it?
Huh? What's that song?
It's my Quetzal. I took it with me when I was rescued.
Didn't you say something about them being covered under the Washington Convention?
Just kidding. That was just me. An imitation. An essential skill for any ornithologist. Pretty good, no?
Damn good.
If you want to hear the Quetzal song again, just let me know. I can tell you all about the birds of Costa Rica, too.
Yeah, will do. Thanks, Cecile.
No, thank you, Snake. Talk to you soon.
Kaz, did you play that tape for Cecile?
I sure did. It's hers, all right.
Then she must be...
She's not. Cecile says she's never even met Paz.
What?
She's at least 10 years too old.
But...
I'm guessing Paz convinced herself that it was the tape her friend made. But never mind that. Let's go over what we know so far. The soldier with the ID card is wearing an orange jacket and is in a location where you'll hear Quetzal singing. Find that soldier, retrieve that card. Snake, we need more guys for weapons and items development. Get us some new recruits with the Fulton.
I'll try my best, Kaz. Cecile has joined the crew. Right, yeah.
Snake, to gain access to the lab, you'll need an ID card. You can get one from a guard in an orange jacket stationed in an area where you can hear Quetzal singing. To get the ID card from the soldier, Do a body check. You've got to get inside that lab before the AI gets shipped out. Get a move on.
Okay, let's see if Cecile can help us out here. See if she can teach us about these Quetzals. Let's talk to her about some other stuff as well.
That was some escape you made from Strangelove's lab.
Security inside was not so tight. The door to my room was locked from the outside, of course. But she took off the blindfold at bath time, so she could wash my hair.
Huh. Pretty luxurious treatment for a prisoner.
Wasn't it? She wouldn't undo the handcuffs, but she washed my body for me instead. And with such gentle care.
Why'd you run away? Didn't she say you could go home in a month? If your escape attempt failed, you'd be in greater danger than before.
I was supposed to be giving a presentation on the distribution of Costa Rican bird species at a conference. The date was approaching quickly. So, I pretended I had to use the toilet and made my escape. I found an ID card and searched everywhere for my equipment and my tape. But a soldier saw me. It was a miracle I managed to get away. There was no time to find the tape. I do not care about the conference. I am lucky enough to still be in one piece.
You bounce back quick.
You don't?
Not sure. I try not to dwell too much on the past, but...
Then don't. There is no point. I'm so glad to be out of there. I never felt safe, you know?
Tell me about it.
Well, I think she's interested in women. And I think she took a fancy to me.
Oh, well, that's,
Besides, it is much nicer here.
Was it just the two women in the lab?
Most of the time, oui.
And one of them, you only heard her voice, right?
Yes, that is correct. Such a wonderful voice. It sent chills up my spine.
What was the other woman like?
Ah, don't even think about it. She has not the slightest interest in men.
No, it's part of my mission to...
Only teasing. Let me think. I believe she was in her 30s. Pretty, with a good sense of style, but austere in her tastes. A very unusual woman.
And she was doing research on AI.
AI? So that is what she was up to. You know, she did say something interesting. That people should not be going into space. That it is too dangerous.
An automated control system for rockets, then.
She said something about wanting to get closer to her dying wish. I think she must have been talking about an old lover.
Lover? You mean another woman?
My, aren't we curious about women and other women? You want to hear the terrible things she tried to do to me?
That's not what I meant.
It's all right. You can be honest.
You do seem to get along awfully well together.
No, not at all.
I think you're hiding something.
Never mind. Aren't you supposed to be looking for the Quetzal? Here, I'll demonstrate its call for you.
I knew it.
So Cecile's character is actually based on a real person. Someone who worked for Konami France and who helped with like the marketing of MGS or something like that. Kojima became friends with her and they Kojima made some deal with her or something that he would include her in his next game as some kind of a joke, or he made some kind of bet with her or something like that. And anyway, she wound up in the game. And part of me always wonders if some of the stuff in these tapes is meant to be poking fun at the real Cecile. Perhaps. I'm just looking up some information on the real Cecile now again. Cecile Caminandes, the former communications manager of Konami Paris, as well as the manager and founder of the PR group. She holds dual citizenship in both France and Britain. During the development of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, Caminandes acted as the basis for the character of Cecile, with the character even being named after her as part of a deal she and Kojima made back in 2007-2008. She was also interviewed during the Peace Walker World Tour 2010 when it was in Paris, France. Oh, damn. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that interview. I might have to try and look that up.
Let's go over this one more time. First, I need an ID card to get into the lab.
That is correct. From the outside, it looks like any other room. But on the inside, it is a state-of-the-art research facility.
And your ID card got taken away from you by some guy in an orange jacket.
Exactly. I had a Quetzal singing nearby. It has not been that long since it happened.
It could be tricky if he's out on patrol, but if he's a stationary sentry, you don't think the Quetzal's moved?
Its nest is probably nearby. I do not think it will go away anytime soon.
Good. I'll get on looking for that soldier.
If you forget what it sounds like, I will do the call for you again. Just give me a call anytime you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Let me get this straight. You were in Costa Rica as a bird watcher?
Yes, I was. Not for pleasure, though. I am a researcher, after all. I am studying the distribution of Latin American bird species. With today's compact cassette tape recorders, even a woman like me can carry her recording equipment by herself. But it was a mistake to come alone.
Even so, there sure are a lot of wild birds in Costa Rica.
Aren't there? Over 800 different species. Said to be more than 10% of all living bird species on Earth. How many can you name, Mr. Ornithologist?
Hey, I was just trying not to scare you.
You should at least have a basic knowledge of Costa Rica. How about this? I will give you a thorough education, Mr. First-Time Ornithologist.
Okay. Start by telling me about the Quetzal. Cecile, what's that machine you said you used to make those recordings of yours? Cassette, something or other.
A cassette recorder, or a cassette denske, as they say in Japan.
Yeah, that. What is that thing anyway?
A portable recording device released last year by a Japanese company, Sony. It uses compact cassettes, making it far lighter than open-reel machines. It still weighs 5 kilograms, but the exercise won't kill me. It is user-friendly too. All the buttons have markings on them, allowing you to operate it without looking at it. Can you imagine missing the shot of a lifetime simply because you blinked?
Oh, that would be devastating. But where'd they come up with Densuke? Sounds like a Japanese name.
Allow me to field that one.
Kaz?
Densuke is a nickname that comes from the name
Here
of
we
an
go.
old manga character.
Was he some recording nerd too?
Don't give me that. Recording atmospheric noises is an exhilarating art. There's nothing like capturing the real world in action on tape. It's just like taking pictures with a camera, only with a microphone instead of a viewfinder.
Sure.
Listen to a tape with your eyes closed, and the scene just bursts to life in your mind's eye. Tell him, Cecile.
Absolutely. When I listen to the sounds of the birds in my apartment, it is like I am back in the forest where I recorded them.
See? She's a Parisienne. She knows what's chic.
If you say so.
And what do you like to record, Monsieur Miller?
Me? Steam locomotives, no question. The roar of the engine, the throaty steam whistle. More animal than machine. Don't get me started. Steam locomotives are a dying breed in Japan. I wouldn't mind going back for a bit and making some new tapes while I still can.
You are less civilized than I thought.
Less civilized?
I detest those beasts. The noise frightens off all the birds. Then there is the smoke. I much prefer the peace and quiet of the forest.
Cecile, wait. That came out wrong.
Sure it did.
All right. What do you want to know about Quetzals?
Give me the basics. Something that'll help me find one.
Okay then. First of all, as I'm sure you remember, the Quetzal's wings and back are emerald green, a dazzling blend of viridian fading into blue. Its belly is brilliant red, and its tail feathers are white. Such a gorgeous bird. Also, the male has 2 long decorative feathers, but only during breeding season. Among birds, males are usually more beautiful than females.
Like a peacock's tail.
Yes, just like that. It is interesting to note that while their bodies are only 40 centimeters long, many quetzals reach over a meter in length when you include their decorative plumage. Quetzals typically build their nests by making holes in dead trees with their beaks, about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. They are omnivorous and eat everything from nuts to lizards.
Where can I find one?
Their habitat stretches across the entire tropical cloud forest. You may end up having to rely on its song to find one.
Good to know.
I will do an imitation. Listen closely.
Hey, not bad.
Shall I do a chicken next? Cluck, 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 buck, buck, buck.
No thanks. That's enough.
Are you sure? How about a monkey?
Yeah, don't need that either.
Oh, all right then.
No thanks. What about hummingbirds?
Costa Rica is the home to many hummingbirds as well. The people here call them colibri.
Colibri, huh?
Hummingbirds are the world's smallest birds. Although they can vary from species to species, most are around 10 centimeters in length, and the smallest no more than 5. It is amazing to think that something so small can still be a fully developed bird.
I think a bird that tiny would get mistaken for a bug.
Actually, they are often mistaken for sphinx moths. The little darlings feed on flower nectar, and their beaks are long and thin to help them drink up the nectar. They beat their wings far faster than any other bird. The smallest ones over 70 times a second. Can you imagine?
What for?
They hover in midair while they suck their nectar. They can even fly straight backwards.
Hovering. Like a helicopter. That's why Amanda and her unit called that chopper Colibri.
I think it is an insult to the birds to give their names to weapons. Don't you?
Don't ask me. Ask the birds how they feel about it.
The scarlet macaw and the great green macaw are also representative birds of Costa Rica. Macaws are a type of parrot, enormous, stately birds.
Macaw. I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
But of course you have. You are an ornithologist, no?
Stop it.
So, tell me, where do macaws live in Costa Rica today?
Oh, come on now.
I am only teasing you. Macaws live not in the cloud forests, but in the rainforests on the Pacific side of Costa Rica. In the past, they were a common sight all across the country. But lately, the population has decreased dramatically. One possible cause is the pesticide sprayed to facilitate large-scale banana cultivation.
Evicted from their own land, huh?
Thankfully, conservation efforts have been gaining some momentum lately. Another well-known bird of the cloud forest is the three-wattled bellbird.
Wattled? What the hell's a wattle?
It is just like your beard, Snake.
What?
It is a piece of flesh that hangs down from its chin. kind of like whiskers, but not made of hair.
A hanging piece of flesh.
Oui, and it only grows on males.
Nothing more important to a man than his beard. So, these birds are in the cloud forest too.
They are normally found in the lowland rainforests, but they migrate into the highland cloud forests during breeding season. What the three-wattled bellbird is best known for, though, is its loud call. It makes these metallic bong and ding sounds, hence the name bellbird. It hardly sounds like a bird at all. Even an expert bird caller like me cannot do it justice.
Oh, doesn't sound like I'll be mistaking it for a Quetzal.
Alright. Let's go out and do this next mission, shall we? Get this ID card. Alright, let's do it. There are a couple more bird calls, but we can do those a bit later. So this card, this guy.
There seems to be a Quetzal singing close to where your target is located. Keep your ears open.
This guy with the orange jacket, he can be in a few different spots. It's random where he appears. Random to a degree, anyway. There are 3 different
Fulton
places.
recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
He's either in the first area of this whole map, the second area, or the third area. Hello.
Freeze.
How do you capture helicopters without damaging the helicopter? You take out all the escorts first.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
And then the commander will reveal himself. So you need to stealthily take out all the escorts. And then once you do that, the commander will pop out.
Once you know which soldier has the ID card, do a body check. To do a body check, first knock the soldier out, or put him to sleep, or hold him up. That works too.
Freeze.
Hello.
Freeze.
Yeah, it can be tricky to pull off in certain levels, especially if you're on new game.
Freeze.
Somebody there?
Okay, here we'll just go along the side of this level. Hello there. I'm just gonna leave him there for now. Oh god, hey there, man. Right, so here he is. We got pretty
You'll
lucky.
have to unequip the Fulton recovery device before you do the body check. Snake, pick it up.
I thought he was gonna be around here. Alright, now we can Fulton his ass after we got the card. I think that's the best luck you can get. Oh, I can't remember. Can he also appear in this map? You can Fulton him without getting the card, yeah, but that'll fuck up the mission and you'll have to do it again.
Huh, no.
Okay, nice.
Snake, help us reclaim peace. That card will get you into the lab. I know it is not easy, but I have faith in you.
Thank you, Cecile.
Never thought she hated me that much.
Huey was hoping that maybe there was another... Maybe they were wrong about it needing another card.
We're counting on you, boss. Strangelove's lab is north of there.
You got a good ear being able to pick out a queso call like that. It's something like this, right?
Strangelove's lab is head for the ruins.
I know it is not.
Our future is in your hands. Excellent. It's open.
It can't be.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss,
And who might you be?
you. Dr. Strangelove, I presume.
I've been waiting, Snake. Yes, waiting without joy or pleasure. Waiting for the one I despise.
Don't move.
Don't move. You men and your guns. You all say the same thing. I suppose you're here to destroy my research. Yes, I know. Just as I know what you did 10 years ago. Go on. Kill me like you killed her. Kill me like you killed the boss. Kill me!
What exactly do you...
Come on, Snake. Or should I say Big Boss? That filthy title given you as reward for murder. Do you still wear it with pride? You chose a shadowy country over the mentor who made you what you are. You brought despair to good soldiers everywhere. You used the pretext of a mission to kill a true hero. Is that what you call loyalty? Answer me!
The boss.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
She betrayed America. She stole a Davy Crockett and then defected to the other side. She used an American nuclear weapon to attack Soviet territory. The only way for Washington to prove its innocence to Moscow was to eliminate the traitor themselves. The boss's death was the only thing that could have prevented all-out nuclear war.
Is that what you call the truth?
It's the truth as it was told to me.
So the truth is that you sullied the reputation of your mentor, the woman you loved most in this world, before you buried her.
It was my mission.
Huh. So that's the conclusion you came to in order to live with yourself.
What's the boss to you?
I'm the one she abandoned when she left this world. I won't rest until I get answers from the woman I loved. You and I are the same. We are the walking dead. Would you like to meet her?
The boss is gone.
Not so fast. You'd like to meet her, wouldn't you? I can arrange it. You took her life. I gave it back.
You what?
Care for a sniff? It's only snuff. You're a cigar man, aren't you? Well, there's no smoking in there, so if you want to meet her, you'd best partake now. Follow me. This is my baby, my Morpho butterfly. It's neither pupa nor cocoon, but an imago. A complete individual, in the fullest sense of the word.
Is someone there?
Boss.
We have a visitor. I'll introduce him. Don't try anything foolish. As long as we're in here, I can reduce you to carbon at the press of a button.
Who are you? A man. A warfighter.
Boss. Is that you?
I call it the mammal pod.
Mammal pod?
For my participation on the project, I demanded access to all information on the boss. Everything the CIA had. Her personal history, military records, physiological data, correspondence, the files for every operation she took part in, every decision she ever made at every possible turn, what she took and what was taken from her, her pain and her pleasure, her joy and sorrow, her life and death, and yes, even you.
Why would you do that?
Coldman sought an MAD-based AI that would deliver an effective retaliatory strike against the most appropriate target in response to a nuclear attack from a hypothetical adversary. An unmanned device to act as a deterrent capable of making the decisions and taking the actions that human beings cannot. I therefore concluded he required a cool, calculating machine programmed to inflict swift, sure, and utter annihilation upon the enemy. No retaliation. But he took it upon himself to come up with a different answer. He said he needed the thought patterns of the very finest rational mind, one that thought on a global scale, took both past and future into consideration, and reached the best decision, no matter how painful.
And that's why you asked for everything they had on the boss.
It was the logical thing to do. I knew of only one person who could be entrusted with the fate of the entire human race.
What's your real goal here?
To clear her name. Why was a legendary hero forced to betray her country? Why was she targeted for assassination by you, her most beloved disciple? I have no use for fabrications. I want the truth. The boss's last will. You must be dying to know yourself.
No. No. She abandoned her country. Abandoned us all.
Really? You think you understand her feelings?
You're trying to recreate the boss's last will. Is that it?
Why don't you ask her yourself, Jack?
Jack.
What?
Jack.
Boss.
Jack.
Boss.
Jack. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore.
Boss.
Go home.
No,
Complete your mission, Snake. Extinguish that noble soul once again. If you can.
Jack. home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore.
What is this? This response? Oh god. Discontinue!
I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
That's the way a soldier's supposed to think.
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
No! I pressed that in
As long as
time,
we
man.
have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
That's the way a soldier's supposed to think.
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack. I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Jack, you can't come with us.
Hey, thank you for the shout out. Yeah, make sure to give me a follow over there if you want to catch our next marathon, especially if you're new to what we do here. We regularly do these big marathons, but we alternate them between two different channels. This month we're doing it on this channel, but the next time we do it, which will probably be at the end of next month, will be on my channel. So make sure you have both of the channels followed. Let me go back to Mother Base first. Nice, just in time we got our stinger. Does DRK have a YouTube channel? Yes, he does. I'm sure there's a command for it in chat. put that guy over there. Gobi. There we go. Get that food up. Keep the morale up. Not sure if DRK looked at this solid magazine. Weekly pulp magazine, filled to the brim with outlandish and absurd sci-fi horror stories. Roughly half the stories are about men fighting Martians and are written by amateurs, not to be taken too seriously. Lurid and sexually suggestive themes are a given. Kept you waiting. What does that say? Speaking in the dark because people refuse to see. UMA sighted. The infamous Bigfoot abducted by UFO. Area 51. An extraterrestrial playground. Breeding to become a galaxy without borders. Does that look like a J? Hold on, let me get up close to the screen. Yeah, it does kind of look like a J, doesn't it? I'm assuming it's meant to be a D, not a J. Speaking in the jerk. Speaking in the jerk. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Yeah, let's level up that Fulton. Oh. Sucking on my balls.
Snake, that's the chrysalis weapon Huey was referring to. You know what to do.
Apparently, each part of an AI weapon is connected to a memory board inside the AI pod. Destroying a part will release the lock on the memory board. After that, climb in the pod and you'll be able to grab whichever boards you've unlocked. Only thing is, any parts you destroy can't be collected and reused, so you'll have to decide which is more important.
I do not know if I recall such large ruins being there.
Well, didn't you say there's a lot we don't know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations? You talked about some giant stone balls, too. What are those?
Oh, the stone spheres of Costa Rica? They are an assortment of giant spheres carved from stone that were discovered in the jungles of Costa Rica about 50 years ago.
What's so special about that?
What if I told you some of them are nearly perfect spheres, and that they were carved out of granite, which is quite a hard substance?
Could be good for laying a trap. And if they're spherical, they roll easily, too.
Snake!
El Colibri may be powerful, but he can be defeated. Looks like you have a lot of places to hide there. Remember your fight with the other chopper. Guerrilla tactics will be key.
Only this one's got a few more aces up its sleeve.
Yes, it might try to crush you by taking out the pillars. Also, watch out for the smaller craft that abducted Chico. The Chico Libri.
Chico Libri?
It means son of Colibri. If it gets you, you'll just have to wriggle your way out. You might get away if you're lucky.
I'd rather not have to take that chance.
Indeed. That would be best.
Did you see a Quetzal snake?
Yep.
What do you think? Did it look like a snake?
Huh? No, it didn't look like a snake.
Oh, really? Must be different from the Quetzalcoatl then.
Quetzalcoatl.
A winged snake from the Mayan and Aztec legend.
A winged snake.
Weird, right? I bet it's you and me. Amanda and everybody says Quetzalcoatl is a Quetzal in the form of a god. But there's no way anybody mistake a snake for a bird. I think the legend of Quetzalcoatl came first. Somebody saw it and adopted it as their god before they saw the Quetzal. After that, somebody saw a bird that looked like the image of the god, and so they named it Quetzal.
You mean it happened the other way around?
Well, if you ask me, the Quetzalcoatl was probably a pterosaur that survived. I mean, it's got wings and it's a reptile, so it probably looks kind of like a snake, right? Pterosaurs live on in Africa even today. They're called the Congamato and the Elitsiao. So it makes sense that there'd be pterosaurs on the American continent too, and that they survived until the Mayan and Aztec eras.
Lucky for us, they're not still around today.
Who says they aren't? The dinosaurs supposedly died out 65 million years ago, and the Aztec civilization only rose about 600 years ago. If they managed to survive 65 million years, surely they couldn't be wiped out in 600. Pterosaurs survive today in the African countries of Cameroon and Congo. Each tribe calls them by a different name, like Congamato or Elitsiao.
There sure are a lot of dinosaurs running around the Congo.
Well, a lot of the land hasn't been settled by humans yet. They've survived all this time, just undiscovered by man. But they're finding fossils in America too. This one they found 3 years ago in Texas had a wingspan of more than 12 meters. If I saw a gigantic pterosaur like that, I'd probably call it a god too. Yup, I'm sure that's what the Quetzalcoatl really is.
Being an unmanned vehicle, the Chrysalis can perform extreme G-force maneuvers that standard aircraft can't. It'll be difficult to counterattack once it's coming at you. I should mention that it's also equipped with a railgun.
A what?
A weapon that fires rounds using electromagnetic force in lieu of gunpowder.
Wait, an electric weapon?
Not exactly. The rounds themselves are conventional shells. It creates force by running an electric current through a magnetic field. Fleming's left-hand rule. Didn't they teach you that at school?
Not at mine.
Oh. Anyway, as the railgun uses electromagnetic force, it needs to charge before firing. Once you see it starting to charge, take immediate evasive action. Also, as with the pupa, destroying the AI will put the unit out of commission. Do enough damage and it'll have to land. Use that opportunity to get in the AI pod. Wait too long and it'll start to repair itself. Be sure to shoot the hatch the moment it lands.
I think I can handle that.
Alright, let's fight Chrysalis. What else do I want here? Combaru. Alright, let's do it.
Take out the Chrysalis. That thing needs to be eliminated once and for all.
You don't think Christopher Randolph's face matches his voice? I think it does.
Do you have enough ammo and items? Send us a support request. The fog's getting thick. Careful you don't lose sight of that chopper. The chopper had a red lamp on it. You should be able to see that through the fog.
So as long as we have our launcher here, our Stinger, This fight is pretty handy. If you don't have this launcher, it's pretty easy for this thing to dodge your attack. Oh my god, that's still going.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly. Box as we speak. Attack the AI pod to destroy it. Hurry up and get in the AI pod. Otherwise it'll reactivate. Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over them. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up. Snake.
She played me like a piano.
Forget about it. You'll get him back. That is, as long as you've got the will to do it.
I am not giving up.
All right, then. I confirmed the location with Huey. The final testing base for Peace Walker is 15 miles to the north of that lab. It's an underground facility disguised as a rock quarry. All you need to do is sneak in and destroy the AI for good this time.
Right.
Snake, you can destroy it, right?
Yeah.
We all have our limits. Actions beyond our abilities.
Don't worry. I won't screw it up this time.
You're the one who killed the boss. Destroying that AI means reliving that memory.
It's just a machine.
Snake, I'm worried.
Worried?
For the same reason the CIA entrusted the nuclear launch to an AI. A man can condemn a handful of criminals to the death penalty if they're prepared to assume that responsibility. But who among us could do the same to hundreds of millions of innocent civilians? Who could reduce thousands of years of human history to ash in an instant? Could any flesh and blood human being make that decision? No way in hell. No one man could bear the burden of total genocide. It's what's allowed our cowardly species to survive all this time. But for a machine, willpower is no issue.
What are you saying, Kaz?
You're a hero, Snake, but you're not a machine.
That I can't destroy that thing?
That machine's not the problem. It's that the boss still lives inside of you.
Bullshit!
She's dead, Snake. It's time to come to terms with that. Let me put it another way. You've left everything behind. Your country, your identity, your past and ideals. But there's still one thing you haven't let go of.
What are you talking about?
The boss. You still haven't let her go. That's why you're so afraid to find out the truth about her. And that's what's holding you back from your future. Snake, she died a decade ago. How long can you live with a ghost?
Kaz, I thought I knew everything about her. But I still don't understand what happened to her at the end.
There, you're no different from that scientist woman.
When she didn't believe me, I realized something. That debriefing I heard could have been part of the cover story they made up. Now, even I'm not sure what her real intentions were. Why did she take that mission? How did she feel about dying? Why was I chosen?
You want to know the truth?
Ah!
The truth won't change the past. You still want to know?
No. I took on this mission for a kid who believes in peace.
Fine then. There's no point in arguing. Peace Walker is on the verge of completion. Come on, boss. Let's get to that base.
Yeah, Dim, I didn't know that about the AI pod's melody. I always wondered if there was supposed to be something significant about the little song that it sings. I never thought you were supposed to be able to understand what it was saying. Like, it always just sounded like gibberish. I can't listen to the video right now, Dim. But are there similarities between the Japanese and the English melody, or are they completely different things? Let's go back to Mother Base. They are completely different, right? Okay, so I guess... So yeah, I guess the idea gets lost in English if there's nothing to refer it to. Yeah, regarding Snake and what's going on there, like, Dr. Rage, why doesn't someone just explain to Snake that the boss didn't defect? I think he knows. I think he's just trying to come up with other reasons and excuses. Like later on when he's being tortured by Strangelove, I think it's pretty clear that he, you know, that he's hiding the truth from her when he's telling her the official story. You know, when he repeatedly tells her, you know, she betrayed her country, she defected, all of this. And then Strangelove responds to him and says, what are you protecting? Who are you protecting? Why are you doing this? And then he responds and says, I'm not letting you finish that thing. So he clearly doesn't believe what he's saying when he's telling Strangelove, you know, the official story. In the previous cutscene, when Snake says the same thing to Strangelove, she responds by saying, "So that's the truth that you've accepted in order to live with yourself, is it?" And then he says, "Well, it's the truth as it was told to me." So I don't know. Is he trying to make himself believe that that was actually the truth, even though deep down he knows full well that it wasn't? But yeah, I think it's pretty clear in the torture scene later that, you know, he knows. The standard way to cover up PTSD. Yeah, I mean, like, the whole premise of the story is interesting in this game. You know, when he decides to take on the mission in the first place, as soon as Zadornov plays the tape of the boss for him, he's like, yes, okay, I'll do it. I'll take on the mission. I'll do it for the girl. I'll do it for Paz. Right after he hears the fucking boss on the tape and goes crazy after hearing it. It's like, well, you know, I think you might be lying to yourself there, Snake, if you really believe you're doing this for Paz. It seems clear to us that you're doing it for other reasons. You know, it's almost James Sunderland-esque. You know, he clearly saw this woman die right in front of him. Right at point blank range, he shot her, killed her. And now he's trying to believe that she could still somehow be alive. Let's see here. He doesn't want the guilt of her death on his hands, right? Yeah. Let's create the Gustav. Battle, This poll. What does the AI pod say? Oops, I guess I'm dead. Oh, I guess I've died. It's August, I'm dead. I think it sounds more like oops, August, I'm dead. That's what I would say. Or no, oops, August, I died. Oops, August, I died. Oops, August, I died. Or something like that.
Snake, the Peace Walker platform and AI have been shipped to the final testing base. Once assembled, it's only a matter of time before they launch the nukes. Hurry!
Oh, suck my balls. Suck my big fat balls. I'm not sure what I want to bring into this mission. Ba-da-la-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum.
Survival.
Those are the lyrics, yeah, if you've ever wondered. Those are the official lyrics to this menu track.
How's the horse doing?
Not too bad. You'd never know he was over 20 years old.
He was hers after all.
Seems like some part of her became a part of him.
The platform and the cerebral AI are supposed to be assembled at an underground base disguised as a mine. If my guess is right, both of them have already arrived and are being readied for final testing. Destroying the platform will be difficult. I suggest getting up close and destroying the AI instead. Whatever you do, I'm begging you, don't let my Peace Walker launch a nuke. Hurry, Snake!
Manscaped should be knocking at my door begging for
Peace Walkers in a base due west of your current position.
begging for product
Move out.
placement. They really should be.
A ladder. Now you can get up to the roof.
Wait.
Let me just stick a couple of tranks in you. Ah, what have we here?
You're headed for a base they've done up as a mine.
Looks like the base you're after has been made to look like a mine.
Snake, head for the underground base that's been disguised as a mine.
An underground base disguised as a mine. Is it really disguised as a mine,
Fulton
though?
recovery helicopter is complete.
Oh, have you had enough?
Go west, Snake. West. Not all enemies will be on the ground. Watch for hostiles on the roofs, too.
Looks like the base you're after has been made to look like a mine.
Go west, Snake.
Oh, have you had enough?
Somebody there.
What's going on?
Freeze.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
See if I can get him in the asshole. Ah! Man. So hard to do it when you want to do it. And then there's that one guy that has the giant asshole and it's almost impossible to miss. You don't even need to think about shooting him in the asshole. But it just happens every time.
Freeze.
For those of you that don't know, if you shoot them right in the asshole in this game, you get an instant knockout.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
It's just like a headshot. And they have a unique little animation.
There's some straw below you. You can dive into it with the action button. Back in the time of the Crusades, members of the Order of Assassins used what is called the Assassin's Straw Box to hide and get close to their enemies.
Yeah, here's the Assassin's Creed straw box. Bam, bam, bam. Ba-da-la-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Bum 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 bum. All right, now a bit of a mini boss, guard rush kind of thing. Let's just go back to Mother Base first and assign this staff. Bum 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 bum.
Damn it! You've been spotted by the guards. Take them out before they take you out.
Some classic advice from Kaz.
They must have had to clear a considerable amount of forest to open up that mine.
No doubt. So much for any hiding places, too.
And it is not just the forest. Without the proper precautions, the mine's wastewater could pollute the groundwater. And to top it all off, they are developing nuclear weapons there too. How can people care so little about their own country?
I'm not the one to ask about that.
Well, you may have abandoned your country, but you still treasure where you came from.
You think so?
Sure. I know you do.
Paz, whatever you do, never stop loving your country.
Take a look, Snake. That place is as wide open as a soccer stadium. Best to use a long-range weapon you can snipe with.
I can see several exits.
Right. Don't get too focused on any one of them.
Copy that.
Go get 'em, Snake.
A base disguised as a mine? We never made it that far. I don't know what kind of place it is, but you better be careful, just in case.
I plan to.
I've heard that the American Army keeps dead alien bodies and UFOs in secret bases.
Aliens.
There are billions of stars in space. You've got to think that at least a few have civilizations more advanced than ours. I'll bet they visit Earth in UFOs. In 1947, the Army actually announced that they had caught a flying disc-shaped object near Roswell, New Mexico. Maybe you don't know about it, but those Army guys, they all know.
Oh, you don't say.
Anyway, there's no telling what kind of mystery weapons they might have stashed up there. Watch your back.
Chat, I'm curious, did DRK play Peace and Kazuhira Blues earlier? I'm assuming he did the How Miller Met Snake thing. He did play it earlier. Okay. Sometimes we wait until Ground Zeroes to do that. Sometimes we'll play it early on.
Apparently, UFOs are connected to cattle mutilations.
Cattle mutations?
No. Not mutations. Mutilations. It's a word I'd never heard before. People have been reporting their livestock dying in mysterious ways near the same places where UFOs have been sighted. They say the bodies are drained of blood and the eyeballs and sexual organs are gouged out.
Wow, when you leave a corpse cut open in a field somewhere, the ground soaks up the blood.
Yeah, but supposedly these cows weren't cut up by any man-made means.
Maybe maggots got to them.
In some cases, they detected radiation.
Radiation?
Even in our own town, we had goats that died in strange ways. Some said they saw a monster. A lizard on 2 legs covered in spines from its head all the way down his back. I wonder if that's what the aliens look like. Or if it was some pet they brought with them.
Either way, doesn't sound like a very advanced civilization to me.
Well, if you see one, tell it I said hi.
Sure, if it speaks human.
UFOs kidnap people, too. You know, alien abductions. You've heard of the Hill abduction, right? That couple back in the 60s? So when I first saw the Colibri, I thought it was a UFO.
The Fulton recovery.
I know those guys are working with the aliens, even if they wouldn't let me see them.
Well, you better not get caught again, or they'll be experimenting on you.
I'd take that over torture. What do you think they look like? Completely bald, maybe, with gray skin and big black eyes? Or maybe they're 4 vara tall and wear skirts?
I kind of doubt it. I'll give you one thing, though. I've never seen anything move like that. Maybe the CIA really did make contact.
You see? It's true! You want to know something? I once met an alien cat.
An alien cat?
Yep. It was dark out, so I couldn't see too well. But it was a cat with a huge long tail. Its eyes shined in the dark, too.
Most cats' eyes do.
At first, I thought it was a regular cat. But then, it started talking to me. Inside my head.
Inside your head?
He said his name was Altargoso El Baki Muñudad. He'd come to Earth from the Andromeda Galaxy to check out Earth's nuclear weapons.
The Andromeda Galaxy? Mankind's barely made it to the moon. We couldn't possibly launch nukes that far.
El Baki said he was watching over us to make sure we don't destroy ourselves with nukes until the day we humans are ready to join the Space Federation.
It's a shame. This is supposed to be the era of détente, and still we've got people pulling stunts like bringing nukes into peaceful countries. If something ever went wrong and set off a chain reaction of retaliation.
I know. This planet could destroy itself at any time.
Before DRK handed the save over to me, I think I saw him load up a completed save, and he did like Puyan missions. And did he also show one of the Monster Hunter missions? Because this is usually where we would show the Monster Hunter missions, because this is where it unlocks in the game. Yeah, I thought I saw him do one of the Monster Hunter missions. No, he just did the Puyan. Okay. Well, let's go to Extra Ops. Except, wait a second, do we not... Maybe I'm forgetting which one it is.
Let's get this mission started. Complete the mission and proceed to the Fulton recovery point so we can get you back alive and well. Good luck out there.
Yeah, I think we have to complete 28 first before we unlock 29. It's been a while since I've done this. I can't remember. Bam, bam, bam. Ba-da-la-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Yeah, I think we have to do this one first.
Recover those supplies. Hurry! Yes. Now get over to the goal.
Being shot at. Going to alert status.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
We're under attack!
Fuck.
Enemy sighted, preparing to attack.
Understood. Eliminate all hostiles.
The fear in his voice.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
This is patrol. All clear.
Understood. Return to base. Mission complete. Great job.
Okay, let's see if we unlock 29. I think that's what we have to do to unlock 29. I hope. Oh, damn. Huh, maybe I have to complete the next main mission? Yeah, I don't remember having to do any other side ops. I thought 29 just unlocked after a certain point in the main story. But I thought it was after the last mission that we did. Right at the time we get those Chico tapes. Fuck it, let's do the next main mission.
Damn it! You've been spotted by the guards. Take them out before they take you out.
Yeah, I guess so, Dim. You can handle the Rathalos fight with low tier equipment. Usually I show it as soon as it unlocks. But yeah, it doesn't matter. We can show it later. We'll see. I think I might know what the issue is. I think there are other Chico tapes that we need to do to unlock Side Op 29.
There's no turning back now, Snake. Wipe out the enemy. Move on.
Okay, time to go sniping with our trank pistol.
Keep your eyes peeled for snipers. A good one can hit you from a mile away.
Headshot. Who needs a sniper rifle when you have the Mark 22? Oh, nice. Does it unlock regardless of Chico tapes? Okay, I couldn't remember. I thought maybe you had to listen to certain tapes to unlock it. Oh, but Trainia... Right, that's it. Trainia won't spawn until you've listened to the tape. Okay, okay. Come on. Oh god. Usually I start shooting them by this point. Oh, I'm not in range, man. There we go, there we go. Give me the double. Give me the triple. Okay, that did not go as planned. Bam, ba-dam, bam. Oh my god. Language. You can't say frick on the battlefield. Bam, bam. Whoa.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
I'm gonna try something different again here. If I try and get them all with smoke grenades. Oh my god. Where the hell are you going? Okay, final wave. Oh, stop moving! Stop somewhere, please. Thank you. I love this big lump of shit. And the 5 million weapons attached to it. You don't like the design, Legion? I really like the Cocoon. Just a big lump of shit. It's like the Metal Gear version of the One Reborn from Bloodborne, or one of those FromSoft monstrosities with 1,000 limbs coming out of it. Let's go back to Mother Base. That thing looks like it's designed by a kid who hates losing. Yeah, it does. Let's see. Holiday TV with the 5-pack. Thank you. Ba-dum, ba-dum.
Snake, that's Huey's unmanned weapon, the Cocoon. Put it out of commission.
Bam. Bam, bam.
That is El Escarabajo, the beetle. Even we don't know the Escarabajo's weaknesses.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
You could try asking that scientist, Huey, right? This is just common sense, but once it fires a missile, it must take time to reload. And moving a machine of that size must require the release of considerable amounts of heat. Another option would be to take out its weapons. Sorry I wasn't much help.
No, you've given me some ideas.
Yeah, I get it, Legion, but I like it. It's it almost feels like a parody of a thing. Like over design on steroids. I really like the absurdity of it.
During development, I had trouble figuring out how to handle the cocoon's excess heat. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the radiators are most likely its weakest points. They're not heavily armored, as heat wasn't dissipating properly.
Where are they?
There are multiple radiators on the upper and lower sections. Just look for the exhaust fumes. The only thing is, the upper radiators typically aren't exposed. You should probably shoot for the lower ones first. You could move under its body to access the lower ones, but the cocoon is capable of vertical movement, so be careful not to get crushed. Watch out for missiles and hedgehogs, too.
Hedgehogs? Anti-submarine multiple spigot mortars?
I adapted the technology for use as a surface weapon. Both the missiles and hedgehogs take time to load, though. It can't fire a hedgehog until the lamp comes on. As for the missiles, watch for the way the hatches move.
That'll be my chance to get close.
When the hatches open, out come the missiles.
Yeah, I guess I just like as well just how rough it looks. Just this big block. You know, we're so used to these, I would say, very elegant designs for the mechs in MGS. Like these sort of mythical looking creatures, dinosaurs, or like the other robots in this game that are like UFOs or birds, and then you just have this like big blocky, brutal looking thing. I like it. Let's see. Ba-dum. Look at this fucking thing.
Get rid of the cocoon.
Big radiator.
Something this big. It's you, boss.
Big wobbly radiator.
Get out of there. Run. Hiding won't do anything against a gun like that.
And then he tries to go ahead of your path with the last one. You walk into it. Reminds me of FF7 mech designs. Yeah, I can see that for sure.
You're gonna want to take out that weapon before jumping on.
Where it's kind of like futuristic and retro at the same time, or something like that. All these little guns on the side as well. Ah!
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
You okay there?
The shock dislodged the ladder on the side of the treads. You can use that to get on top. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. Use the ladder.
Whoa! I'm dead!
Oh, it can't be over yet.
I was just about to equip a ration because I realized I didn't have one equipped. Oh my god. Sorry, chat. We're gonna have to do it all again.
Get rid of the cocoon. If anybody can handle something this big, it's you, boss. Get out of there. Run. Tiny won't do anything against a gun like that. got a lock on you. Move it. They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly. The shock dislodged the ladder on the side of the treads. You can use that to get on top. They've okayed the request for support. They're sending use the ladder. See the ladder on the turret?
Quick!
Protect the AI pod to destroy its hatch. It's the cylindrical structure. Hurry up and get in the AI pod. Otherwise it... Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over them. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up.
That's one way to do it. Ba-da-da-bum. Let's see here. Chaff rank 2. Yeah, we can develop that for later. Can we have curry on Friday? I love curry. Hold on, I want to take a look at our men again here. See if we have any interesting new quotes. Ah, boss, glad you're here. We were short one guy tonight. Care to join us for a little game? For the last time, stop treating me like a rookie. Ready for duty, Chief! Cottonmouth. Damn, look at this guy. When this fight's over, I'm gonna go back home and find myself a wife. With a face like that? Good luck. Need a helping hand? Let's see, my horoscope says today is gonna be... okay, I guess. You look prettier every time I see you. Thanks, Aaron. You're not so bad yourself. How fast a trank dart works depends on where it hits. Oh! What the? Oh! Hey boss, let's get as many new guys as we can and make MSF into something real big. If I die, we'll meet again in the next life, as comrades. Costa Rica is full of swamps. Make sure we got a good supply of dry socks. The last thing we need are fungal infections. You stay here too long, you start losing track of what day it is. If we met under different circumstances, I bet we could have been good friends. Yeah, I think we saw all these ones before. You're like a knife out of its sheath, you know that? I left some of my buddies behind on the last battlefield. You gonna give me the chance to make it up to them here? The other day, out of the blue, we got a big box delivered to us. No return address, but it was full of all kinds of stuff. All kinds of good stuff. Kinda creepy, I know. But I wasn't about to complain. I went through hell in Nam. I'm ready for anything. Trout. Alright, let's do it.
Snake, Peace Walker is in a hangar at the very bottom of the mine. Infiltrate the base and put a stop to the project by destroying Peace Walker's AI pod.
Enemies carrying shields can be a real pain in the ass. To hear Amanda tell it. Trying to fight those bastards while they sit behind their shields taking pistol shots at you is enough to make you want to rip your hair out. Get around and flank them if you can. You might want to try blinding them with smoke or stun grenades first. Also, armor-piercing rounds should make it a little easier to punch through their shields. Use them if you got them.
Wow, you made it all the way to El Basilisco's hangar. None of us has ever gone that far. I have no idea what the underground base is like.
Wish I could say the same.
It'll most likely be some kind of building, so...
Plenty of places to hide.
Right, but security will be extremely tight. Do not forget that the odds are stacked heavily against you.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Wait a second. I did not change my equipment. Even though I probably won't even use my Mark 22 here, actually.
Stuff.
Bum. Bum bum. Peace Walker takes place 10 years after MGS3.
Alert after that last tangle. Don't get yourself caught.
1974. Ah, two guys left.
That elevator should take you underground. To use the elevator, press the action button in front of the switch. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
You can Fulton people through the roof in this game.
They're calling for backup up top. Come on! Right behind you! What was that?
Nope.
I think I see someone. What was that?
Yeah, as you can see, they're pretty blind in this game.
What is it?
Which stands out a lot more on console. You need to remember, this was a PSP game. It was meant to be played on a tiny screen where you can't see so well. So the enemy's vision was balanced around that.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
What's that? There's someone there. What's up?
Maybe a little elbow grease will get those shutters open. Try tapping the action button as fast as you can. Nice, Snake. From here, it's a straight shot to Peace Walk.
Initiate.
What's the situation?
We're waiting on acknowledgement from Reptile. It could be a while.
Don't take all night.
Ah, Coltman. I'd like to perform one final check. Everyone, take a break. I've got some concerns about the dummy.
Now's your chance, Snake.
Jack, you've returned. What's wrong? Your body temperature has fallen.
You're imagining things.
Have you come to destroy me? Your pulse has quickened slightly.
Just chilly. It's freezing in here.
I see.
Boss.
What is it, Jack?
Boss. Is that you?
What is it, Jack?
Do you have regrets
Regrets?
about your final mission?
My final mission?
The one in Groznygrad.
I've never been on a mission there.
September 1964. You betrayed the United States, and then I killed you.
I have no record of such a debriefing.
Listen to me. I have to know, did you defect to the Soviet Union of your own free will?
There is no mission record matching that description.
Ah. Jack. You're not the boss. The boss is dead.
Don't do it, Jack.
Drop your weapon, Big Boss.
Mammal showed the same response back at the lab. It's a sure sign that you are nearby.
It's an honor to meet you again, Big Boss.
I've seen that coyote before.
Lobo is the name.
Lobo? Smells like a rotting corpse to me.
I know all about you. Selena Yarsk, 10 years ago.
You were involved.
The operation to eliminate the traitor. I planned the whole thing.
Shouldn't a suit like you be back at Langley? What the hell are you doing here?
It's what the CIA does best. Ensure people in the know keep their mouths shut, or else pack them off someplace where there's no one to listen.
I get it. Trying to claw your way back into their good graces.
It's not quite that simple. My aim is a new world order. Détente, the NPT. SALT, TTBT. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the structure of the Cold War has been coming apart at the seams. A new age is dawning. An age in which Peace Walker, an infallible nuclear deterrent system with the patience and cold logic of a machine, will play a vital role.
That's your plan? Assigning humanity's sins to a bunch of machines?
Quite the romantic. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the commander of a Russian sub refused an order to launch a nuclear-armed torpedo at an American destroyer? In retrospect, that man was a hero. He saved the world from all-out nuclear war. Humans are incapable of destroying themselves.
But an AI wouldn't hesitate to push the button.
Precisely. Making it the one real deterrent.
People hesitate, lose their nerve. Isn't that why deterrence theory works in the first place?
No. Machines don't make mistakes. Only men do. That's why a fully automated, mechanized deterrent like Peace Walker is needed. Once our system is embraced, Langley will again turn its attention to Latin America as the cockpit of the new Cold War. Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. Peace Walker will be deployed along Central America's entire Caribbean coast. All of North America, South America, and the West Indies will be within its range. We'll bring law and order to the entire continent.
And you'll still be calling the shots.
You still don't get it. The age of heroes is over, buried alongside the boss and her bankrupt beliefs. From now on, our only heroes will be machines. Surely no one understands that better than you. Except perhaps your partner. A deterrent for hire. An army without borders. You've invented a new system too, and an admirable one at that.
That's supposed to be an offer.
I'm not offering anything. If I'm to sell my new system, you and yours have got to go.
Wait! Coltman, I have questions for him. Information critical to the completion of the mammal pod. Give him to me.
Don't waste too much time. We've just received word that the SALT II talks are on schedule. We will launch on time.
Snake, you are going to help me resurrect her.
Shut up! The boss is dead.
Bring him.
No! Shit! I'm out of practice with these QTEs. There's an interesting moment at the start of that scene where Snake encounters Coldman, and Snake says, "I've seen that coyote before," which I think is referring to Coldman's tattoo, right? Coldman responds to him and he says Lobo is the name, and I think there he's supposed to be correcting him, and that it's not a coyote. It's not that his tattoo isn't the image of a coyote, it's the image of a wolf. And if you look at the tattoo in more detail, you can see that there's some text underneath the image of the wolf, and it says, what does it say again? Homo homini lupus, which I think translates into man is a wolf to his fellow man. So that's what that dialogue is getting at there. At least I think, anyway. Coldman is correcting him that it's a wolf, which then ties into the text that's written underneath. And I guess it's also designed to reflect Coldman's ideology. Let's see here. I got back from Vietnam and found I had no place to call home anymore. Mind if I stick with you guys for a while? The wolf tattoo is Shinkawa's idea, by the way. Originally, Kojima wanted a huge peace sign tattoo on his head. It's a really cool looking image. I always wondered if it was like a real historical reference, like a symbol that was used in real life, but I don't think it is. It's a really cool looking image though, the wolf holding up the peace sign. Which, yeah, I guess it's a good image to symbolize peace through nuclear deterrence. A wolf bringing peace. All right, let's auto-assign these fools. Paz as Red Riding Hood. Yeah. I always kind of got that vibe from her. I never really thought about that with the connection to the wolf and Coldman, though. That's interesting. But kind of like a twist on the Red Riding Hood idea. Given Paz's true nature. I don't think it's a mistake either that both of the characters who are named Peace are like the two characters that are that you could say are the most manipulative. You know, that they aren't who they are saying they are. You know, Kaz and Paz both working deeply undercover, I guess is what I'm trying to say there. They're the two characters working deeply undercover. Okay, let's keep going.
Snake, I hope you can hear me. Word is you've been captured by Strangelove. I'm guessing they confiscated your gear, but I know you've still got something left. Search your memory, Snake.
Any word from Snake?
I can't get through. Strangelove must still have him.
No.
We just have to trust the boss and wait.
For how long?
Amanda, you're cute when you're angry. But please calm down. He's prepared for situations like this.
With what? They'll find whatever he has on him.
No, they won't. Because this is something a lot more personal than equipment. And Snake never would have gotten rid of it.
I didn't defect. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? Your mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
Rise and shine. Coldman's greed does not concern me. I'm only interested in one thing. The truth. I'm a scientist, an AI developer, but not an AI myself. I'm a scientist, and as a scientist, I find this distasteful. You understand? I am a scientist, and I expect answers that make sense. Now,
I think she might be a scientist.
You know? Your boss defected from the US, taking a Davy Crockett with her, and used it to launch a nuclear strike on Soviet territory. That much I know from the CIA's official debriefing. Did she defect or not? Answer me! Did she or did she not die for her country?
She sold us out. My orders were to take care of her.
Liar! I want to know the truth! Brace yourself.
You hate me? Fine. Turn it up. It doesn't change the fact that I killed her.
I know that. But what I don't know is your motive. Why would a hero, loyal to the end, betray her country? What really happened? What did you see?
She betrayed more than just her country. She betrayed me, too.
Then how do you explain that bandana? Why keep a memento of a traitor?
What are you talking about?
And what about that scar? Don't tell me you have the same scars by sheer coincidence.
Don't touch me!
Decorating your body with her memory. Rather effeminate, if you ask me. Answer me! Admit it! She sacrificed her life for America, didn't she? Sacrificed all for a country that cared nothing for her soul or for her dignity. And you... Yes, I do hate you. But even you must understand how I feel. I have a right to know what she died for. Why won't you tell me? You're no longer one of Washington's lapdogs. You have no moral obligation to your country. Answer me! Would you see your beloved boss brought back to life? Then say it! Say she died for America. That she remained true to the end. Gave her life for the country that betrayed her time and again.
No. That woman was a traitor.
Why? For what purpose?
She went to her grave, cursing her country.
Why? Who is it? What are you protecting?
I'm not helping you finish that thing. Face it, the boss is dead. Whatever's inside that machine, it isn't her.
I'm raising the voltage. The next one might kill you! Why? Why not just give up? He's passed out.
Get in there!
Okay.
Don't be getting any ideas.
Don't be getting any ideas. So, just like MGS1, we can hang around and get pulled back for another round of torture. And then we can even go for a third round of torture. And we'll get some different dialogue. Every time we go back, the interrogations will be slightly different. Yeah, they didn't take my stun rod. I guess they couldn't find it. Maybe my stun rod is stuck up my ass or something. But yeah, that was the dialogue we were talking about earlier, where it's clear that Snake doesn't believe what he's saying to Strangelove about the defection. Who are you protecting? I'm not helping you finish that thing. I'm not going to tell you the truth of what happened. So yeah, here we'll just chill until we get pulled back for another round.
Checks out okay. Quiet, you. Stop it! Quiet, you. Stop it! Checks out okay. Quiet, you. Come on!
Ready to talk now?
I've got nothing to say to you.
I think you do. Very well then.
Kill me. I don't care. I killed her.
No, that is not what I want to know.
Kill me. Kill me now. Kill me.
Stop it!
Kill me.
Shut up!
Kill me.
Shut up! Take him away.
Get in there!
All right, there's round 2. One more left. Yeah, people were talking about this in the chat before. In the Japanese version, Snake actually gets tickled here. It was censored in Japan.
Don't be getting any ideas.
This game was aimed for a young audience. And the PSP in Japan was mainly played by a young audience.
Quiet, you.
Isn't there some way to bust that lock? Isn't there some way to bust? Isn't there some way to? Isn't there some way to bust that lock? Isn't there some way to? Isn't there some way to? Isn't there some way to bust that lock? Isn't there some way to? Isn't there some way to? Isn't there some way to bust that lock? Isn't there some way to? Isn't there some way to? Isn't there some way to bust that lock? Isn't there some way to? Isn't there some way to? Isn't there some way to bust that lock?
Strangelove tickles Snake in the Japanese version of Peace Walker, yeah. And it's the laughter that Snake struggles with. You know, because laughing can be painful too if you can't stop laughing.
Stop it!
Yeah, man, in a way, that's kind of... That's even more twisted. Like, if his dialogue is the same and he's saying the same shit, like, I killed her! You know, that's pretty fucked up, man. Like, that contrast between what he's talking about and not being able to stop laughing. He sounded like... coming across like a complete maniac. Or maybe not even that, but yeah, like, you know, because it would still come across as a kind of torture. Because, like, if you can't stop laughing, like, you know, if you have, like, a really bad laughing fit, it can genuinely be painful. You know? That's kind of fucked up. Yeah, like, it is still torture.
Come on!
Let's have it. The truth.
I've said all I'm gonna say.
Is that so?
Up the voltage. Kill me. Kill me.
I don't hate you anymore.
Do it. Kill me. I killed her.
Please, stop! Stop it!
I killed her. My beloved. With my own hands.
Stop it! That's not what happened. You're lying!
betrayed our country.
Liar! She's not a traitor! I don't understand it. Take him away.
Get in there!
My housemates have called the cops again.
Don't be getting any ideas.
He's burring again. He's burring in there again. Alright, time to pull the jigsaw out of my chest.
Press the L1 and R1 buttons alternately to use the jigsaw, but try not to make too much noise.
Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it.
Checks out okay. Prisoner escaped. Security team, search the area. What's going on? Hostiles in the area.
Snake,
Yeah,
it's good to hear your voice again.
Kaz, how about something a little sharper next time?
You got it. How about a diamond-bladed jigsaw? And, when's the next time gonna be anyway? Sorry. Hey, you okay?
Yeah. My lungs taste like charcoal.
No smoking for you for a while, huh?
I'll be fine. The pain in my chest is gone.
So that was just a copy of the boss's wound.
That's right. The scar's gone now.
Nice work.
What's the situation with you? Everyone okay?
Yeah, but there's a slight problem. I can't get a hold of Paz.
Paz? I thought the professor was looking after her.
So did I. Here's the deal. I started thinking, and I sent someone over to the school the professor mentioned.
And the The school doesn't exist.
No, it exists, but Paz has been a no-show. The person at the school said neither the professor nor Paz had been seen there in quite some time.
Coleman knew about us. We've been marked by the CIA. The KGB and Paz brought us into all this. Coleman must know about them too.
You think Coleman's got them?
No. Remember, Galvez isn't some pencil pusher.
Yeah. The KGB will have eyes on Coleman night and day, too. Which could mean they knew what the CIA would try to do and are just staying out of sight.
Let's hope so. See what you can get out of the KGB, Kaz.
All right, back to work.
I better get moving.
Snake, we haven't detected any signs that Peace Walker's been activated, at least from above ground. It's still in the hangar you were in earlier. This time, it's really our last chance. Destroy that AI.
On my way.
All right, back to Mother Base. Let's take a look at the staff. We're gonna make a name for ourselves. Let's auto-assign these fools here. See how our R&D is doing. Ho. Ho. Ho ho.
Snake, Peace Walker is being prepped for activation in the hangar at the bottom of the base. Get in there and destroy the AI before it's activated.
Yeah, the whole Jigsaw thing with the scar is a weird detail. How did he hide that thing inside the scar? And what was the scar made out of?
Time's running short. Get over to Peace Walker's hangar now.
Hey!
Freeze!
Ah! Hmm? Who's out there?
You clown. Sit down.
Freeze!
Ah!
Hide until the elevator arrives. Don't let anyone detect you. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
No, the scar will still be there, even now, if you go shirtless.
Enemies that coordinate their attacks
But I don't
are
think
too
it's
much
supposed to be
trouble
there.
when you're solo. Just steer clear.
Canonically, it should not be there, I think. Like they say in the previous call.
What is it?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I wonder if it's symbolic the pain in my chest is gone and the scar being gone. Yeah, I would imagine there is supposed to be some symbolic meaning behind it, considering what it meant in MGS3. The scar also leaves...
Peace Walker can't be far.
The boss's real scar leaves her body as well, remember? At the end of MGS3, it turns into a snake and slithers away, which is supposed to symbolize the boss finding peace at last in death. That finally, yeah, she achieves some peace in death, and the pain that slithered through her body has now ceased.
Freeze.
Yeah, maybe he comes to terms there, having actually, you know, like he's facing up to the truth of what actually happened inside his own mind. Again, it could tie into what we were saying about how he clearly believes himself to be lying in that scene. Like earlier on in the game, it's like he almost wants to believe that the false narrative was the true narrative. But then in that scene with Strangelove, when he's being tortured, when Strangelove says, you know, who is it? What are you protecting? When he says, when he keeps giving her the official line, like she says, who, you know, why are you saying this? What are you protecting? And he says, I'm not helping you finish that thing. Which means, you know, he's not telling her the truth. Which means he must not believe what he's saying to be true, and he must know, you know, he must be facing up to what actually happened.
It's too late, Big Boss.
Snake!
Boss. At last I found her. The culprit who led you here to begin with. Should have taken care of her back at the supply facility.
Snake, don't!
The mammal pod is finished. Peace Walker's activation sequence is complete.
Finished.
With the boss, you were loyal to the end. I'll grant you that. But your silence was exactly the answer I needed. 10 years ago, your mission was to kill her. And her mission was to be killed by you. She fulfilled her duty to America to the very end. Thanks to you, Snake, the final missing piece is now in place. And thus, the boss is restored to life as the mammal pod. I thank you.
Restored to life? You're crazy.
I'll let you in on a little secret, Big Boss. You see, I've already selected Peace Walker's initial target. An offshore area in the Caribbean. The trade winds will scatter the fallout all over the surrounding region. Crops and fish will die, leaving plenty of free hands to help us mass produce Peace Walker. Oh, and wouldn't you know, someone's gone and built a pesky little fortress there. Now who would do that? And right in the middle of the target zone, too. Oh well, all the better to test the warhead, CEP.
You bastard.
I wonder who'll miss a ragtag band of pirates all the way out in the middle of the Caribbean. But first, we're going to prove to the White House that our baby can travel the Caribbean coast on its own. The whole world will know of Peace Walker's versatility. They'll witness the birth of a deterrent that can penetrate both communist and guerrilla-controlled territory, traverse any kind of terrain, and deliver a nuke anywhere it needs to go. Untouchable. Unstoppable. The perfect deterrent.
The Cold War's days are numbered. Deterrence isn't only about America and Russia now.
You know what? You're absolutely right. While we've been wringing our hands, China, France, even India have surpassed us. There's a free-for-all nuclear arms race brewing just below the surface. The nuclear threat will only spread, which is exactly why we must deter it, here and now. And the Peace Walker Project is the key. The advent of Peace Walker will bring calm to this restless world. Don't you see, Snake? We need nukes, controlled nukes, to have peace.
Lies!
Peace Walker will restore order. Order in the form of a new Cold War. But if the world is to understand the genius of our plan, we must launch!
Snake!
Stop them, Snake! Don't let him get away!
What did I do?
Self-defense system online. Self-defense system online.
Snake, the pod's outfitted with a self-defense module. Upon detecting attack, it aborts its command and enters small target suppression mode. Right now, Peace Walker's highest priority target is you. Here it comes!
Here we go. Peace Walker, round 1. Bum ba da bum. Blad, thank you for gifting a sub to Blarghamel Jones. Much appreciated. Oh yes, I love the themes we get for the Peace Walker fights. The Mighty Bill with the raid as well, thank you.
Peace Walker's active, and its self-defense system is targeting you, Snake. You better find a way to stop it quick.
Bum 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 bum. That is a powerful theme. Getting ready for war.
Be careful, Snake. I have no advice on dealing with El Basilisco's attacks, but you may be able to use its size against it. Its movements will probably be just as big, meaning it should give some kind of warning before most of its attacks.
That's true.
It might be good to start out by studying its movements, watching what it does before each attack. That should help you avoid most of them. And weapons that walk always have one guaranteed weakness.
The legs?
Right. Destroy its legs, and you'll stop it from moving. You might even be able to knock it on its back if you're lucky. Just make sure you are out of the way first.
Peace Walker contains an assembly of 2 AI pods. One of them is the mammal pod, which Dr. Strangelove developed. The other's the reptile pod, which is mine.
What's the difference?
The reptile pod is the attitude control AI. If it's destroyed, Peace Walker grinds to a halt. The mammal pod is responsible for making the decisions regarding nuclear retaliation, reflex, and thought. One is the brainstem and cerebellum, the other the cerebrum.
So, the one that houses the will of the boss
would be the mammal pod.
Hey, what's up, Elage?
We call it the reptile pod for a reason. The parts of our brains that govern basic life and reflex developed ages ago, when our ancestors were still reptiles.
We were reptiles?
Well, only at one stage of our evolution. The theory was proposed by the neuroscientist Paul MacLean.
Huh.
The reptile brain corresponds to the brainstem and basal ganglia in our brain. The reptile pod also incorporates the functions of the cerebellum.
So basically, it's the deep parts of the brain.
Dr. Strangelove came up with the name. The part of our brain that developed after we became mammals is responsible for high-level brain functions.
Such as?
Such as intelligence, judgment, even love.
That's high level, all right.
Location-wise, the mammal brain is on the outside of the reptile brain. The cerebral cortex is part of it. I think it's very telling that Dr. Strangelove named her pod Mammal. It's almost like she wants it to be more than just an advanced AI. What she really wants is for it to have a mind of its own.
Let's do it. Ba-da-ba-ba-dum, ba-dum-bum.
Self-defense system online. Launching S-mines.
Cluster bombs.
Hey, how's it going, Nick? Welcome back.
Face me. Launching S-mines.
I love how far up the missiles go. So cinematic.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Launching S-mines.
Atmosphere malfunction detected.
Nice.
Now! They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Flamethrower engaged.
Do you have enough ammo and items? Send us a support request. She telegraphed her flame attack. Watch for it. Watch out! It can fire those missiles backwards, too! Get too close and it'll use that flamethrower! Aim for the legs! Trip it up! She telegraphed her flame attack. Watch for it.
Launching S-mines. Leg drive motor charging.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. Careful not to let it step on you!
Firing rocket launcher.
Aim for the legs! Trip it up!
Leg damage critical. Atmosphere malfunction detected.
Okay, now's your chance.
Leg drive motor charging. System engaged. Switching to self-defense mode. Use. Leg drive motor. Reinitializing platform. Leg drive motor charging. Impossible. Self-defense system online. Reinitializing platform. Launching SSP mines. Lock. Sending engaged. Flame lower.
miles an hour.
Come on, I bet you can do at least 30.
Paz is on board the Hind too.
I noticed that.
She's our client. We have to protect her. Snake, don't let Peace Walker get away.
The day is dawning. Go! Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Snake, you're entering the woods. Watch out! Peace Walker's getting away.
Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Approaching the border.
See you around, big boss.
Holy, look at that. Snake, that's the border up ahead.
Hang in there. Roll! Damn it.
Snake.
Kaz, Peace Walker's gone. They've got Paz, too.
Yeah, but
Why, Kaz? What would Coleman want with Paz?
Paz was with the professor, i.e. the KGB. Once Coleman discovered that, he figured out what was really going on between Paz and Galvez.
He's trying to figure out how the KGB plan to stop Peace Walker. And he thinks he can get the info from Paz.
That's crazy. Paz won't know anything.
Well, he probably doesn't buy that.
You think Galvez has already been killed? By grabbing Paz, Coleman's saying,
Stay out of this, or lose your client.
damn it! I can't believe we didn't realize what was going on before we lost contact with Paz.
Don't have time for that, Kaz.
Snake.
Paz needs our help.
Right. This isn't about money anymore. You better move. We know where they're headed.
Yeah.
You can thank Amanda.
Snake, that river you chased the Basilisco across is the Rio San Juan. The other side is our country. I had some Nicaraguan compas track it there. They're Focos, from the GPP faction, so we don't work together so much.
Where'd it go?
West, along the border, towards Lago Cocibolca.
There's a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of the lake. Ever since that earthquake 2 years ago, America's had the entire region to itself.
That is where the Basilisco is. I'm sure of it.
Lago Kosibolka. How do I get across the border?
There's a route that we use to cross. It's just a little boat, but I can introduce you to the captain.
I appreciate it.
We will never leave Nicaragua at the mercy of someone like William Walker again.
Snake, Coldman's going to launch the nuke from that base. He's targeting MSF. Based on what Huey's told us, it'll take 2 more days to prep for launch. But it looks like there's another reason they picked that date.
What's that?
Tomorrow is day 1 of a US-Soviet summit in Vladivostok. The launch is probably connected somehow.
That's right. They're holding the SALT II talks.
You think Coldman's trying to disrupt the negotiations?
Either that, or use it as a bargaining chip.
He's still got Paz, too. At any rate, we're running out of time.
I'll figure something out.
All right, man. We're getting close to the end of our first... Well, we're getting close to the first ending. Not getting close to the ending, but we're getting close to the first ending. Let me go back to Mother Base. Let me see. What new recruits do we have? Butterfly fish. You? A sneaking master? Are you kidding me? I can smell the gunpowder on you a mile away. I don't want to fight. I want to be a cook. Well, you better get your fucking cookery skills up. Because I'm not too impressed here, man. When this battle's over, I'm gonna get my life together. I was just thinking the same thing as you, boss. You know what?
You're fired.
We don't need fucking kiss asses like you around here. Ready when you are, boss. You ever try running around lugging a big heavy weapon? It ain't easy. Ain't fast either. Alright, let's assign these guys. We're doing him a favor, really. We're saving his life here. Ba-da-la-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum.
Snake, Peace Walker has crossed the border and entered a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of Lago Kosibolka. Coldman's targeting the MSF plant. That's us. Don't let it launch that nuke. Destroy Peace Walker.
The river that flows between Nicaragua and Costa Rica is el Río San Juan. It connects Lago Kosibolka to El Mar Caribe. It is a gentle river, safe even for small boats. You have to watch out for the sharks, though.
Sharks? In a river?
El Tiburón Toro live in the river, but there's nothing to fear. San Juan will protect you always.
Juan?
The Rio San Juan takes its name from San Juan, the man who baptized Jesus, the man you call John the Baptist in your country.
John, huh? I'll be careful anyway. I'd hate to drown. End up a John Doe.
There is a volcanic island in Lago Kosibolka called Ometepe. It's formed from 2 connected volcanoes shaped like a porongo.
The one with smoke coming out of it.
That's the one. The smoking volcano is Concepcion. It erupts once in a while. The other one is Maderas. It's never erupted in recorded history. There's a lake in the caldera at the top.
A crater lake. Let's hope there's not another underground factory inside.
Don't say that. If Peace Walker's nukes detonated there, it would destabilize the magma underneath. It could cause the volcano to erupt again. If that happens, my country is doomed. Snake, you must stop Peace Walker.
What are we gonna do, Snake? If Peace Walker attacks Mother Base...
Relax. We've got the entire MSF out to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but Peace Walker's missiles have 1 megaton warheads. The fireball alone would be 1 mile in diameter. Everything in the vicinity of Ground Zero will be vaporized by the heat rays. Then there's the blast, which travels at hundreds of miles per hour. And the fires, and the...
A huge dose of radiation from the initial nuclear reaction.
That too. There won't be a single survivor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Look, Doc, you made that thing. You know better than anybody what it's capable of. Right now, you've got to give me a rational, scientific estimate of the damage. If we're talking about a nuclear explosion, it's more than just MSF's problem.
You're right, Snake. Sorry about that. Like I was saying, Mother Base would be wiped out. Any ships in the area could be caught in the blast too. We'd need to send out a warning. The thing to worry about most is the fallout.
The dust of death.
If it goes off over water, the particles will be smaller than with an explosion over land, so the wind will scatter the fallout over a wider area. Clouds will form around the salt crystals in the seawater, causing contaminated rain to fall downwind.
Yeah, got a taste of that myself.
On Bikini Atoll? That's right. The 1954 Castle Bravo test created fallout 300 miles downwind. Poisoned a lot of local residents and ships, so I hear. The yield of Peace Walker's warheads isn't that big, but the amount of fallout will largely depend on weather conditions. It's impossible to make a quick and easy estimate.
If it gets into the trade winds, it could come straight to Costa Rica.
What was it Coldman was saying? About leaving people free to help out? He's out of his mind. What does he think's gonna happen? When they get hit by rain containing high concentrations of fallout, a lot of them will die from the external exposure alone. The rain will seep into the ground, contaminating the water supply and crops. When they ingest the stuff, the internal exposure starts. Strontium-90 and cesium-137 have half-lives of around 30 years. The effects stay with you your entire life. Leukemia, cataracts, dermatitis, cancer. And it affects reproduction, too.
I know.
Even today, 30 years after World War II, thousands of people still suffer from exposure to the bomb. We can't let Coldman create more of them just to prove his point. I know it sounds crazy, but I created Peace Walker so that that kind of thing would never happen again.
Don't worry, Doc. We'll stop it. One way or another.
Okay, let me see here. I miss Huey when he used to care about people. He was a good comrade. Those 9 years messed him up. I think Huey was a bit troubled in this game as well. I think he liked to believe that he was doing the right thing. I always thought he had a bit of a Liquid Snake complex in this game. You know, there are those tapes where he talks about how the project was a chance for him to surpass his father, and a lot of it seemed to be done out of revenge against his father. I always thought that was an interesting difference between Otacon and Huey. You know, Otacon never really had that, like, venomous side to him that, you know, Otacon never really showed that kind of bitterness where he was trying to, like, top what his ancestors did. Where it was like, yeah.
Take the gondola west along the river. When you reach the northern bank, you are in Nicaragua. I've arranged for a guide to get you close. Snake!
Chico.
Sorry about the horse. He sure was pretty.
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time.
Boss.
There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life. By your own hand. One must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. Kill me. Kill me now. There's only room for one boss. And one snake.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the US government. But then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgin fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. So the operation itself was greatly expanded and revised. The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove their innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss. And that one of their own would have to do the job. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive. And she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way that the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. That was her final mission. Snake, history will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
Something's not right. Key card doesn't look too bad.
What do you think?
Gonna need some help. This is Snake. Can you hear me?
This is Miller. Loud and clear.
Got in without a hitch.
Good. There's an airfield on the other side of the building, on the northwestern shore of the lake. That's where they'll conduct the launch. There's a communications tower in front of you. I'm betting they'll control Peace Walker from there.
Cuz they're targeting Mother Base. Don't you think you should evacuate?
Nah. Everybody here believes in you, boss.
All right, fine then. I've kind of gotten attached to the place myself. What about Amanda and her people?
They've been taken to safety. We can't involve them in this any further.
Good. They've got their own cause to fight for.
And Snake. Don't forget the bad guys have got Paz.
I won't.
We're prepping a few backup units. Don't let them launch, Snake. We're counting on you.
All right, here we go.
See the communications tower to the west? Head for that, Snake.
What's that?
Freeze.
I can't say I'm like too crazy about that scene where we just get the whole speech from Eva again. You know, do we really need to see that whole scene again? And shoot the boss again in a flashback? I guess it could like tie into what we were talking about before with Snake needing to accept what actually happened instead of trying to lie to himself. Like, is that supposed to reflect Snake like fully accepting what happened again, given that we're flashing back to Eva's speech? But either way, yeah, I don't know if we needed to like get the whole, see that whole scene again. Fall, please. Thank you.
Freeze.
Yeah, Sangi, they're obviously drawing a parallel there between the horse and the boss. If you shoot the horse, you know how it cuts between the horse and the boss there? If you shoot the horse, you still have to shoot the boss. you have to press R1 twice if you decide to shoot the horse.
Looks like this is the end of the road. Head for the communications tower to the west. Fulton recovery subject confirmed on
Let's
board
take
helicopter.
him out there.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
I do not like it, boss. This place is ripe for an ambush.
I heard that.
Freeze.
What's going on?
on you, boss. Head for the communications tower. It's to your west.
I know it is not easy, but I have faith in you.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Paz,
Snake,
can you hear me?
see, I can hear you.
Where are you?
I am not sure. I don't recognize it.
What about Coldman?
He just left for the control tower. Said something about entering the final data. What is the matter?
They found me.
Snake!
Kaz.
Snake, you okay? All MSFs ready to move out. They're headed your way on the double.
Are you serious?
There's a skeleton crew manning the base. Everyone else is en route to the base in Nicaragua. Snake, think you can make it to that control tower?
Not sure why, but this place is crawling with Russian troops. Gonna have to force my way through.
What the hell's going on?
Damned if I know.
Get over there quick as you can. You're almost there, Snake. Stay steady.
Snake,
I'm coming, Paz.
do not worry about me. I am an angel of peace. I will be watching over you.
Where did we get that ship, man? I didn't realize we were that powerful. Wait a second. What have I created here exactly? It's a rental. Are we the good guys?
Snake, Peace Walker's being controlled from the control tower. It's to the northeast. Get going. We'll be there to back you up.
Oh boy, okay.
Damn, that base is even more heavily guarded than Amanda's men said it would be.
No kidding. It's gonna be tough to crack without some serious hardware.
You may end up having to fight fire with fire, so be ready to use force if necessary. Take as many weapons and items as you can carry. The more protection you have, the better.
Roger. I'll keep that in mind when I pick my suit.
I'll meet up with you ASAP, Snake. Hang tight for just a little longer.
You got it.
Okay, man, let's do it. Ba-do.
The control tower that's controlling Peace Walker is located to the northeast. Go back east the way you came, then head north from there.
Yeah, this mission can be a little bit tricky, but not too bad once you've played it a few times. Let's get some more ammo from this guy. Oh, that didn't land where I wanted it to land.
Your objective lies beyond the gate.
Hey, someone's coming up here in a second. Yeah. That wasn't very clever.
This terrain leaves you completely exposed. Can't you make something to conceal yourself? RPGs, this could be trouble.
Oh my god. I didn't realize I had my rations unequipped. That was so close. Ooh, what a mess. I'm out of practice with this game, man. That was too close. Hello. Did I see the very much binding poll earlier? Instead of the Phantom Pain, I have to do a 5-star Foxhound run of Peace Walker? I don't think so. Let's Fulton this guy. Get some more supplies.
There's too many barriers in the way. We can't support you there.
This is a beefy mission. Oh, right, yeah, Kaz.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Done, bad humans. Man, my back is killing me. I don't think I've been looking after my posture during this marathon.
The gate. Get through it before it closes.
So close again, I almost died. Wow, man, I'm really underestimating this mission. It's been so long since I've done this.
Take the elevator, quick.
Wait, what? Wow, if you're really slow, nobody spawns at the end. Usually you have to deal with guys appearing at the end. But usually I'm faster than that. Damn, man. Yeah, I don't think I've played this part of Peace Walker in like almost a year. This is some real rust.
Watch out for the gunship.
Where's the potato chips?
You've got to take those guys down. They've okayed the request for
What the hell? Someone's alive? What the hell is this guy doing? Oh, the timing was going to be perfect if it wasn't for this guy.
It's locked. You'll have to take out all enemies before you can go up.
How did he escape those smoke grenades?
Snake!
Big Boss, you made it. Too late, though. The false data's already in place.
False data?
That's right. Peace Walker is designed for deterrence, nothing more. She is incapable of initiating a nuclear attack on her own. She will only awaken and attack when it's time to retaliate. Peace Walker is a weapon of peace, after all. First, we'll enter data for an imaginary Soviet nuclear strike on the U.S. homeland. After assessing the data as a threat, Peace Walker will automatically enter retaliation mode, selecting the optimal target from a predefined list. For this scenario, we have reverse engineered the false data so that she'll inevitably end up choosing the Caribbean Sea as her target.
You're really gonna do it, aren't you?
Know this. Peace Walker's retaliation will be the first and last of the Cold War. It is the only way we will ever come close to achieving true peace. All that is left is to enter the code.
No! Stand down, Big Boss.
You're late.
Professor.
Professor?
Yes, well, taking over the base took longer than expected. But I brought the technology. What? You provided the money and land. Center alone could never have accomplished so much in so little time.
Zadornov, you backstabbing son of a...
Backstabbing? Correct me if I'm wrong, but were we not enemies all along? Do you really think my comrades were working for the company? Do you truly think we'd faithfully serve a pack of depraved capitalist dogs?
What are you going to do?
Launch a nuke. Target Cuba.
Have you lost your mind? What would you possibly gain?
We won't be the ones launching it. You, the Americans, will attack our ally, Cuba.
What?
Think, Coldman. We're on an American base, eagerly endorsed and supplied by a pro-American regime. What's the international community to think? The world will burn with anti-American sentiment. Communism will spread across Latin America unchecked. Let the age of deterrence be undone by the deterrent itself. Such is the Kremlin's plan.
You son of a bitch!
Us, come here. Shoot him.
Professor Galvez.
I am Vladimir Zadornov. And Vladimir means ruler of peace. Now, do as you're told, boss.
Don't do it!
Remember what they did to you at their base on the coast. For what Coldman's done, he deserves nothing less than death.
Boss, I'm sorry.
Truly a child of peace.
No! Wait!
Only fitting that retribution be delivered by a dead hand.
You missed on purpose.
Your part in this isn't done. I need you to enter the code. Doctor, the target is now Cuba. Please make the necessary modifications. And don't even think of resisting. I'll crush you, but only after I crush your beloved first.
No. Not that!
Cuba is now the retaliation target.
Very well.
Good. It is done. As for you, Big Boss, I've been watching you all along. You've performed beyond even my highest expectations. A true Comandante.
What are you talking about?
Why do you think I summoned you to Costa Rica? Had you make contact with the Sandinistas? A true intelligence operative never gets his hands dirty. Need a revolution? Manipulate the locals into doing it for you.
You mean Amanda and the Sandinistas?
You've done well. You took a ragtag band of guerrillas, children, and shaped them into a full-fledged, formidable army. And now, you'll truly become our century's most complete human being.
Che Guevara?
None other. A hero who, gunned down by the CIA, becomes a legendary icon. The Sandinistas will rise up in revenge, overthrowing the pro-American regime and wresting Nicaragua from US hands. And the nuclear strike on Cuba naturally will be the last straw.
Mammal pod data entry is complete.
Dead at age 39, just like El Che. Ironic, isn't it? In the end, a legend is merely fiction. You'll die as the boss did, and become as did she, an eternal fraud.
Freeze!
You dare point your gun at a comrade?
We will not be pawns of the KGB. We will win our own victory!
Hasta la victoria siempre!
Amanda! We're home! Look! We're back in Nika! We did it, Amanda! I mean... Comandante!
Boss, you hurt?
I'm fine.
Big Boss.
Big boss!
Big boss!
Big boss! Big boss!
Big boss!
Big boss!
Big boss! Big boss!
Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss!
You're a regular Joan of Arc.
Nonsense. You're the hero here.
You saved my life. You're the heroes here.
I never figured you for a softie, Snake.
Thanks. It's good to see you.
Paz can stay with us until she's back on her feet.
And the professor?
We'll find him a nice, comfy cell. Coldman's lost a lot of blood. He may not make it.
Where's Amanda?
Back with her compas. She'll catch up later. How about you, Snake?
I'm not done yet.
The AI.
I have to finish this. That boss is a fake. I'm gonna bury it.
We'll save the champagne until you get back. May as well celebrate peace while it lasts.
I didn't bring her back to life because I was forced to. I wanted to know how she really felt. How it really ended.
The boss is dead.
No, she's alive.
Some truths are better left buried.
You don't mean that. Be honest. You want to know too, don't you? Whether what you saw and heard at the end was the truth. She'll tell us. I know she will. Thank you for stopping them. And I'm sorry. I can't imagine how it hurt.
I'll live. I'm used to shock therapy.
You are? Well, it's very kind of you to say. Let's go meet her, shall we? Get in, boss.
Don't pick up a gun unless you know how to use it. Aiming a weapon alone doesn't make it a deterrent. You're the angel of peace. Leave the guns to us. That was our agreement, remember? The army's leaving Costa Rica now. The mission is complete. Paz?
Thank you.
What's that noise? What'd he do?
I should have killed you when I had the chance. Norred's nightmare is about to begin.
What?
Peace Walker determines retaliation targets based on enemy nuclear strike data. That data can be sent to third parties as well.
We got big problems, Snake. Coldman's activated the nuclear launch switch.
What? And the target's Cuba.
Yeah, but that's not it. The son of a bitch has screwed us all over.
When Peace Walker was activated, it started transmitting the false data sent to NORAD. It's using a spread spectrum MLF signal. It can't be blacked out, even by EMP.
There's no way to tell the difference between false data and the real thing on a radar screen. NORAD will have no idea it's all a ruse generated by Peace Walker. They'll think it's a real Soviet attack. They'll pass on the data to the National Military Command Center.
And Washington will have to choose whether or not to retaliate.
This could get ugly. Unless we stop it, we're looking at a retaliatory chain reaction.
No. No need to panic. The nightmare will end soon enough.
What do you mean?
Coldman's aim is for the bureaucrats in Washington to see the importance of a machine like Peace Walker. He's trying to prove that humans don't possess the will to launch nukes.
Everything will be fine. They'll never retaliate. They're only human.
Kaz, where's the president?
Last I heard, he was in the middle of SALT II negotiations in Vladivostok.
With the president gone, Nuclear Launch Authority passes to the next person in the chain of succession.
The vice president's gone too. So after him comes the speaker.
President, vice president. Not one among them has the courage to push the button. No one willing to enter history as the great destroyer. In the end, it's not their lives that people value most. It's their reputations.
The bureaucrats in Washington may not be able to retaliate. Peace Walker, on the other hand. She's loyal to the mission above all. And she's well aware that guaranteed retaliation is essential for nuclear deterrence to work.
Peace Walker is the perfect deterrent. Cuba would not have been my choice of targets. But you can't make peace without breaking a few eggs. Now that Peace Walker has the false data, Retaliation is inevitable.
Are you insane? You think it'll end there? You're about to unleash all-out nuclear war.
Somebody find out what's going on at NORAD.
Mammal's got a connection to NORAD. We could monitor it with the right equipment.
I've got you covered. I've got NORAD on the line.
Sir, we're tracking unidentified targets. Current apogee 20 degrees.
Estimated time of re-entry is 2250 Zulu.
Have they contacted the president?
Coverall is not responding.
Warning system checks out. No corresponding natural signatures. Data is assessed as reliable.
Cut the data transmission. We can't say for sure Washington isn't going to retaliate.
The only one who knows the abort code is me. I die. No one can turn it off. Even if they do strike back, I'll already be dead. I can only pray that my theory, my peace, is proven right.
Go to DEFCON 3. Get Zach on the phone.
This is Crystal Palace. Stand by for an emergency meeting.
They're at DEFCON 3. The false data and the nukes are both coming from the same source. You have to stop Peace Walker.
The only way is to destroy her. She's entered launch mode. Peace Walker's rendered her judgment. The target is Cuba.
Snake, don't let it launch the nuke.
Here we go, man. The main event.
It's calculating ballistic trajectory. Once that's finished, it's all over. Snake, you've got to destroy the platform.
Sweet. Let me thank some people here before we continue. If I have anyone to thank. Actually, I don't think I do. I think we're good. The last sub I see here is from Vlad. Yeah, we're good. Let me go back to Mother Base first, actually, before we get into that, just to make sure I'm up to date with everything here. New plants. Alright, let's do it.
Snake, don't let it launch the nuke.
We'll go for the battle dress, the big chonker.
Combat.
How can you not equip the battle dress when you hear this music? We have to get as chunky as possible. Ba-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba.
Snake, you have to stop the launch. It's going to strike Cuba.
I know.
The situation's changed completely now that it has been upgraded. I do not know if your old tactics will work, but the basic strategy remains the same. Try to anticipate what it's going to do before it does it, so you probably won't have as much time to stand around staring.
Wasn't counting on it. I'll manage somehow.
Snake! You have to stop Peace Walker from launching that nuke!
Calm down. What do I need to do?
To tell you the truth, I don't really know. The mammal pod has probably enhanced both its thought patterns and mobility. The S-mines, rockets, flamethrowers, they're all the same, but I don't know what else to say. You'll just have to stay sharp and watch for how it behaves before each of the attacks.
I'll give it a shot. There's no time for anything else.
Sorry I can't be more helpful. You can do it, Snake.
Thanks, Huey. Let's do it.
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke.
Firing rocket launcher. 1 minute to launch. Firing rocket launcher. Firing rocket launcher. Commencing firing rocket launcher. 30 seconds to launch.
We're running out of time. It's about to launch. Hurry!
I'm gonna take a gamble here.
It's gonna launch. Do something. We're too late. Oh God!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Ah!
Three, 2, 1, launch.
Snake, Peace Walker launched the nuke. It's all over.
Okay, that was worth showing anyway, because I can't remember the last time I saw that cutscene. I knew I was close. I knew it was going to be either that missile or the next one that was going to stop the countdown. Alright, let's do it properly this time.
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke.
Firing rocket launcher. One minute to launch. Firing rocket launcher. Firing rocket launcher. Commencing ignition. 30 seconds to launch.
We're running out of time. It's about to launch. Hurry!
Firing
It's gonna launch. Do something.
Oh my god!
We're too late. Oh God!
9, 8, 7,
Okay, it took more than I thought it was going to.
launching S-mines.
Are you okay, Peace Walker? I think it's bugging out. I have never seen this before in my life.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Yeah, now that I moved, it was my position. It was trying to react to where I was.
Jump engaged. Firing drill missiles. Jump engaged. Firing rocket launcher. Jump engaged.
I should have brought an M60 instead of 3 launchers. I should have brought 2 launchers and an M60. That's okay though.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Jump engaged.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Oh my god, man, we are not doing any fucking damage.
Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch envelope set. Opening missile hatch.
She's going back into nuclear launch mode. Stop her, Snake.
Firing rocket launcher. Switching to self-defense mode. Firing rocket launcher. Firing drill missiles. Firing drill missiles.
I don't fucking believe it, man. I thought I was shooting the fucking wrong pod initially, but then my eyes deceived me.
Firing drill missiles.
I must be going blind, man.
Face me. Jump engaged. EM pulse at maximum. Firing drill missiles.
Hold on, let me see. How much does that give me? Uh-oh, uh-oh.
They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Firing tail missiles. Jump engaged. Pulse at maximum. Firing rocket launcher. Light drive motor charging.
Do you have enough ammo and items? Send us a support request. It's leaking electromagnetic radiation. The missiles aren't operational. Okay, now's your chance.
Jump engaged. Jump engaged. Launching S-mines. Freeze. Jump engaged. Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch angle set. Opening missile hatch.
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke.
1 minute to launch. Firing rocket launcher. Switching to self-defense mode. Jump engaged. Firing drill missiles. Jump engaged. Jump engaged. Initializing nuclear launch.
They've okayed the request for supporting fire. It should commence any second now. She's going back into nuclear launch mode. Stop her, Snake.
Firing rocket launcher. Switching to self-defense mode. Firing drill missiles. Jump engaged. EM pulse at maximum.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
drive motor charging. Red drive motor charging. Firing drill missiles. Firing drill missiles. Launching S-mines. Jump engaged. Firing rocket launcher. Jump engaged. Freeing storm. Firing drill missiles. Launching S-mines. Firing drill missiles. Firing drill missiles. Jump engaged. EM pulse at maximum. Firing rocket launcher.
Oh man. The EM pulse is so annoying. So annoying.
Red drive motor charging.
Yeah, if I remembered to bring an M60 instead of a third launcher, it wouldn't have taken this long. But it still takes a long time if you're on a fresh save. But I also forgot to prepare properly, so. Oh shit, it's happening again. Is it? No.
Freeze. Flamethrower engaged.
Oh, I was in the right spot that time.
Jump engaged.
Oh no.
EM pulse.
EM pulse again. Amazing.
Firing drill missiles.
I wonder, do strike markers work when the EM pulse is on? Probably not.
Jump engaged. Red drive motor charging.
Nice! Oh god, I'm too old! I actually have fucking pins and needles in half of my right hand right now. That's my excuse. Hold on. Let me stretch this hand, man. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Damn, man, I hope we have enough ammo to get through this. Oh no. Hold on, 1 second, chat. Sorry, hold on. Give me a second here, chat. Ba-ba-bum. Okay.
Jump engaged. Launching S-mines. Freeze. Firing rocket launcher.
Ah.
Jump engaged. EM pulse at maximum. Firing drill missiles.
They're about to commence the requested supporting fire. Stay clear.
Okay. That works with the EM pulse.
Face me. Jump engaged. Jump engaged. Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch angle set. 1 minute to launch.
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke.
Firing rocket launcher. Switching to self-defense mode. Jump engaged.
your request for supporting fire. It should commence any second now.
Oh, really? None of those landed?
Firing rocket launcher. Front engaged.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Firing drill missiles.
Dying won't be a problem, I don't think. Having enough ammo to beat the boss might be a problem.
Firing rocket launcher. Face me. Jump engaged. Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch envelope set. 1 minute to launch.
She's going back into nuclear launch mode. Follow her, Snake.
Firing rocket launcher. Firing rocket launcher. Switching to self-defense mode. Jump engaged. Launching S-mines.
Oh my god.
Flamethrower engaged.
No! Trying to get every last bit of juice out of this.
Electronic motor charging. Flamethrower engaged. Firing drill missiles. Jump engaged. Firing rocket launcher.
Not another ration. I probably should have picked up the other ration to lower the odds. Oh my god, this could be tragic.
Pulse at maximum. Firing tail missiles. Firing tail missiles.
Towards the prime marker to indicate the drop zone for the supply.
Okay, now we wait.
Launching S-mines. Firing tail missiles. Flamethrower engaged. Jump engaged. EM pulse at maximum. Firing rocket launcher. Jump engaged. Flamethrower engaged.
Oh, you bitch.
Freeze.
Yeah.
Launching S-mines. Firing tail missiles. Jump engaged. EM pulse.
I should have tried to get a couple of shots in there, but I didn't want to waste them. Oh my god, man. Oh my god.
Firing tail missiles. Jump engaged.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. Don't knock me out with your flamethrower. Don't knock me out with your flamethrower. Okay. Jesus.
Freeze.
What is this? Okay, we're almost there. That animation is pretty funny. Okay, I don't think there's any fear of us not being able to deal enough damage now, at least. Slimy bitch.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Jump engaged. Jump engaged.
Uh-oh, we better be careful. Ah!
It stopped moving. Snake, you did it! You stopped the launch!
Huey, how's NORAD?
Not good!
BMUS continues to track the targets on radar. The SP satellite status is green. Still assessing as reliable.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a representative of the Secretary of Defense and Congress have arrived at NMCC. You've only damaged the drive system. The data uplink's still intact.
We've got 1,500 Soviet ICBMs crossing the North Pole. Target region is confirmed as the west coast of the United States.
Go to DEFCON 2. Prepare to launch ICBMs.
How do I make it stop?
Peace Walker is a fully autonomous system. Unlike the other machines you fought, its command authorities are all located inside its cerebrum, the mammal pod.
We've got to stop the mammal pod. I don't have the abort code either. Coldman was the only one.
Snake, destroy the AI inside the mammal pod.
The inner barrier protecting the mammal pod is designed to be as strong as a bomb shelter.
What's it gonna take to get through?
I guess an atomic bomb will do it.
You trying to be funny?
No, I'm telling you, that armor was designed to withstand a nuclear war. We can't get through to the president. The decision is on us.
You can't be serious.
There's no way I'm gonna wipe out the human race!
This is the president's call.
There's no time for that. We need a decision now.
Huey, call NORAD. We have to tell them the nukes aren't real.
I'll give it a shot.
Forget the order of succession. If we're all going to hell, let's take those bastards with us.
We have 12 minutes to impact, sir.
May God have mercy on our souls.
Jesus. Coldman guessed wrong. They're gonna go through with it!
The platform sustained a lot of external damage. All we need is some pressure.
Pressure?
Sink it in the lake. With that much water pressure, even the tiniest crack should be enough to flood the innards. The AI pod is a mass of highly sensitive electronics. Short the contacts and the signal will stop.
How much does that thing weigh?
500 tons.
It's hopeless. We can't move that thing.
Get NORAD on the phone.
Incoming MIRV warheads have separated.
Estimated time to impact now, 11 minutes.
Sir, we've got a call.
The President?
No, sir.
Then who?
He,
Spit it out!
He claims to be Big Boss. Big Boss? Patch him through.
Mr. Chairman, I'll get straight to the point. Cancel the retaliatory strike now.
What?
The radar blips you're seeing are all fakes. No one's launched any nukes.
How do you know?
The launch data is fake, part of an experiment that leaked. You weren't supposed to receive it. Your radar is showing missiles that don't exist.
If you're lying, then we've got 10 minutes till we're toast. We have to retaliate or more Americans die.
The experiment was planned and executed by the CIA station chief in Central America.
Then put him on!
He's dead. I can give you his name, though.
We need more than the authentication code you gave the switchboard. We need proof you're actually Big Boss. Do you have any?
All right. If you know the name Big Boss, then maybe you were there at the ceremony when I received the title from President Johnson.
Indeed I was.
We don't have time for this bullshit!
Hold it! Let's hear him out. You were saying?
At the ceremony, the DCI tried to shake my hand. I refused. What happened in that room is classified, top secret. Only a handful of people would know.
He's making it up! Don't listen to him!
Wait! Why did you refuse to shake his hand?
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged.
Everybody, listen to me. Those Soviet missiles are fakes.
What? You're actually going to believe him?
He's right. This is some sort of commie trick.
No, it's the real Big Boss. Trust me.
How can you know for sure?
Because I was the Army Chief of Staff back then, and I was standing right next to the DCI when it happened. I saw everything. You saved us all, Big Boss. We'll stand down the alert.
Thank you.
When we meet again, I hope you'll shake my hand. What are you doing?
Sorry, Chairman, but we are not standing down.
Damn it.
Those worthless sacks of...
Wait.
Jack. Jack. Oh, it's opening. She's calling to you.
Destroy the mammal pod and the data will stop flowing.
Please, stop her.
I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today. I didn't raise you and shape you into the man you are today, just so we could face each other in battle. A soldier's skills are meant to be used to hurt friends. So then, what is an enemy? Is there such thing as an absolute timeless enemy? There is no such thing, and never has been. And the reason is that our enemies are human beings like us. They can only be our enemies in relative terms. The world must be made whole again. The philosophers must be reunited. I will devote my skills to that purpose. And with the Colonel's money, I will achieve that end. Just as I once created the Cobras. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family. Kill me. Kill me now. Do it. Is my life. I raised you. I loved you. I've given you weapons, taught you techniques, endowed you with knowledge. There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life. By your own hand. One must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. It is our destiny. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. And the one who inherits the title of boss will face an existence of endless battle. Equip Round 5. Basic dog. Commence the operation. Kill me now. Do it. All that's left is my life. Shall you walk on the remaining plane just me? For a long time. There is no one that chases the red-eyed hound. Your growth is my family. I may no longer shall we walk through the remaining plane of speed? A family. Commence the operation. High is 10 minutes of our lives. Mountain speed. All that's left for me to take is my life. I gave up and my child. Garnish was the core of the flesh. There is nothing missing in life. Sesame Kataki. Tada. Hirano. Ichimito. Nino. Yamashita. Sesame. Kofuda. Tokimanai. Yakunguchi. A family. Commence the operation. High is the greatest happiness of our lives. All that is my life. I hear it's amazing, but the thing is proposed to burn in fractal space with the tuning fork to the raw paint on her curie rock. I need scissors. 61. Your growth, they are my family. The lonely fox chases the one-eyed hat. A family. Operation. Shall we walk through the rainy plain of space? All that's left for me. High is a mountain's triumph. For a long time. There is nothing left inside me now, waiting for your birth, your growth. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear it. A family. Commence the operation. 10 minutes of our lives listening to me. You're a soldier. All that's left for me to take is my life. I gave up and my child. For a long time. There is nothing left inside me now, waiting for your birth, your growth. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear child. Family. Commence the operation. Let's make this the greatest 10 minutes of our lives. Listening to me. All is my life.
Valid data regions. 0.
Exit all done.
It stopped.
The data uplink's bypassing the mammal pod. Put down the gun! Come to your senses, man! The fate of the world, the fate of the Earth is at stake here!
Why? I don't understand. Answer me! Tell me why! Answer me!
6 minutes remaining.
Wait. Authority rests with me now. I'm ordering a retaliation!
No! Don't! It's the end of us all!
Who gives a damn? I'm not gonna sit here and die like a dog!
If the Russians are gonna kill my family, destroy my country, I'm taking them with me!
You see now, Chairman. Deterrence is just a fool's dream! Why? Why won't it stop?
Sometimes the body continues to live even after the brain is damaged. The boss AI isn't doing this. I think it's something rather more primitive.
Reptile has taken up Mammal's dying wish.
No. Stop it. Don't just sit there. Stop it!
There we go. Peace Walker round 3. Shoot the shit out of it even more. Keep killing it. Keep shooting it until it goes away. Sorry that fight took so long. It always takes a long time, but it shouldn't have taken that long. I forgot to prepare properly, and I brought in 3 launchers instead of bringing in an M60, and yeah, it would have been a good bit shorter if I remembered. I wasn't sure if I was going to have enough ammo in the end either to make it. I was wasting too much ammo shooting other parts of the body as well. Alright, let's do it. Oh my god, my back!
Snake, you have to stop that data from being sent.
No, we still have a fair bit to go with Peace Walker.
Snake, you have to stop that data from being sent. Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake! Oh God, we're all doomed! Is there nothing we can do? Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake! Scared, Amanda. This will mean the end of the world! Oh God, we're all doomed! Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake! Scared, Amanda.
I love the oil that pours out of it here. It looks like blood.
The requested supporting fire. Stay clear. They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. We can't fire anything that
That voice. What?
What's going on?
That song.
Boss, is that you?
How in the...
A ghost in machine? She's drowning herself to stop the transmission.
Look!
It's functional compensation. When the human brain is damaged, sometimes it recovers over time. Other parts of the brain take over the functions of the damaged parts. Mammal and reptile were patterned after different parts of the human brain. When those parts were assembled together into one, they must have become capable of functional compensation.
Her memories remained with her. Is this her answer? The song.
It's clearly not thinking rationally. It's not using its head. It's using its heart.
This is the fate she chose for herself.
The boss's innocence has been proven. Do you hear it, Snake? Do you hear the boss's song?
You saw it, didn't you? When you went to space, that there's beauty outside of battle. At last, I understand. In the end, it was you who put down your gun and chose instead to sing. They can all hear you. I know they can. And your will shall surely live on. That's what you wanted. So much that you gave up everything you had. But you couldn't achieve it. Isn't that right? And still, all you can do is sing. There's no peace to be found anywhere. And so, we can only keep on hoping. Hoping for the illusion we call peace.
Clap your hands, everyone.
Just sing a song.
I love that trumpet. The illusion of peace. Now back to reality. The sad military music returns. The children leave the classroom.
Petals of white cover fields flowing in grieving tears, and all the hearts once new, owned and shattered now. Love can kill, love will die. Give me wings to fly, fleeing this world so cold. I just wonder why. Cold as a dart, now my words are frosted with every breath. Still the hate burns wild, growing inside this heart. When the wind changes course, when the stars align, I will reach out to you and leave this all behind. When heavens divide. When heavens divide, I will see the choices within my hands. How can we ever protect and fight with our tiny souls? Let me shine like the sun through the doubts and fear. Do you feel the storm approach as the end draws near? When heavens divide, time will come to softly lay
Snake, you still here? Come on. Let's go back.
I'm not going back.
Huh?
I'm done.
Snake, you don't mean...
I'm done looking for the truth.
What are you saying, Snake?
I was wrong.
Come on, boss. Everybody's waiting for you.
She betrayed me, Kaz.
She what?
In the end, she put down her gun. And when she did, she rejected her entire life up to that point. Including me.
What do you mean?
In giving up her life, she abandoned everything she was as a soldier.
And you consider that betrayal?
I won't make the same choice as her. My future is going to be different.
Then?
Yeah, that's right. From now on, call me Big Boss.
There we go, man. But it's not over yet. If you're new to Peace Walker, that's only the first ending. We still have another ending. We still have another ending. I always really liked the first part of the credits. The first song that plays. You don't get that song with the second ending. The second ending just goes straight into a repeat of Heaven's Divide. But with that first ending, you get two different tracks. And the first one really just carries that, like, you know, almost a childish feeling of peace and happiness. But then then the static comes in and it starts to fade out and the sad military music comes in. I think it's a really good way to reflect the idea of the illusion of peace, you know, the previous, what we just saw in the ending, you know, like this happiness, but there seems to be something not quite right, that there's something under the surface of it. It's kind of like you're seeing the illusion in the first part of the credits and then the reality. That's what I take from it anyway.
Got a sec, Snake?
What's up?
It's about Paz. You know she doesn't have any family. She got a scholarship thanks to Zadornov and was living at the dorms, but he was KGB. All signs are her scholarship came from the KGB too. Even if they let him go, she's not going to be seeing any more money.
It wouldn't have been much anyway.
So, I was wondering, what about letting her stay here for a while?
What does she think?
She says she wants to help out. It would only be temporary. She's still in shock. Right now, no one understands her better than we do.
Okay. But Kaz, don't take your eyes off her.
What do you mean?
It won't be easy getting used to this kind of life.
I know, Snake. I'm not trying to turn her into one of us. You should talk to her yourself later.
Okay.
And, Dr. Strangelove wants to come too.
Strangelove?
Well, she's out of a job now, and she'd have a problem returning to England. You can talk to her about it. Anyway, you don't need me to tell you how good she'd be for R&D.
Okay, let's go back to Mother Base. Paz, Strangelove. No Rising. It's just a Kojima-thon. So, no Rising. We're thinking for our next couple of marathons, we might do some of the other spin-offs and some other games. Maybe a bit of Snatcher or Policenauts. But yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how. I'm not sure how long we want to go for yet with future marathons, but yeah, our next couple of marathons are probably going to be a bit longer. Maybe 7-8 days, maybe 9-day, 10-day marathons. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I would like to do the acid games. I really need to get better at the acid games, though, so I can know for sure how long a playthrough is going to take. Because, you know, we need to be somewhat organized for these marathons, given that we're playing in shifts, and yeah. I really like the acid games, yeah. They're cool. Just between you and me, I'm the guy who keeps MSF together. Do I want acid saves with all the cards? I'd rather not. I think I'd rather play through the games again and legitimately get all the cards. I mean, I guess I could do both. I could get a completed file and use that for a marathon if I don't have time to do full playthroughs before a marathon where I want to do the where we want to play the acid games. I'll think about that. Do we want a third streamer? I don't think so. No, I think we're happy the way we are. All right, man. There we go. That's the first ending down. But there's quite a bit to go through. Now, a lot of tapes. We're going to have to create Metal Gear Zeke. All that stuff. Go looking for Zadornov. We probably won't do all of the stuff that you can do here. Like, I don't think we'll do all of the Zadornov missions. Maybe not even all the tapes. Because they can be a little bit overbearing. But yeah, there we go. Ending number 1 completed. Snake sees the boss AI give itself up, and then reflects on what happened with the boss. That she put her gun down and was willing to give up her life, but now he sees that as a betrayal. And now he fully embraces the title that was given to him. Big Boss. Wow. Wow. We're gonna have to do some pupa fights to get some parts for Zeke, and I think to also get some tapes.
Careful.
We'll have to do a little bit of grinding. Oh, we didn't play these ones either, huh? Bam, bam, bam. Would you ever join the speedrun community? Well, we don't really speedrun, so probably not. Probably not. We're not speedrunners.
That's an AI weapon. The pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
Engaging track unit.
Aim for the cylindrical AI pod.
I have absolutely nothing against the speedrun community.
Shoot them, not me! Take those lightning rods out! They direct its electroshock attack! Pull the hatch and climb into the AI pod! You should be able to get in the AI pod!
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them. You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. No good! That one's broken!
And now we just have to wait. I really wish there was a way to just fast forward here once you got all the boards, but no, we have to wait.
That was... There's no need for it.
Snake, the doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
There we go. We got some parts. Walk unit, power unit, leg parts, head parts.
Snake, we fitted Zeke with its own AI pod. We were having trouble adjusting the AI, but Dr. Strangelove was able to get it up and running.
Strangelove?
Why the surprise, Snake?
Whoa, we're an army without borders. We need a deterrent against foreign intervention. That's what Zeke is for. It may even prove necessary to...
I'm not against deterrence itself. The problem is when a nation comes to rely on it. All that does is force a burden on its people. The same people that constitute the nation itself. The existence of nations is detrimental to man. That's why I, one without a nation, see potential in MSF. But power is required for you to distance yourself from nations. I will do whatever I can to assist with that.
Glad to hear it.
And I merely lent Huey a helping hand. I will not give Zeke an AI like hers.
I wouldn't expect you to.
Metal Gear AI is now available for reference. Let's take a look. Would you like to view the Metal Gear Zeke development tutorial? Fuck it, let's take a look. In Metal Gear, you can develop Metal Gear Zeke, a bipedal tank. Once Metal Gear Zeke is complete, you can deploy this powerful new weapon on Outer Ops and other missions. Development of Metal Gear Zeke is dependent on parts collected from all the AI weapons you encounter. The parts you can obtain include armaments such as jetpacks and additional armor. These parts vary by AI. This concludes the tutorial. Yeah, 3 out of 5. Still need more parts for the heads. We're getting there. Then we have optional parts. Yeah. You don't need to equip all the optional parts, but you do need it to have a railgun. In order to unlock the final ending, I mean. Let's do some tapes with Strangelove.
Commence.
AI stands for artificial intelligence. It refers to a man-made machine possessing an intellect on par with that of a human being.
Is that even possible?
Possible. You've seen it with your own eyes. What the AI weapons are capable of. How Peace Walker carried out the boss's will in the end. No mere machine could ever choose to sacrifice itself like that.
I just can't see how a bunch of circuits and switches could have a will of its own.
It's called the ghost in the machine, Snake. And it exists.
What did you mean by the ghost in the machine?
Oh, that. It's a term coined by the philosopher Gilbert Ryle. You've heard of Descartes, yes?
I think, therefore I am.
That is the one. Descartes espoused the dualistic theory of mind and body. He believed that our thinking minds exist in a separate dimension from our bodies, which are governed by the laws of physics. But if that were true, then couldn't you say that a mechanical body, inhabited by a ghost mind, is a human being? Ryle criticized Descartes on those grounds, saying such a thing surely wouldn't be human.
Why'd you bring it up?
I wasn't thinking of Ryle in particular when I said it. I simply thought that if a person is composed of a machine and a ghost, perhaps the opposite is true as well. Perhaps, by placing a ghost inside a machine, we could, in effect, give birth to a new person.
And that was your idea for the boss AI?
The moment you ripped the memory board out, the mammal pod ceased to function. It should have been dead. And yet, Peace Walker righted itself, singing a song of peace. I couldn't help but feel that her soul had come to inhabit Peace Walker.
Let's say, hypothetically, there really was an intelligent machine. How would you prove it? What's the difference between a high-level computer and an AI?
It depends on what you choose to define as intelligence. For example, Snake, listen to my voice talking to you now. Suppose it were an AI.
Say what?
What if the living, breathing me sitting here drinking tea and talking to you were actually an AI, programmed to simulate my thoughts and my voice?
You're nuts.
No, I'm not. You couldn't prove I was a real human being, could you?
It'd be... No.
So if an AI is so advanced you can't tell it from the real thing, wouldn't you call that intelligence?
I'm not quite convinced.
But that's only one way to look at it. It's roughly how Dr. Turing explained artificial intelligence. The test I described is called the Turing test, in his honor.
Yeah, well, sounds like a bad joke to me. That singing monster of yours put me through hell. If I never meet one again, it'll be too soon.
Shame. And I was about to let an AI take my place in our conversation.
Don't even think about it.
Dr. Alan Turing is known as the father of computer science. It was he who formulated the basic theory of AI. During the war, he worked for GC and CS.
The government's cryptology school. The one that broke Enigma.
The very same. Without him, they might never have been able to decipher the Germans' code. But then, they arrested him.
Why? Weren't his some of the greatest contributions to winning the war?
Homosexuality was a crime in Britain back then, and he was gay. I know exactly how crushed he was. I feel it's my duty to further his AI research.
Like the Imitation Game, huh?
Huh. You know it then. The clue that inspired the Turing test came from a trifling little party game. You exchange written notes with another person behind a screen and try to guess their gender, whether they're a woman or a man, pretending to be a woman. It's surprisingly difficult to tell the difference. Man or woman, human or machine. What do the differences even mean? Dr. Turing was fascinated by the differences between men and women. Perhaps that's what led him to formulate his test.
What if you hadn't used the boss as the model for the AI?
What do you mean?
If the end goal is MAD, it seems like there are more suitable models out there. A military chief of staff, or a nuclear technician, even the president.
Patriotism, leadership, good judgment. Each of those qualities is essential when deciding whether to launch a nuke. And she had them all.
Wouldn't the president, too?
It's not enough. She had the will for it.
Will?
Let me explain, Snake. Peace Walker is a standalone weapon. It has to decide on its own whether or not to launch a nuke. It can't turn to anyone else for advice. It can't do its job if it's not prepared to take sole responsibility for the fate of the world. I know of no other human being who could bear that burden.
That's it?
There were technical considerations, of course. To begin with, the female brain is a more appropriate model for an AI.
Oh, wait, the female brain? What do you mean by that, modeling your AI after the female brain?
Snake, what is the human mind capable of that a computer is not?
Being lazy?
Interesting response. And not incorrect. But the answer I was looking for was empathy.
Empathy?
The ability to feel for others, to be more precise. Love for a child. Pity for the weak. Grief for the dead. All of these are particularly well developed in the female brain.
That's stretching it a little.
On the contrary, it's perfectly reasonable. The male brain, on the other hand, may be well suited for systematic thinking, but it's less able to empathize. In that sense, it's closer to a computer. So if your objective is to make the AI think more like a human...
You need to teach it how to empathize like a woman.
The novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, deals with this very problem. In the book, an empathy test is used to distinguish between machines and human beings. As machines become more and more advanced, our society will gradually become more and more systematic. Our cities will teem with robot-like people, unable to feel for others. We cannot allow that to happen. Computers must learn to empathize. The same goes for humans, only more so.
Well, what about yourself? You make these claims, and yet I've never seen you empathize with a real person.
It's true. Until now, I was a prisoner of death. It was my intention to die upon the completion of Mammal's development. She was my one reason to live.
But you changed your mind.
I did. Because she taught me the dignity of living. My eyes are open now. I want to go on living and seeing real people.
Huh. I see. Is it really necessary to make machines think like humans? I think empathy would get in the way of making the decision to retaliate.
I admit, human thought may not be fully compatible with level-headed decision-making. Then again, is there such a thing as non-human thought? The moment computers became so advanced that they could calculate faster than human beings, a new dream was born.
Dream?
If we can create a machine that can do advanced mathematics, why can't we create one that can think like a human? The 19th century author, Auguste Villiers L'Isle-Adam, wrote a book called Tomorrow's Eve, in which the protagonist fashions an artificial woman to serve as his ideal lover. I believe the idea of creating an intelligent being with our own hands is one of mankind's oldest dreams.
So AI is a product of people's dreams, then?
Not only AI, civilization itself is the process by which mankind gives form to its dreams. But not all dreams are pleasant. Some have expressed fears about non-human intelligence.
Yeah, they want the benefits with none of the risks.
Some fear that intelligent robots might rise up and rebel against their human masters, as portrayed by the Czech writer Karel Čapek in his Rossum's Universal Robots, or in the 1970 film Colossus, the Forbin Project, where intelligent supercomputers in the US and the Soviet Union join forces and plot to subjugate humanity. Isaac Asimov offered a specific solution to these fears with his 3 laws of robotics, which demonstrated that while robot intelligence is different from that of humans, the two can coexist. In order to endow computers with intelligence, we must first have a thorough understanding of what intelligence is, and that is where the need for a practical and feasible expert system arises.
So what's an expert system?
The AI housed within Peace Walker began development as such a system. An expert system is a type of proxy program by which a computer makes decisions as an expert would. The program, Mycin, for example, is a system that decides which kind of antibiotics to prescribe. The system asks the patient a series of questions to narrow down the range of appropriate drugs.
So you program Peace Walker to prescribe live nuclear warheads instead of penicillin.
What I realized, however, was that a simple expert system wasn't up to the task.
You need more than expertise to launch a nuke.
Indeed, expertise is a necessary prerequisite, but insufficient on its own. Deciding to launch a retaliatory strike requires consideration of a wider range of factors. In such a scenario, the entire global situation becomes the criterion for making a decision.
Makes sense. You screw up the prescription and the whole world goes into anaphylactic shock.
A weak AI that only has a limited range of knowledge upon which to base its decisions won't cut it. Therefore, I had the AI study the boss's thought patterns, thus creating a true expert system. A strong AI.
You couldn't leave the world in the hands of something with anything less than absolute worldview.
I could have built a simple expert system in no time at all. Say, how would you like a system that decides which guns you should equip according to the mission's parameters?
I'll pass. I'm not gonna leave my life up to somebody else's judgment. Especially not a machine.
The MGS4 tie-in here. The irony. It's the, the Patriots AI that keeps them alive in MGS4. Once the system is destroyed, then he comes back.
With current technology, AI are inevitably enormous in size. But as circuit integration continues to advance, they will become even smaller. As small as human brains, and perhaps smaller than that. And in the meantime, robotics will continue to advance as well, to the point where we can create androids, robots that resemble humans. And then...
And then what?
Well, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Don't tell me you're thinking of making an android imitation of the boss.
Surely the thought has crossed your mind as well. Of one day being reunited with her?
Enough! I don't want any part of it.
I see. I didn't mean to offend you. In reality, AI is more likely to evolve in the opposite direction anyway.
The opposite direction? What does that mean?
More and more, AI are becoming systems that specialize in mass information processing, without human intelligence, thought, or emotion. A machine that has no individualism or sense of self, but rather behaves as a collective, exhibiting the qualities of a society.
Like a beehive?
Yes, it aggregates data collected by individuals and determines how the collective will act, just as honeybees travel between the hive and flowers. The key to achieving that will be networking AI together.
I don't know how to say this, but that kind of gives me the creeps.
But if your goal is to control society, it's the better model to use. It lets you filter data, disseminate only what you want disseminated. Of course, I myself have no interest in an AI without a shred of life to it.
It's an interesting one. You see the beehive concept brought back in other parts of the tapes as well. Let's see if I can find them. I think with Miller. We might not be able to get them right now, actually. Yeah, here we go.
The new plant is a hex type. That gives it more surface area than previous types, and also makes it easier to plan expansions. We're gonna make this place huge.
Hex, huh? Like a beehive.
Nothing wrong with that. They say the honeycomb design is one of the strongest. I hear they're even thinking of using it in tank armor.
Good enough for me. I'll see about finding us some worker bees.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, boss.
Interesting.
By the way, Kaz, who do you think's our queen bee?
Good question. I was thinking maybe Paz.
I was thinking Strangelove.
Well, I can see that. Or maybe Cecile.
On second thought, I might go with Amanda.
How about this, Snake? We'll have an army of queen bees.
Sure. Why not? Earlier, you called the mammal pod a butterfly. Not a pupa or a cocoon, but an imago.
Yes, the AI that came before the mammal pod were works in progress.
Works in progress.
They were enough to keep the frame running, but not enough to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. They weren't quite complete. They were pupae. Only when I added the boss's data did the AI take on its true form, becoming a butterfly and taking flight.
And that's why the nose art on Peace Walker was a butterfly.
I gave the mammal AI the code name BS Imago. BS is short for boss.
Huey called that gigantic unmanned chopper a chrysalis. Is that another one of your AI code names?
Yes, you're referring to the TJ Chrysalis 6000. There's also the GW Pupa 5000, the TR Cocoon 7000.
I get it. A hovercraft type and a treaded type. And those letters on the front. TJ, GW, or whatever. Those are initials?
Correct. The initials of the American presidents whose faces are carved into Mount Rushmore.
Then you're missing one.
I assigned that one to the reptile pod. AL Aurelia 8000.
Aurelia. Another word for chrysalis. A pupa just before it emerges.
All of the initials, except for BS, were of Coldman's choosing. I chose mine from the storied ranks of British royalty. MS, AV, EW.
What do those stand for?
You can't guess. Why, Mary Stuart, Alexandrina Victoria, and Elizabeth Windsor.
All queens. Of course.
Alright, a lot of these tapes now are starting to relate to ideas that you see much later in the timeline. Lots of MGS2 tie-ins, MGS4 tie-ins, the AI code names, the discussion of the structure of AIs, how they're better suited for information processing and exhibiting the qualities of a society. Something I meant to say as well with regards to that tape where she's talking about the opposite direction in AI evolution. You know, where they're comparing it to a society and a beehive. And then we saw that other tape with Miller where they're talking about the hex type of the shell that they're on of the plant, and comparing that to a beehive, the honeycomb design, the hex design. There's an interesting detail in MGS4, you know, just seeing the parallels here between the AI and the plant and that hex design. In MGS4, there's a scene where Ocelot is describing the AI, and it's one of those scenes where you see Shinkawa artwork, and you know, when the game goes into slideshow mode and you're just seeing visuals of the AI and various artwork. They show some artwork of the AI, and inside the center of the AI, you can see that the structure is that hexagon type. You know, there's the image of a hexagon right in the center of the AI. So it's kind of a nice tie-in that we see here. We kind of get to we get to see why they use that hexagon design, I guess, or we kind of get an expansion on that whole hexagon motif and why it was being used. Remember the corridor scene, the microwave corridor scene in MGS4 too, which protects the AI. That corridor is also shaped like a hexagon, so maybe for similar reasons relating to the AI. You know, the doors and the structure of the hallway is a hex type. Let's keep going here. 2001, A Space Odyssey. How could we forget? Yeah, like you see hexagons throughout the series. Obviously, Arsenal Gear in MGS2. But you rarely have, we never really saw characters talk about the hexagon designs in the previous games. But in Peace Walker and these few tapes, we actually get to hear them talk about it. And the comparisons to beehives and the honeycomb design and everything. It's kind of interesting. Hexagons tie infinitely, so it's like a symbol of total control. Yeah. They're known for their strength. Drink enough? I really should go and get a drink. It's warm in this room, man.
Are you familiar with the film 2001: A Space Odyssey?
I've heard of it, but...
Of course not. I didn't expect you to be cultured enough to appreciate such things.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway...
2001 features an AI called HAL, a highly advanced system that controls an exploration spacecraft. It can converse with people, and even play chess.
Huh. Now, where have I heard that before?
The way HAL was portrayed was truly superb.
How so?
HAL is given secret orders that not even the ship's captain knows about. Naturally, he's not allowed to divulge them to the crew. The stress of it causes HAL to crack.
Crack?
Go crazy. Though there are those who interpret it differently. One by one, HAL kills off the crew until the captain finally shuts it down. The film offers amazing insights into AI, their growth, their utility, their faults, and their fear of death.
Well, you must have found it useful in your research then.
Must you always be so utilitarian? It doesn't matter whether or not it's useful. What matters is that it inspired me.
Then it was useful.
Never mind. The portrayal of HAL wasn't the only wonderful thing about the film. It was full of hints about the future of human evolution. Truly, A film for the ages.
I love some of the banter between Strangelove and Snake.
Strangelove, when did you and the boss first meet?
Did she ever tell you about what she saw in space?
Yeah.
I saw the same thing along with her. The Soviets beat America into space with Sputnik, and so America rushed to be first in manned spaceflight. NASA used her as their top secret guinea pig, launching her deep into the cold blackness of space. I took part in the project as a scientist.
You were there with her?
Yes. For a brief time. We were one and the same, she and I. We sought each other out, completed each other. Did you know that inside every woman there's a universe? And that we are able to sense this in each other? We connected because of our empathetic female brains. As time went on, I began to have doubts about offering such a noble soul as sacrifice. Why did she have to... The flight test was a narrow success, and she miraculously made it back alive. But her mind and body were horribly mangled, and there was nothing I could do for her. We were no longer one and the same. She went away, and I, having nothing else to live for, immersed myself in AI research, hoping that no one would ever have to make her sacrifice again.
I never knew.
It's not really worth knowing. We were ships passing in the night, that's all. Perhaps someday I'll tell you the long version, if you're interested.
That was quite a warm welcome you gave me at the base in Costa Rica.
Sorry about that. But I simply had to know.
The boss's final act.
Yes, by inputting her thoughts and actions into the AI, I was imbuing it with her mind. The only thing I couldn't understand was her final act.
Operation Snake Eater.
Official history says she betrayed her homeland and defected to the enemy and was killed by you. But it didn't make sense. The boss would be the last person on Earth to betray her country. It was logically inconsistent.
It was, wasn't it?
That internal inconsistency prevented the AI from activating properly. Just as Hal malfunctioned in the film, I understood the reasoning, but I had to have proof. Proof of her final act, her true intentions, one way or another.
So you tried to squeeze it out of me, huh?
As a matter of fact, I did. Your silence was the very answer I was looking for.
That white horse the boss rode.
The Andalusian, yes.
How'd it get to Costa Rica?
I went looking for it. It was her final witness. Even if it couldn't speak, I found it and brought it here.
Where? I thought for sure it'd be blown to ashes by those MiGs.
I searched the ends of the earth for that horse, and found it at last in a horse market in Britain.
Britain? Are you saying it came all the way over the Ural Mountains, through Europe, and across the English Channel?
Who knows, really? Perhaps someone took it there.
Wait, the thought never occurred to you that it might be a different Andalusian that only looks the same?
I can't prove it. Or rather, I couldn't.
What do you mean?
You should know best of all. That horse wouldn't let anyone ride it. And believe me, I nearly killed myself trying. The only one it allowed on its back was you. That was the proof. Though I hate to admit it.
And to think, I ran it to its death.
But in that last run, it regained the glory of its youth, using the last of its strength to pursue its former master. Any horse would wish for such a fine end.
What do you make of Peace Walker's final act?
I recreated her thought patterns exactly. It was exactly what she would have done. The world's most empathetic mind weighed the past, the future, and the entire world, and decided not to retaliate. Merely knowing that is enough for me.
So, what you're saying is, We don't need deterrence to have peace?
I didn't say that. What's important is that we wish for peace. MSF needs a way to protect itself from the might of nations. Survival requires pragmatic thought and action. But you must still retain your ideals. If the gap between reality and those ideals ever leads you to lose them, I doubt MSF will survive.
Strangelove. Is that a code name?
No, just a nickname. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. From Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. It's a film that came out in 1964. A dark comedy about the absurdity of nuclear deterrence.
You were in a movie?
No, stupid. I got my nickname because of that movie.
Why? Because you look like the doctor in the movie?
No, that Dr. Strangelove was a man.
So?
Back when I was at ARPA, I kept a photo of the boss on my desk. I was totally engrossed in my research and showed no interest in the opposite sex. Plus, I had a photo of a woman on my desk. The fools around me turned it into a cruel taunt, calling me Strangelove. Even for a bunch of shut-ins who never went out to the cinema, that title seemed to ring true with them. Anyhow, in their eyes, homosexuality was something strange. They were incapable of seeing things outside the lens of their own standards. Being strange means you have your own unique point of view. I rather considered it an honor.
So, you were with ARPA before you came here, huh?
Yes, back then it was really the only place I could make a living from my AI research.
And before that?
I started out at NASA. That's where I met her.
When Boss went into space?
Yes. It was that incident that turned me away from aerospace engineering. Space is entirely too hazardous a place for human beings. That was why I felt an immediate need to develop AI. As it turned out, rockets later became much safer, and mankind reached the surface of the moon. In any event, it was a hollow Cold War victory. When you get down to it, a nuclear missile is just a rocket with a nuclear warhead strapped to it. Thus, taking the initiative in the space race was tantamount to a military show of force.
But the budgetary strain was too big for Washington or Moscow to handle.
Yes, and then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War, and then came détente. Having leapt ahead of the Soviet Union with its moon landing, America shut down the Apollo program in '72. It was around then that ARPA was downsized and renamed DARPA, the D standing for Defense. With few prospects for continuing my AI research, Coldman's invitation was a godsend. It was also a chance to have them collect data on her.
The end result being this mess.
But we did learn something valuable from her. The nobility of peace.
Why'd you agree to come here? To Mother Base?
You intrigued me.
Me? Hold on. You're not planning on modeling your next AI after me?
Not a bad idea, but I have no intention of ever again attempting to transplant human thought into machines.
Oh, that's a relief.
You are the man who inherited the boss's will. You're gathering people around you, even now, shaping them, building a new organization. I'd like to see how it turns out.
You're not planning to go back to AI research?
I never said such a thing. Of course my work will continue.
Here?
In my eyes, the growth of MSF as an organization is analogous to the development of the nervous system. The way you become intertwined, stimulate each other, branch out in new directions, it's really quite inspirational.
Interesting way to put it.
Of course, I intend to repay you for your hospitality. The fruits of my research will be at your disposal. Why not assign me to the R&D team? I promise you won't be disappointed.
You know, that ID card I got from Huey wouldn't let me into the lab.
Of course not. I deactivated it.
Why?
As though I'd let him into my lab.
Oh, you don't seem to care for him much, even though you two are in the same field.
Oh, please. For starters, I can't stand that wishy-washy attitude of his. If he's got something to say to me, he should be a man and come say it in person, not write some furtive letter.
But if his card doesn't work, how's he supposed to...
And another thing, the way he always demeans himself. Every other sentence begins with, I could be wrong, but... Why can't he just do what he does and be confident about it?
Well, there was the thing about his dissertation being plagiarized.
The real problem is he doesn't have a whit of independence in him. In Costa Rica, and even back at NASA, he was always following people around, asking if there was some way he could help. Why doesn't he stop his whining, take a stand, and face up to me?
I think I know how he feels.
And to top it all off, he seems to enjoy referring to himself by that nickname I gave him. I simply don't get it. How can he be so submissive?
So, Huey was a nickname you gave him.
That's right. I took it from the name of a drone in the science fiction film Silent Running.
Drone?
It's a type of worker robot. The way he follows people, just waiting for them to boss him around, is so similar. I couldn't help myself. Oh, it's an American film directed by Douglas Trumbull, the man who did the special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Imagine that. A scientist who likes science fiction.
And that's not all.
There's more.
He's a man.
Hang on. I seem to remember you saying he should be more of a man.
Yes. Well, he is an awfully good scientist. Without his reptile pod, my mammal pod wouldn't function, just as the cerebrum can't exist without the cerebellum and the brainstem. He did a fine job of designing it. I'll give him that.
Huh. That sounded suspiciously like praise.
It's merely an objective observation. I like people who possess the will to move forward. I have no time for those who refuse to take control of their lives. Until he does, my opinion remains the same.
They were meant for each other, I think, after listening to that tape. It's a good one, just the irony of Strangelove. What she accuses Huey of, she is also very guilty of herself. What if Huey also, you know, she talks about the nickname that was given to her as a way to mock her. But she said, you know, I rather thought of it as an honor. Being strange means having your own point of view. You know, and so on and so forth. What if Huey did the same thing, you know? She gave him that nickname as a way to mock him. Maybe Huey came up with his own headcanon to look at it in a good way. What if Huey came up with his own meaning for the nickname, just like she did? I think it's interesting what she says about having no time for people that can't take control of their own lives and move forward and stuff like that. I feel like there's some irony there too, given that she obsesses so much about the past and the boss. You know.
So, you and Cecile seem to be enjoying yourselves back at that lab.
What are you insinuating? I only kept her because I didn't want our secret to be known.
And the personal baths? You could have left her in there alone and locked the door from the outside.
Yes, well, she seemed anxious, so I...
Now, why would she be anxious?
She was beautiful. I was only admiring her beauty.
She was terrified.
I never meant her any harm. She knew that. I know she did.
But she felt like she was in enough danger to run away.
No matter what I did, if Coltman found her, she would have been... You're right. The truth is, I wanted to save her. But not if it meant forestalling the completion of Mammal.
So you made it easy for her to escape?
Do you really think I am that soft? I'll admit security wasn't exactly tight. It wouldn't have been difficult for her to escape from the building.
Seemed like she had a rougher time after she got out.
At any rate, I never did anything to her to deserve any blame. Is that clear?
Okay. I believe you.
Huey's probably mentioned this, but just to be clear, there's a limit to the parts we can produce here at Mother Base. Therefore, I've built Zeke's AI using memory boards you pulled from other AI weapons.
Will that work?
In the human brain, individual functions are spread across multiple regions. The same is true of AI. Multiple parts sharing the same function interlink to strengthen that function. For example, the more sensor memory boards you have, the greater Zeke's search and detect capabilities will be. Install more movement boards, and you'll increase its mobility.
Meaning the AI's capabilities change depending on how much memory we give it?
Exactly. The more boards you install, the more powerful a function will be.
Okay. Some fun tapes. Let me see here. Yeah, we got the first tape of Strangelove's Memories. We should have played this one a bit earlier, but we can still play it.
Enter simulation date. August 24th. Location. Selinoyarsk, USSR. Mission. Support a covert agent whose objective is the rescue of a nuclear weapons scientist. Who is the agent? Your student. Your most beloved. Acknowledged. Define current mission progress. With your help, the agent has successfully made contact with the target. All that's left is to wait for recovery. Now, deduce the best course of action. I take the scientist away from the agent. What for? As a gift when I defect. Why are you defecting? To reform my Special Forces unit with my former comrades in arms. No, I don't want to know your objective. I'm asking for the reason. Why are you betraying your country? I do not defect in order to betray America. Betrayal is merely the outcome of that defection. Response time is always slower here. Perhaps she lacks confidence in her judgment. You're a hero in the West. Why should the Soviets trust you? In addition to the scientist, I provide them with a portable nuclear warhead in order to win the favor of a Russian GRU officer. And then you launched it. Launched? The nuke? Me? That's right. At a target inside Soviet territory. Nuclear weapons make my blood run cold. They blot out the future. How could I? Karma. Is it my karma? The karma my mistake has brought upon us? My... Attention. Discontinue forward reasoning. Cross-check with knowledge base. Affirmative. Cross-check complete. Revising conclusion as follows. I steal the new weapons developed by the scientist, and then launch the nuke at the Weapons Design Bureau. Forward and backward reasoning are in conflict. Attention. Return to forward reasoning. Affirmative. Your apprentice returns for the scientist. I send him away. He doesn't give up. I send my comrades to defeat him. All of them fail. Even the GRU officer who oversaw your defection is defeated by your apprentice, along with a new weapon. Now, what is your course of action? I fight him. Why? With your GRU patron dead, there's no reason for you to fight. Why not just run away? I must fight him. I do not see the reason. With a soldier of your caliber on his side, how could the GRU officer be defeated to begin with? Did you betray him too? I've been waiting for a long time. You could switch allegiance from GRU to KGB and take the remaining nuke as a gift. There's no chance they wouldn't welcome a hero of your stature. Drift away. My place is with them now. I didn't ask you that. Give me the basis for your reasoning. Tell me the truth. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. Why won't you answer me? It's like you were just waiting for him to kill you. I was disloyal. Betrayed my country. I deserve to die. How can you say that? You can't be a traitor. You're not that kind of person. Kill me. Kill me now. Stop it! Stop it! Attention! Discontinue reasoning. One must die, and one must live. Stop it, damn you! Discontinue! Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? Shut down! Always in the same place. Her reasoning goes haywire. Someone holds the key. Perhaps it's him. I'll get it out of him. One way or another.
Yeah, I used to play that tape right before the torture. When we played on completed files. When we did story runs on completed files. So it's a way it leads nicely into the torture sequence. With that final line, I'll get it out of him one way or another. But in the end, she gets nothing. But that's what she wants. That gives her the answer. Alright, let's do another couple of pupa fights rather. Get some more parts for Zeke, get some more tapes, Strangelove memories. Fuck the M60 here, actually. Let's just go for the law. Bam, bam, bam.
That's an AI weapon. The pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
So yeah, lots of grinding, lots of tape during this part of the game. Not everyone's cup of tea, but there's some good stuff. Well, there's not too much grinding, actually. You don't have to do this stuff for very long. Am I getting drowned out by the audio here?
Ah! Shoot them, not me!
Audio's okay? Yeah, the HD collection can be very loud. It's very quiet 1 second, and then you get to a boss fight and it's extremely loud. I can't remember how the balancing is in Peace Walker exactly, but MGS2 can be crazy with the balancing.
Take those lightning rods out. Redirect its electroshock attack. Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod. You should be able to get in the AI pod.
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them. You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
And now we have to wait again. Man, I wish you could skip this.
There's no need for a human.
Yeah, we get Strangelove's Memories Part 2.
Snake.
I think I'm going to order some food. All I've had to eat today is a hot dog and a can of Red Bull. I had a hot dog and a can of Red Bull for breakfast right before I started the stream. And I've been eating shitty microwavable meals for the whole stream so far. So I think I'm going to order something. Get some kind of delivery. Some kind of burger or something.
Snake, we've got a problem. Zadornov's not in his cell.
Uh-oh.
What?
He must have used his prosthetic as a blowtorch to cut through the bars. But we've managed to narrow down his location using a transmitter we planted on him. I'm adding a new mission. Find the KGB agent Zadornov.
Hey, Mr. Man, you having pizza? Yeah, I don't think I'm in the mood for pizza. Let's see how our parts are coming along here. Okay. CMDR Nippon with the 69 months, thank you. Fuck it, let's do the first Zadornov mission.
Snake, Zadornov has escaped custody. Find him.
Stealth.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
1 second. I'm tempted to order a Nando's. God, it's so fucking expensive though. If I want to get a drink with a Nando's meal, it costs me like fucking £23. 2 of those meals, I could get a new video game. Jesus Christ, man. Over £20 for a fucking fast food meal. I mean, Nando's is, it's generally, it's you know, it's better than McDonald's. It's better than KFC, but still, man. Jesus. £2.80 for a bottle of Coke. I can't commit to that just yet.
Freeze.
I haven't seen the price of Domino's. I never got into Domino's. Yeah, I don't know. All the Domino's I had wasn't particularly great. Like, I've had it a few times, but I was never that impressed. But it's probably different in different places.
Wait. Freeze.
Oh damn, I can get alcohol in Nando's, from Nando's, I think. A light and tropical pale ale, £4.95. 330 milliliters. A cool and refreshing pale ale would be good right about now, though, in this heat.
Freeze.
Ah, you son of a bitch.
Who's that?
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Targa with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. No, you can Fulton them straight through the roof in Peace Walker. You don't need to give a shit about the roofs. Payacon with the $5. Get Nando's. Thank you, Payacon. Well, I'll be able to afford the pale ale now. With that $5. Fuck it. I think I'm just going to splash out on the Nando's. It better be good, though. Cheers, Payacon. Okay, I'm going to get a double chicken wrap. With medium spiciness. And some chips or fries. If you want the US translation. Okay. Oh God, let's see how much this amounts to. Oh God. £23. Okay, better be good. Jesus Christ. 23 fucking pounds. Wait, I don't want to be going over there. There are cheaper places nearby, but they're not as good. And like I said, I've been eating shitty microwavable meals for the whole marathon so far, so I kind of, you know, I wouldn't mind spending a little bit more if it means I'll enjoy the food a bit more. Yeah, I should really prepare some decent food for marathons in the future. Like actually cook something decent that I could then reheat. Um, 23 for the whole thing. But I do also like to tip the drivers.
Wait.
Because they don't make much money. I can actually afford to throw them a few pounds now. That wasn't always the case.
Fulton recovered a heli...
I live in London, which is pretty expensive, yeah. I'm not sure how expensive Nando's is in other places.
Freeze.
You do food deliveries, Hardcore Junglist. Yeah, where are you from, Junglist? I'm curious if you,
Guess not.
who you deliver for, if you're in this part of the world.
Freeze.
Here he is.
Start talking. Down. Start talking.
I'll tell you something you'll want to hear.
Start talking. Down.
Your heroism will rise as you acquire more insignias.
Start talking.
Stop it, I can't breathe.
Start talking. Down. Start talking.
Search
Start
every
talking.
inch of
Down.
that area.
This retro sound effect. Isn't this referencing like a game? An old game? Isn't this taken from... Isn't this like some MSX sound effect or something like that? This is a question for bad humans, if ever there was one.
Start talking.
No, I don't think it's Space Invaders or Pac-Man.
Try
I
using
think it's
Fulton
something...
recovery on him.
I think it's something a little bit more obscure, if it is referencing something. I just have this memory in my head of this sound being a reference to something, like something on the MSX, or... I can't remember. Maybe it's nothing. But yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, why... It kind of feels like it's referencing something. Why play that sound there for interrogating Zadornov, you know? Why... Where does that idea come from?
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
It sounds similar to that sound, Black Obsidian. But I don't think it's the exact same. Gradius would make sense.
Mission complete. Great job.
The Konami connection.
So, you found me.
It wasn't hard. What are you up to anyway?
Just going for a stroll.
Kaz, I've got Zadornov returning home.
Acknowledge, Snake. Package for you, boss.
What?
Yeah, looks like a cassette tape. Don't worry, it's clean. No trace of explosives or anything. Return address just says Eva.
Eva?
Someone you know?
An old acquaintance.
Oh, the plot thickens. Tidings from an old flame?
Don't start, Kaz. Anyway, I'll check it out later.
Okay, just don't go running off after this chick. We can't afford for you to be distracted right now.
All right. I'm battle la bum 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 bum. Let's do another pupa battle.
Combat.
I need to keep an eye on my delivery here. Battle bum bum.
That's an AI weapon. The pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
Engaging shock units.
Aim for the cylindrical AI pod.
Engaging shock units. shock units.
Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod! You should be able to get in the AI pod! Ah! Shoot them, not me! Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them.
Hey, my food is almost here. 4 minutes.
You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
I work here. Well, used to, anyway.
Sorry, I should be skipping this scene.
There's no need for a human pilot.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the Strangelove memory tapes while I eat, while I take this food break. Good place to take a food break. These tapes are pretty lengthy.
Snake.
I'm about to leave for Costa Rica, a place completely unfamiliar to me, and on a top-secret mission for the CIA, no less. No guarantees I'll come back alive. Might even get rubbed out by the CIA itself. So I'm leaving behind this record. For her sake. For the boss's honor. Ever since I was a child, I've loved to look up at the night sky. I'd go outside after sunset and drink in the cold air. The moon, Venus, so many stars floating on the edge of infinity. In Manchester, it wasn't very often you saw the night sky in all its star-studded glory, but it was enough to stir a deep longing inside me. Even as others cowered beneath Nazi air raids, I was out there, watching the skies, dreaming of one day reaching the heavens. There were, of course, more practical concerns. My skin was incredibly sensitive. Even the slightest bit of sun would turn it an angry shade of red. Playing outside during the day was completely out of the question. Naturally, I hardly ever had a chance to play with other children my age. But I never felt lonely for it. Their way of thinking was irrational, making them simple, easy to predict. The boys would talk of tanks and aeroplanes and creepy, crawly bugs. The girls of pretty dresses, glass beads, and tea and cakes. Of boys they liked. I never had much to say on such matters. The curious thing is, adults really aren't all that different. They're simple, capricious, especially men. As they get older, their heads fill with thoughts of women and more women. Thankfully, I always did have a head for mathematics. When I was about 10, I'd visited Dr. Turing, who lived nearby. We'd sit and discuss mathematical logic. The lights were always on at his house, even in the dead of night. Theoretically, he'd say, there's no algorithm that a computing machine couldn't reproduce. Dr. Turing wasn't foolish like other men, although I didn't find out why until later, after he died. The time will come, he'd say, when computers will be able to think for themselves. That idea rocked me to my core. My aptitude for mathematics brought me closer to the stars. I breezed through school, then went to America for university. While I was studying at Caltech, NASA was established. I signed up in a heartbeat. I was a pretty good computer engineer at the time, and NASA needed skills like mine. The work was enjoyable. Even though I'd given up on going into space myself, it was a pleasure just being a part of it all. I was assigned to Project Mercury, America's effort to compete with the Soviets in manned spaceflight. 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates for the program, becoming heroes overnight. People called them the Mercury 7. The project made good progress, more or less. We had all the funds and materials we needed. After countless hours of analysis, we even had plans for something on par with Sputnik. We thought it'd only be a matter of time before we caught up with the Russians. They'd sent a dog into orbit and brought it back safely to Earth. But NASA top brass dismissed that success as a fluke. The Americans recovered their re-entry capsules at sea, but the only ocean bordering the Soviet Union is the Arctic, so their re-entry capsules had to make impact on land. A dog was one thing, but human spaceflight would still take some time, or so we thought. At the end of January 1961, we successfully put a chimpanzee named Ham into orbit. He returned to Earth as healthy as ever. NASA was giddy with success. It was then that a new woman showed up for duty. She was a backup pilot and advisor. She was beautiful, with blonde hair, strong mouth, and a steely gaze. But there was something else in those eyes, a twinkle of something warmer, of affection. It was the boss. She took one look at us in our revelry and murmured, "Savor this joy today, because tomorrow you'll have to face the truth." And she was right. The next day, our project schedule was accelerated. We'd received new information that the Soviets were mere months away from putting a man into space. The brass had misjudged the Russians. We couldn't afford to allow the shock of another Sputnik. Somehow, we had to get a man into space before the Russians did. It was an utterly impossible task. We'd only just put our first chimp up. With a human on board, failure was not an option, especially if it were one of the Mercury 7 Golden Boys. And on top of that, the brass wanted to put a window in the spacecraft. The pilot wouldn't be a test animal this time, they said, and when this hero came back alive and well, they wanted him to describe what he'd seen. It was madness. Adding a window to our existing spacecraft would leave it unable to handle the stress, not to mention the problem of shielding the occupant from cosmic rays. But the boss rose to the task, and splendidly. She claimed to be a layman when it came to space, but caught on keenly to new ideas and concepts. She was demanding, of herself and of others. She seemed rather cold-hearted at times, but I was smitten. She was beautiful, yes, but more than that, she was wise. Her mind was thoroughly rational, and yet no matter how I tried, I could never predict her actions. It was easy for me to assume that her judgments were drawn from an enormous base of knowledge. Quite simply, her life experiences were more diverse, more intense than anyone else's. To me, they seemed boundless in their breadth. In her, I saw a reflection of the night sky. Perhaps because I too was a woman, she and I became close. I couldn't go out in the sun, but she lit up my life. Her light was soft, like that of the moon. I was so happy. With her unerring guidance, the project steadily regained its footing. But one issue remained, the pilot's safety. When the day came to choose a pilot, the Mercury 7 just quietly walked out. Who could blame them? It was far too great a risk to take. Even if they'd volunteered, NASA would never have let them go. They were national heroes, basking in the media spotlight. There was no way they'd be sent on such a mission. The conference room was silent. Then, slowly, she raised her hand, almost as if acting out a scene from a movie. I spoke out against her going, submitting a report stating the ray shielding was inadequate. But the brass's response was brusque. She's already been exposed to a nuclear test in Nevada. She's the perfect candidate. It was completely irrational. Repeated exposure to radiation would only increase the danger. But the government was still reeling from the Soviet success with Sputnik. There was no hope of getting a rational response. They were simply too panicked. People can be so obtuse when it comes to things they can't see. I, however, understood all too well. Just as invisible ultraviolet radiation scorched my skin, heavy particle radiation from space would cause irreparable harm to human tissue. In a word, she was expendable. It was during the boss's pre-flight checkup that I noticed something strange on the X-ray of her skull. Part of the right hemisphere of her brain was damaged. It seemed inexplicable, given her keen intelligence and amazing physical prowess, but there it was, and I decided to report it. I hoped that perhaps my discovery of a physical defect would result in the flight being cancelled. But as I went to make my report, she stopped me. Why? I demanded. How can you let yourself be their guinea pig? Ignoring my protests, she took me up to the roof of the lab. The night sky was ablaze with stars. It was there that I learned how she had wounded her head. 1943, Los Alamos. She was serving with the Special Forces when she received new orders. A German spy had infiltrated the Manhattan Project, which aimed to build the world's first atomic bomb. She was to eliminate him. His name was John von Neumann, a mathematician with superhuman computational abilities and the designer of the explosive lens. The Manhattan Project was a top national priority, security accordingly tight. The guards couldn't be allowed to know what was going on. She'd have to slip past them and make the death look like an accident. It should have been an easy enough mission. But just before the operation, she received unexpected news. A new life was growing inside her. She was overcome with joy, and for one brief moment, it clouded her judgment. She accidentally got into a shootout with the guards, and without thinking, protected her belly. She was shot in the head. The bullet only grazed the surface of her brain, but the tissue around the wound was destroyed, leaving her in a coma. She wasn't given much chance of recovery, but 3 months later, she woke up. Within 6, she was able to move around as if nothing had happened. It was functional compensation. The other parts of her brain took over for the part that was lost. It made logical sense, but Such a full recovery was nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps her superhuman willpower made it possible. Or perhaps my body knew it had to survive for the sake of my unborn child. She smiled as she said that. I understand how she must have felt. Some have taken to calling me Ms. Left Lobe, she said, because I'll do anything for the mission. She was tough, yes, but she had feelings too. I knew that better than anyone else. As it turned out, von Neumann wasn't the spy. The assassination order was a deliberate bit of misinformation planted by the Russians. She had been deceived. The Eastern and Western camps were united on one point: opposition to the Nazis. The Allies needed to develop that bomb before Hitler did. But in looking ahead, the Russians found the Manhattan Project's progress a little too quick for their liking. Mass production of a uranium bomb, like the one that was eventually dropped on Hiroshima, would be difficult from a material perspective. But a plutonium bomb, once perfected, could be mass-produced, and eventually even miniaturized. And Moscow did not like the idea of America having that kind of head start. Explosive lens technology was critical to the plutonium design, so the plan was to get rid of its pioneer, von Neumann. And when that plot came to light, the US and the Soviet Union parted ways for good. It was one of the rare cold nights in Florida. She put her arm gently around my shivering shoulders. As I listened to her voice, I was wrapped in her soothing scent. I felt as if I were dreaming. Even in failure, she seemed perfect. Oddly enough, the failed assassination attempt helped preserve America's edge. A true super genius, von Neumann went on to make his mark in numerous fields outside of the Manhattan Project. Economic game theory, stored program computing. Almost all computers today use stored programs, the so-called von Neumann architecture. His death would have set back computing 10 years, and I wouldn't be at NASA doing research. I wouldn't have been there in her arms that night. I thanked the fates for giving me that chance. But then she said something unexpected. I should have killed von Neumann when I had the chance. Why, I asked. Wasn't the order a Soviet plot? I looked up at her as she began to explain. Yes, von Neumann was innocent, and killing the innocent is a grave crime. But I can't help but wonder, had I succeeded, what would the world be like now? Even without von Neumann, the explosive lens would have eventually been developed. Von Neumann architecture, too. But she seemed to believe that if progress had been put off for a few years, then perhaps East and West would have had a chance to work hand in hand. I'd never considered such a possibility, but her tone was confident, assertive. It was as if she intended to make the two superpowers shake hands herself. The explosive lens was developed too early, spawning a Cold War and an endless nuclear arms race, she continued. That mission sprung from deceit, but maybe it was divine providence too. It was like she was speaking to her own child. Her large, warm hand was on my head. I failed the mission because I let the mother in me take over. I should have killed him, no matter how great the guilt. If I'd killed him, I might not have prevented Hiroshima, but maybe I could have saved everyone in Nagasaki. I looked up at her and saw her looking up too, up at the starry sky. Her face showed only deep remorse. It was as if she'd convinced herself that she alone was responsible for creating this twisted world. But that's no reason for you to sacrifice yourself for this. I knew I'd never dissuade her, and yet I still clung to hope. I know you're concerned, and I thank you, but I have to be loyal to the end. And then she smiled at me. Loyal to the end. Loyal to what? I asked. But she didn't answer. The days that followed were spent training tirelessly for our first space flight. The boss endured conditioning that tested the limits of human capability, and I supported her. Those were happy days. On April 12th, the spacecraft carrying the boss left the Earth's atmosphere. Although it was only 20 minutes of ballistic flight, it was nothing short of miraculous, considering how little time we'd had. The first human in space. We were ecstatic. Then something went wrong. The re-entry angle was slightly off, warping the outer hull. The cause was clear. It was the hastily constructed window we'd installed. Her capsule missed the projected splashdown point by a long shot. As we raced towards the capsule, a breaking news broadcast came over the radio. It was the news report of the successful launch of the Vostok rocket, piloted by the cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. They'd beaten us into space by the slimmest of margins. When we arrived, the capsule had already disappeared beneath the waves. The boss was floating on the surface. I can't really recall what happened next. They told me later that I gave a strange scream and plunged into the sea, not caring whether my skin would burn. She didn't wake up. Her entire body was bruised, burnt, scorched by cosmic rays. It was a miracle she was still alive. Every day, propaganda boasting of the shining accomplishment flowed out of the Soviet Union. The hardest part was having to read the report the next morning from Izvestia, the Soviet governmental paper. Written there after the report were those legendary words of Major Gagarin: "The Earth is blue." The person who should have said those words, though, was incapacitated, confined to a bed. NASA opted to pretend the flight had never happened. The Soviets had orbited a man around the Earth and returned him safely. We'd barely managed to escape the atmosphere and achieve ballistic flight. Even worse, the pilot was horribly mangled and the spacecraft lost altogether. As they saw it, covering it up was the only alternative to seeing the nation's pride dealt yet another blow. I've been told military records show the boss was taking part in the Bay of Pigs incident at the time. They were that desperate to erase the whole affair. In the end, Alan Shepard's ballistic flight 1 month later became known as America's first space flight. Shepard's flight owed its success to insights earned through the boss's sacrifice. But to me, none of that mattered. I prayed day and night for her recovery, never leaving her side, not even for a moment. Then, as summer ended and the chill of winter approached, she spoke. "Give me water." I threw myself on her breast, and she embraced me. It was all I needed. I thought she would tell me about space, the true sky, where the stars don't twinkle. But the only thing she'd speak of was Earth, our home as she'd seen it from space. So fleeting, so irreplaceable. I was ashamed. I'd been enamored for so long with the sky that I never thought to look beneath my feet, at the ground upon which I stood. As soon as her rehab was over, she was gone. It happened without warning. No one informed me, and the higher-ups wouldn't say a word. It wasn't so strange or surprising, really. I simply assumed she was off to complete her next mission, because she was loyal to the end. Since then, I've devoted myself to researching artificial intelligence, so that no one will ever have to make her sacrifice again. No human being should be asked to take on a mission that dangerous. Next time, I'll be the light that shines on someone else. I still wonder why she opened up to me on that chilly night in Florida. That operation was top secret, even if it was all in the past. I like to think it was because she trusted me. But that's probably not the case. She wanted someone to listen. And I don't think that someone was me. Those faraway eyes, the tone of her voice, like she was talking to her own child. Those things made it clear that she was speaking to someone else. I found myself envying that someone. 4 years later, I learned of her death. A traitor's death, no less. She'd stolen an American nuke and defected to the Soviet Union, where she was killed by her former apprentice. Or so I was told. I refused to believe it. She'd never do such a thing. I could think of only two possibilities. Either she really was trying to bring East and West together, or she truly did want to be killed. She believed the world is not the way it's supposed to be, that it's been unbalanced by the tenuous peace offered of nuclear deterrence, and that she was to blame. Perhaps her death was an act of atonement. She was loyal to the end, to our world. And I lost the light of my life. I now find myself victim to an incredibly irrational emotion of my own. That someone, the one she wanted to confess her sin to, could it be the one who took her life? The very thought drives me utterly mad with jealousy. One day, I will discover the truth.
Oh boy! How's it going, everyone? I'm back. That was a nice food break. I'm feeling somewhat refreshed now. Although I'm still very warm. I didn't get to listen to all of that time. I caught the final tape though. I spent most of that munching. Hey, how's it going, Dave? How are you doing? How's Final Fantasy 16 treating you, Dave? Are you enjoying it? I'll probably be checking that out after the marathon. Was the pale ale worth the £5? Yeah, it was nice. The packaging of the Nando's was good. The can was in a separate bag. You know, sometimes you order food and they'll put the cold can in with the food, and the cold can will just cool down the food on the way. So by the time you get the food, it's all cold because they put a cold beverage right next to all the food. So I guess that's the kind of shit you pay for when you pay fucking almost £25 for a meal. FF16 picked up a bunch. I saw it. You weren't so keen on it at the beginning, but then it started to pick up. Combat very DMC. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. I'm not sure how I'll feel about that exactly in an FF game. I don't mind them moving towards action, but you know, I kind of like what the FF7 remake does, kind of melding the two together, where it's quite action focused but also still quite strategic and tactical, and has that turn-based sort of element to it at the same time. Maybe not turn-based, but you know, that ATB system, which I really like. Story pacing was great, then very slow, then great again. So hoping it'll keep up. Okay. How many hours have you put into it now, Dave? Game is way too easy. I've been hearing people say that. But there is some kind of hard mode that you unlock after beating it, isn't it? Isn't there? Final Fantasy mode or something it's called? NG Plus makes it hard. Yeah, I'll probably be checking that out after the marathon, I would say. Let me see here. We have Eva's tapes. If we want to worship the boss even more, we have 7 tapes here, which will also tell us how great the boss is. Let me see. Let's go back and do one more pupa fight. Actually, hold on. Don't worry, I will definitely get around to Signalis. Wait a second, this isn't what I want to do. Alright, let's fight Pupa again, grind some more of these parts.
Careful.
Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod. Pull out all the AI's memory boards. Ivan. Go after the boards with the blinking lights. Ivan.
Memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons
Memory boards have different functions. Ivan. Ba 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 bum.
There's no need for a
Snake.
Ba-da-dum. Let's go back and see how we're doing now. No, that is not what I wanted to do. Still 4 out of 5. Okay, let's fight Pupa one more time. You know, let's take another break and do some silly tapes. We've got some Cecile tapes to go through.
You said you could do a monkey call.
Yes. Want to hear it?
Yeah, I won't be able to get it off my mind until I do.
All right. Here it is then.
That's pretty good.
I can do others too. Like a sheep, a pig.
Yeah? Wow. What about a pig? That's uncanny.
Oh, I can do a rabbit as well.
A rabbit? Rabbits make noises?
Certainly, but they are very faint. So perhaps only someone who has owned one would recognize them.
I see. So, what do they sound like?
Listen very carefully.
Okay. Seriously? Rabbits sound like that?
I assure you they do. Listen again.
Never heard a rabbit do that before.
They do. I swear.
I swear. Classic.
How are you enjoying Mother Base so far?
Ah, it is wonderful.
Good to hear. I was worried someone as cultured as you would find the plant a little uncouth.
Uncouth? You've got albatross, and frigate birds, and terns, and tropic birds. Seabirds I have never had a chance to see in France.
Oh, well, great.
Sorry. I know I should not spend all day chasing birds. Is there anything I can help with?
I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure what I could ask you to do.
Well, I'm certainly not cut out to shoot a gun.
Cecile, where'd you learn to move through the forest like that? The birds weren't scared of you at all.
Becoming one with the forest is the very essence of bird watching. They want to behave naturally if they sense a human nearby. And that can really affect your observations.
I see. Kind of like scouting then.
I am also good at spotting birds from a distance, tracking them based on the tiniest of clues, and being aware of my surroundings.
You're starting to sound even more like a scout.
The only way to find a bird is to think like a bird. Now, think you can find a place for me?
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for the shout out again. Yeah, feel free to give me a follow over there if you're new here. We'll be doing our next marathon over on my channel. We always alternate back and forth between the channels when we do these marathons. So yeah, if you want to catch all this crazy MGS stuff, make sure you have both of the channels followed. Yeah, let's go through some of these tapes.
Did you live in Paris your whole life before coming here?
Ah, yes. It is my favorite city. Paris is the world capital of art and culture. It has the latest fashion, the best cuisine, and the most elegant, refined people. The beauty of the Champs-Élysées at night is almost unearthly. The name comes from Elysium, the name of paradise in Greek mythology. Heaven, in other words.
Must be nice for some people. Not for me.
Are you saying the cultured life does not appeal to you?
I'm saying I never had a chance to lead one. Not that it appealed to me anyway.
You prefer war?
I don't like war. Life outside heaven just suits me better.
That is a hard way to live. But if you do ever come to France, I will show you around Paris. Then you will see what heaven on earth is really like.
Heaven on earth, huh? The only image I have of France is the Foreign Legion.
Ah, that is how you view France?
What do the French think of them?
It is a difficult question. We normally don't think about it so much.
Well, critics claim it forces foreigners to take on the most dangerous missions, so French citizens won't get hurt.
You are right. That probably had something to do with why it was created. But I understand that along with service comes benefits, such as French citizenship and permanent residency. Those who join are all given an equal chance, regardless of race, religion, education, social status, or national origin. So it can be a godsend for people from poor countries.
A way for the have-nots to live a decent life. I guess that's not so different from MSF. There's one other image I have of France. The national anthem.
Ah, La Marseillaise. Not everyone is a fan, of course.
The whole, to arms, citizens. May an impure blood water our furrows thing, eh?
The song was composed right after the French Revolution. Fearing what the tide of the revolution represented, the ruling classes in neighboring countries applied all kinds of pressure on the young government. La Marseillaise became the anthem of the volunteer armies that sought to protect constitutional rule against that pressure.
And they couldn't do that without armed force.
Oui, I agree. Some parts are a little belligerent. But we must not forget that if it were not for them, France would not be the democracy it is today. Have you ever seen The Umbrellas of Cherbourg?
A movie? No, never seen it.
No? It came out 10 years ago. Catherine Deneuve. She's so beautiful in it. And the music, the costumes, the colors. It takes place in the naval port of Cherbourg.
That was a beachhead in Normandy.
It is set back when young men were conscripted to fight in the Algerian War.
The French government called the conflict a public order operation in northern Africa.
I was still a little girl then, but I can clearly remember one of my friend's older brothers going off to fight.
Yeah, national service is required in France.
The war splits up two young lovers. Director Jacques Demy's lyrics and Michel Legrand's music tore at my heart. I will never forget its wonderful melodies.
Are you okay?
It changes lives, changes fates. War is not a good thing.
For some reason, it strikes a chord to hear that coming from someone like you. Speaking of the Algerian War of Independence, you ever hear of the Day of the Jackal?
Ah, you mean the novel that was made into a movie last year? The OAS, a militant French underground group, plots to assassinate de Gaulle, hiring a hitman known as the Jackal. Readers know that de Gaulle was not killed, but it is still so exciting. If someone was going to try to eliminate me, I would hope they would be as thorough as the Jackal, to know everything about me without me suspecting a thing.
Oh, yeah?
I wonder if my birds feel the same way.
I wonder.
France conducted its first successful nuclear test in the Algerian Sahara in 1960.
A lot of French scientists took part in the Manhattan Project. They defected to America to escape wartime occupation.
Correct. And once the war was over, they returned to France and continued their own atomic research. President de Gaulle did not want to have to rely on the American nuclear umbrella for protection.
Thus making France the world's fourth nuclear power.
Some say the test success pacified the Algerian rebels. The civil war was undoubtedly held in check. But never have I equated nuclear weapons with peace. France has produced many philosophers over the years. Descartes, Bataille, Sartre, Baudrillard.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Sartre myself. He called Che Guevara the most complete man of the century, didn't he? Smart guy.
He does tend to sympathize with the left. What else do you know about him?
That's it.
You know nothing else?
Nope.
Ooh la la! The man is one of the giants of existentialism, you know?
Existentialism? I've been meaning to look into that. Nothing more dangerous than sneaking in without first securing an exit.
No, existentialism. Sometimes I wonder if my English is not better than yours.
Sorry, I'm just not into philosophy.
Ah, is that so? I would imagine it might really enrich your life.
I'd rather take action now than spend time thinking about what we are or how we're supposed to live. I guess you could say I live my philosophy.
Interesting. That sounds like something Sartre would say.
Yeah?
He says we are born with no defined nature, and that we are free to make ourselves what we wish.
Free. So he was one of those devil-may-care kind of guys, huh?
No. Actually, he meant that because we are free to create our own life, we must take full responsibility for our actions. Man is condemned to be free, is how he put it.
Condemned to be free.
But then, others will take it upon themselves to define who you are.
I've been feeling that way lately. I keep telling people to call me Snake, but nobody seems to listen.
Sartre also says, hell is other people.
Hell? Well, we are outside of heaven.
Do you have an interest in the visual arts, Snake?
Not really. Please, no deep conversation.
But you have heard of Picasso, yes?
Yeah, I've heard the name.
Sadly, Monsieur Picasso, co-founder of Cubism, passed away in the south of France last year. France was his home, you know.
Huh? I thought he was born in Spain.
Do you know his full name?
Pablo Picasso. Anyone would know he's Spanish with a name like...
Huh. Shows what you know.
What do you mean?
Okay, here we go. Pablo Diego José Francisco de la Pala Juan Nepomuceno Maria de los Remedios Cipriano de la Santísima Trinidad Ruiz y Picasso. What do you think? That was his full name.
Still, I don't see how.
A master of modern art. A genius who crafted over 100,000 works in various styles, spending the greater part of his life in France. The man is a part of our culture.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is of limited use in my field. But back to the point. Picasso was Spanish, right? Or am I missing something? He wasn't French, right? Right? Cecile.
What difference does it make? It does not matter if he was from Spain or from Mars. Picasso is Picasso. It does not change the fact that he lived in France, nor does it take away from his monumental legacy. Why do you care so much about where he was from, anyway? Whatever happened to the Sans Frontières part of Militaire Sans Frontières?
You started it.
France was his name.
What was that?
Nothing.
Tell me, Snake, do you ever put sweets in your rations?
Never thought about it before. Why?
Ah, I simply love them. French sweets are très délicieux. Everyone knows crepes, but there are also profiteroles, eclairs, madeleines, financiers. Then there's tarte tatin, and you can't forget Savarin. Oh, and millefeuille, crepes, blancmange.
Yeah, you already mentioned crepes.
Soufflés, croquembouche, cannelle, Florentine, Queen Amagne, peach melbas.
Finished?
And macaroons. I love those the most. Macaroon Parisian are the best. They are so cute and colorful, and they contain meringue, so they melt right in your mouth.
Wow. I'd no idea macaroons were that popular in France, too.
What do you mean in France, too?
Macaroons are those coconut-flavored cookies, right?
Oh, excuse you? Macaroons contain almond powder, not coconuts.
Don't they have peanuts in them? I've had them in Japan a few times. I thought they were called macarons.
Macarons? Some cheap imitation, I am sure. French macaroons have a long and distinguished history. They date back to the 16th century when Catherine de' Medici of Florence married into the French royal family. The story goes that her pâtissier shared the recipe after they arrived. That is a history of over 500 years.
So, they're originally from Italy, then?
Well,
Don't macaroons come from Italy, too?
Look, I do not really think...
Keep in mind, macaron is almost identical to macaroni.
Well, that settles it.
I cannot believe this. To associate macaroons with macaroni? You, Monsieur Miller, are an insensible oaf.
Hey, why am I the bad guy? Come on, Cecile, wait! Cecile!
Classic. I didn't do all the bird tapes. I mean, we don't really have to do all the bird tapes. We did all the best ones. Oh, of course.
Never heard the name Cosima before. Then again, I don't know many people from France. Is it a common name?
No, not that common. But Wagner's second wife was named Cosima Francesca Gaetana Wagner.
Huh.
You know, Kojima is a common last name in Japan.
Kaz?
It's just funny how, you know, I'm part Japanese and Cecile's middle name is so close to Kojima. It feels like destiny unfolding.
You think so?
Oui, oui. That's a beautiful name you have. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Wait a second. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Cosima Caminades. Hey, that's close to...
Close to what?
Your name. It sounds almost like the sentence Kojima Caminandes in Japanese.
And what does it mean, s'il vous plaît?
Well, kami is the word for God in Japanese. Nandesu. Well, it's hard to explain. but placed after God, it would turn the sentence into, is God.
Okay, so?
Kojima is God. Cecile's name is a message. I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Kaz.
How is the Japanese version of that tape, Mr. Man? What are the differences in the Japanese version? I remember hearing about it, but I can't remember. Way more oh yeah, it's more like it's like a big chant. Yeah.
Hello? Snake? Mon chéri?
You been drinking, Cecile?
Can't you please do something about this pest?
Who?
Monsieur Miller!
What's he done now?
Wine.
Wine?
He said he thought the soldiers might tire of having beer all the time. So he's brought in some wine instead. And then he gave me a bunch.
Well, that was nice of him.
But the past 2 years have been bad for French wine. Perhaps it is the bad weather we have had. But whatever the case, I told him the last thing you want to be drinking right now is French wine.
Well, California and Chile have good wine too.
But then he goes and stocks the pantry with nothing but French wine from 72. The stuff is a disaster. Then he says, come on, Cecile. Have a taste of the old country. I had a terrible feeling about it. So I decided just to taste it at first. And then again. And then a few more times.
Took one for the team, huh? But when you do a tasting, don't you usually spit the wine out?
But bottle after bottle, nothing but garbage. Absolute garbage. Not one half-decent bottle in the whole lot. Taste of the old country, he says.
Sorry to hear that.
I cannot believe this. What will we do with all this wine?
The guys aren't too picky when it comes to taste.
You sound just like Monsieur Miller.
Huh?
When I complained, he simply said, as long as it gets the job done. You people are such culinary savages. Allez, tu vous faire voir. Somebody take me back to Paris, please.
I think you've had a little too much, Cecile.
So good. You people are such culinary savages. Garbage. Absolute garbage. I'd imagine a lot of this was to poke fun at the real Cecile. The real life Cecile. For those of you that don't know, Cecile is named after a real woman who worked for Konami France. And yeah, Kojima decided to include her in the game in some sense. So you have to wonder, how close is this character to the real Cecile? Probably not that close. But maybe some of the more stereotypical elements were designed to poke fun at the real Cecile. Who knows?
You seem like a very, how do I put this, uninhibited woman.
You think so? I am no different from other Parisian women. Not since May 1968.
May 1968? The general strike that almost brought down the president?
Right. But it was more than just a strike. It started with the student movement at Strasbourg University in '66. They did not want anything from the country, but instead sought reform at the school. That helped ignite a fire in the hearts of scores of dissatisfied young people. and the movement spread all over France. It was more than just opposition to Vietnam and the de Gaulle administration. People also called for free love and the breaking away from other old values. Looking back, I am not sure what the main goal really was. But whatever the case, it was more of a young people's movement than a strike or a protest.
So, it was like the hippies or something?
In some ways, perhaps. But we weren't blinded by mysticism, nor did we seek a return to nature.
I see. So, while they wanted to retreat to their closed communes...
We tried to change the world. And in doing so, we learned that when everyone comes together, it can be done.
You had a lot more success. In America, hippies have just become a social problem, while I hear Japan's student movements crashed and burned.
I wonder what was different.
Good question. I'd like to know myself.
Okay. What other tapes? There's some good ones here, I think, as well. Yeah, oh, here we go. This one's a classic.
Snake, how much do you know about the U.S. Homeland Air Defense Network?
I don't know much about what goes on up in the sky. What I do know is that NORAD tracks Santa Claus on its radar.
Nice one. I didn't know you were a comedian, too.
Huh? No, I'm serious. It's true, NORAD tracks his... Listen to me. Every December they set up a hotline and...
Okay, I get it.
He's real, I tell ya. He used to bring me presents and...
Okay, Snakey. As all good little boys know, keeping tabs on Santa Claus is a very important job for NORAD. But they also have another mission, the one they were created for. And the system they set up for that has been hijacked by Coldman.
You mean Peace Walker's fake data transmissions?
NORAD's early warning system is composed of DSP satellite-mounted infrared sensors and an array of surveillance radar stations across North America. The network sends out warnings to NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, where the data undergoes human evaluation. Peace Walker, on the other hand, has to make its retaliation decisions autonomously. So it's set up to automatically receive the same data as NORAD through covert channels. Those channels were also used on the test platform to telemeter the AI's decision-making. Peace Walker reversed the system to transmit a fake warning about incoming nuclear missiles outside the usual exercise schedule. I mean, the system could have used better safeguarding. Nobody's going to argue with that. But cracking the AI? That seemed unimaginable. And you can see what happened.
Classic.
You ever see the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Can't say I have.
Fantastic flick. The outer space special effects are incredible enough, but the depiction of AI is what really stands out.
There's an AI?
Yeah, a spacecraft pilot AI called HAL. It plays a major role in the story. Dr. Strangelove loves it too. Did I ever tell you about the time we first met up in Costa Rica?
No.
You know how she hates men, right? So we hadn't seen each other since NASA, and we just weren't hitting it off. Until we started talking about HAL, and then she started going off. The way she talked about it was so intellectual. The way she analyzed every plot detail, how passionate she was about the AI. It made me fall for her all over again.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's to Hal for bringing her and me closer together. You should ask her about 2001 too. Then you'll understand just how amazing she is.
Amazing, huh?
Hal. Now there's a good name. Did you, give that letter to Dr. Strangelove?
No.
Why not? I gave it to you for a reason. It's highly important information.
Sorry. I didn't exactly have an opportunity to play postman.
Well, next time you see her, you make sure she gets it.
Oh, Yeah, sure. Better for you if she doesn't.
Snake?
What?
Tell me you didn't read the letter.
No.
You did!
I mean, you never know what kind of information could affect the outcome of an operation, right? So
you read the letter, after I specifically told you not to.
What do you expect people to do when you tell them not to read something?
I thought I knew you, Snake. I thought I could trust you. But now I see I was wrong.
Look, I'm sorry, but I just don't get what you see in her.
Well, I wouldn't expect a barbarian who opens other people's private correspondence to understand.
Fine then. Deliver it yourself.
Huh? What? No way. I could never.
You've got a long way to go, Huey.
Oh, it's such a good one. That little twist at the end. Oh, you got a long way to go, Huey. A barbarian. Yeah, this was the turning point in their relationship. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum.
Nuclear deterrence means preventing the use of nuclear weapons in conflicts between states. But what about other situations?
Like what?
Terrorism has been on the rise in recent years, from separatist movements to far-left extremists. What would happen if nuclear weapons fell into terrorists' hands? Without a state, that is, without territory of their own, the chances of having nukes used against them are slim. They have no reason to fear a nuclear strike. Conversely, they have no reason to hesitate to use nukes against their adversaries.
You've got a point. All the ICBMs and strategic bombers in the world amount to nothing against a terrorist group.
Right. Of course, this is all still hypothetical. Countries keep their nukes under tight watch. There's no immediate danger of terrorists getting their hands on them. But the day may come when the proposition of nuclear terrorism makes nuclear deterrence theory a dead letter.
Nuclear terrorism. Interesting.
Interesting. I might try that out one of these days. Terrorism. Huh. Very interesting. Let's see. Let's go do another pupa fight. Well, Snake can read. He reads the letter, canonically, I think, you know, so Snake knows how to read.
That's an AI weapon, the Pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
Engaging shock units.
Lie flat to avoid getting hit when it charges.
Shut the fuck up.
Engaging shock units. Engaging shock units.
Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod.
Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod!
You should be able to get
You should be able to get into the AI pod! Alright, 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 alright.
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them.
Ba-da-da. If you want to suck my balls,
By destroying the mechanical components that they control.
then you should suck my balls.
Functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
There we go. God, I'm fucking melting here. I'm lying on my bed like a big fat baby. A lovely baby. No, my baby's not lovely. I've got a fat baby.
There's no need for a human pilot.
Oh, she's got a lovely baby. Oh, that baby's lovely.
Snake. Bad news, Snake. Zadornov's on the loose.
Zadornov's on the loose.
Again?
It's funny. We took away his prosthetic and did a full body check. We even increased the guard.
You think he had help?
Impossible. Anyway, I'm adding a new mission. Locate and recover Zadornov.
Snake, I'm proud to announce that preparations for Metal Gear Zeke are complete. We can activate it anytime.
Nice.
Got it. Thanks, Huey.
No need to thank me. At least now I can finally say I helped you with something. You can use it in outer ops, too. Just select Zeke when you're forming your unit. Be sure to take it out for a field test.
Okay.
You can change weapons and check memory boards just like before. Use your observations from a field test to make any adjustments.
A work in progress, huh?
There's something I need to discuss with you, boss.
Get to the point, Kaz.
We recovered the nuclear warhead that was loaded onto Peace Walker from the bottom of Lago Kosibolka.
What?
Warheads are radioactive, even if they're relatively stable. If we just left it there, it would contaminate the lake, or fall into the hands of terrorists.
The boss.
Creating another crisis.
Resurrected
right. So while
again.
the White House is figuring out how to cover its ass, I thought we'd take some precautions.
What did you have in mind?
Load it onto Zeke.
What?
What else would we do with it? Zeke is our deterrent. To protect ourselves from nuclear attack, we need a nuclear weapon ourselves. Of course, if you're not on board, we could always dispose of it. But it won't be easy getting another nuke. This is a golden opportunity. We could always get rid of it later. Load it onto some fishing boat and leave it out in the middle of the ocean. No one would ever know it's there. But if you want to get rid of it, boss, we'll get rid of it.
No, don't. As long as there are nukes out there, we need one ourselves if we're going to be a world power.
I knew you'd see it that way,
If we're
boss.
gonna be a world
so as long
power,
as we stand apart from nations, we need something to put us on equal footing. In a way, MSF is a country itself. And we just became the world's 7th nuclear power.
Nuclear power.
So there we go. But we're still not a nation. I know we've just said that we're basically a nation, but we're not a nation. We still need to keep preaching that we're not a nation. Let's go back to Mother Base. Ba-da-la-dum. I just want to look through the quotes here to see if we have any new ones. No. Ba-da-la-dum. Yeah, we got our rail gun. Stick on the radome as well. We don't have everything, but got the jetpack. We send Zeke out on some outer ops. Let's send Zeke out to destroy the infantry unit number 1. Alright. I'm not sure if we'll be a match for that infantry unit.
Zadornov's disappeared from his cell again. Find him.
Okay, I'll probably switch over to our completed file soon. And we'll do the final tapes. We'll do the Paz diary, the second ending, the Zeke fight. Then we'll move on to Ground Zeroes. We're getting close to the end.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton recovery.
Oh my god, Zadornov, you're right there.
Freeze. Down.
Well,
you can do it. Piece of cake, right?
That was easy.
Kaz, I caught Zadornov.
Impossible. I thought I'd made it. Acknowledged and appreciated.
Let's check out our outer ops. Team Alpha has returned. Let's see how they got on. Yes, let me view the results. Yeah. Fucking blasts him with the railgun. Damn, it feels good to be a nuclear power. Alright, nice. Special items. Which ones have we not done? The tank. Guess I can show that one on the other file. Chico. Here we go.
Hey, what's with all this sighing? You're not your usual self.
Oh, Snake.
Something on your mind?
Huh? No, not really. I guess. Hey, Snake. Girls are funny, you know? You can never tell what they're thinking. They're always doing their own thing. Maybe they really are different from us men.
Whoa, what's this about now? Chico, do you have a crush on somebody?
No, it's not that. I just...
What? Go ahead, you can talk to me.
Whenever I talk to Paz, my heart starts pounding and everything I say comes out wrong.
Paz? I guess she is pretty close to your age.
That ever happened to you, Snake?
Well, sure. Happens to everybody.
Well, how do I talk to her?
That is a tough one. Why don't you try, talking to her like you talk to everybody else?
No, it doesn't work. I freeze up every time I'm around her. Our eyes meet and my face starts burning for some reason.
It's like living on the battlefield. You just have to get used to it. You're nervous at first, but the more you're out there, the more natural it feels. Get your courage up and go talk to her more often.
Oh, okay. Man, girls are more full of mysteries than UMAs.
Oh, you got that right.
I really like this call. I just love how the only thing Snake can think of is to make an analogy to the battlefield. You know, like it's the only thing Snake knows. The only thing he understands is the battlefield, so it's the only thing he can compare it to. It's like being out on the battlefield. It's comparing it to fucking life and death situations out on the battlefield in war with people. Let's see. Okay, man, I think we can head over to our completed save. I just wanted to get to the point where we complete Zeke to get those calls, where they talk about retrieving the nuke and becoming a nuclear power. It's pretty important stuff to hear, I think. Pretty significant stuff. Yeah. Let me save. And let's go back to the main menu. Ba-da-dum-ba-dum. Alright, let's do some Paz tapes. Actually, wait. No. We haven't shown off the Monster Hunter content yet. So let's do that. I meant to do that way earlier.
Let's get this mission started. Complete the mission and proceed to the Fulton recovery point so we can get you back alive and well. Good luck out there.
Ba-da-la-bam-ba-dam-bam.
Stealth.
My audio sounds crispier. No, it's the same as it always is.
Those supplies and don't get lost.
It's the same. I really need to fine-tune my audio, though. Like, it still peaks too much when I scream. You shouldn't be hearing any of that.
You see some sort of weird animal over by the pier?
Huh? But yeah, I'm glad it sounds nice. Thank you. Maybe it's just my voice right now. I'm feeling very, I'm feeling a little bit sluggish. I'm very warm. I'm just passed out on my bed right now. It's very warm.
Talking cat. Trenya. Creatures, even rarer than a talking cat. Monsters. Sorry, kitty, but I'm no hunter. Not exactly ordinary yourself. Not to be rude, but I've got things to do, so if you need someone to go monster hunting with you, find someone else. Sounds perfect.
So, this is how we find our way to the Monster Hunter missions in this game. This is how we get taken to the island, Isla del Monstruo. We heard Chico talking about this in the tapes earlier in the game. He talks about how this talking cat came to him, started talking to him inside his head. And it looks like he was telling the truth. Snake didn't seem to believe him, but it looks like he was telling the truth. So let's go check out this island full of monsters and see what's going on. Hey, Dave, speaking of Monster Hunter. If any of you guys are into Monster Hunter, feel free to give my good friend on Twitch here, Very Dave, a follow. He's streamed thousands upon thousands of hours of Monster Hunter. A Monster Hunter god. So, yeah, if you like Monster Hunter, make sure to hit him up. Yeah, there's a shout out.
This is a high-risk mission. You'll be facing some powerful opposition, but it's nothing you can't handle. Believe in yourself.
Capcom Co. Ltd. We gotta have the Capcom stamp here. Let's talk to Chico.
Chico, I met that talking cat.
The legendary Trenya? Really?
Trenya, yeah, that's what it called itself. Is it famous?
In certain circles, yeah.
I'm still having trouble believing it. I never thought I'd be talking to an animal one day. What a world.
Amazing you could understand his language.
Picking up the local lingo is one of the basics of intelligence work.
That's what makes you the boss, boss. Hey, say something in Trenya's language, will you?
Meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Wow. I have no idea what you're saying.
Of course you wouldn't.
So what did Trenya say?
It said it would take me to that island you talked about.
Really? Oh, take me too, boss, please, please.
I know you must be excited, but we don't know what's out there. Could be dangerous. I'll scout it out first.
No fair.
Come on, Chico. This isn't as cut and dry as you think. You can come next time, depending on what I find. I'll take some photos if I get the chance. Sorry, kid, but that's life.
Apparently, there are other cats that talk besides Trenya on Isla del Monstruo.
There's more of them?
Yep. They're called the felines. But supposedly they don't ever come to Costa Rica. You should try talking to them if you spot them. Who knows what kind of stuff they have to say?
Yeah, just when you think things can't get any crazier.
Also, the felines are nice to humans. So you be sure and be nice back. Don't you go attacking them or anything.
I would never hurt a defenseless little kitty.
I used to have this book full of pirate lore. It had the story about Rathalos, king of the skies. Most accounts describe it as a dragon with wings, or a wyvern.
A wyvern? A two-legged dragon? Vlad the Impaler's coat of arms had one on it.
Yeah, and he was a model for Count Dracula. There are reports of ships being attacked out in the middle of the ocean. So Rathalos must be able to fly great distances. And what's more, Rathalos is said to breathe fire.
Breathe fire? An animal like that can't possibly be real.
We're talking about a monster, Snake. Forget what you think you know.
Alright, man, let's do it. Our first mission is Rathalos. I'm not going to do all the Monster Hunter missions. There are several of them. But I just want to show off that it's a thing. I think a lot of people play through this game and they don't even know that this is a thing. Because it is kind of hidden. You have to do Side Op 29 and then you have to find a secret on Side Op 29. Side Op 29 is not a mission to go and find Trenya. It's a mission to go blow up some shit. And yeah, it's just like another standard item capture mission. To get a load of materials, to get a load of items. But if you go off the beaten track like I did and back to the beach, you can find Trenya there. Another thing, Trenya will only appear there if you've done the tapes beforehand with Chico where they talk about this mysterious cat. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. This stuff is fairly well hidden. Let's do it.
Combat.
Combat. Battle.
go, Trenya.
Where'd that thing come from?
No. No.
That's a barbecue spit. You can use it to roast.
Yeah, okay, I'm not doing so well here.
Simply by pressing the action.
Okay. Get these little shits out of here. The frames. Okay, let's barbecue some rations.
To stop roasting, press the action button one more time.
Hold on, I need to grab my ration. Well done ration. Makes a revolting ration surprisingly delicious. You can also undercook your rations. Oh no. Oh my god, it takes so long to wake up.
Don't quit your day job.
request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
I want to see what the description of the undercooked ration is. An already unappetizing creation made worse by being undercooked, and I paid the price for reading it. You can also overcook the ration, but I'm not going to show that. Let's just kill this thing. No!
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Oh my god. Oh, nice.
Hunt's over. Return to base.
So there you go. There's a little taster for the Monster Hunter stuff in this game. That was very sloppy. Again, I should have brought in a lighter gun to deal with the little dinosaurs. Ideally, you don't want to be using the fucking launchers against those things. Yeah, we got a shitty rank. One second, chat. Hold on, just give me a sec here. Okay, let's move on to the Paz tapes. Hey, how's it going, Irish Templar? Didn't even sever the tail. I'm sorry. Maybe next time. But yeah, you can go for like no-kill challenges. Break off the parts like you do in Monster Hunter. Create new weapons. It's pretty cool. Okay, Paz's diary. Let's do it.
As of today, I will be living here at Mother Base. Now my real trial begins. Zadornov was paying my room, board, and tuition, but he has since been captured. I told the man that with no more money from the KGB, I could no longer afford school. He bought my story, and when I said I would be willing to work, he took pity on me and let me stay. For some reason, Miller really pled my case. That was helpful, but the man is still a fool. His men are no better. They think their training makes them strong, but that kind of strength is nothing in the face of true power. And better yet, they wait on me hand and foot, believing I am just a schoolgirl. Looks like I won't be working too hard after all. Just today, while scouting out the living quarters, I saw a group of them in the corner of the deck making a fuss. Going over for a look, I saw they were feeding a kitten. A bunch of grown hard men, and they're the ones acting like schoolgirls. Look, isn't he cute? What is wrong with them? Disgusted, I just nodded and smiled. I must stay in character after all. I indulged their chit-chat for a few moments. Then one of them asked me to give the thing a name. They had just taken it from its mother. I named it Nuke. I improvised some nonsense about how our compassion for living things can help prevent wars. The men gave me a little fish. I held it out in my palm and the kitten happily ate it up. What a pathetic, feeble creature. It sickens me. Today, Chico invited me to go fishing with the soldiers. I suppose finding one's own food does have its merit, but I prefer not to be involved in such a degrading task. And their prattling on about fishing being fun is nonsense. I'm not here to find playmates. Nevertheless, distasteful as it was, I went along in order to maintain my cover. Chico thrust a fishing pole into my hands, and we went up onto the deck where several soldiers had gathered. They welcomed us warmly. With so few women aboard Mother Base, I'm treated like a princess. No one suspects I am neither a teenager nor a student. It was nice and sunny, with a gentle breeze and waves. As I cast my line and waited for a bite, the soldiers began to ask me all sorts of questions. As always, I answered according to our predefined scenario, feigning a smile. As I sat there feeding them lies, the fish began to bite, and the soldiers began to focus on their prey. Chico had his bait stolen by a fish, and got so angry that he stood up and nearly fell into the sea. Everybody laughed. It almost made me want to join in too. At some point, I got a bite myself. The instant after I felt that first gentle tug, the fish yanked the line with astonishing strength, and I let out a cry of surprise. I thought he was going to be huge. It was my first time fishing, and I was a bit flustered, so the soldier beside me helped by supporting the pole from behind. "Reel it in," they shouted. I nodded, turning the handle as fast as I could. I wondered what kind of fish lived below the surface, and thought back to the deep sea dives I had to do as part of training. Those were difficult days, but I remember finding the multicolored fish gliding through the water incredibly soothing. After a hard fight, I pulled it up. To my surprise, it wasn't even half a vara, rather anticlimactic. But I wasn't doing it for fun, so I wasn't the least bit disappointed. Nuke was hovering nearby with an expectant look on his face, so I gave the fish to him. All in all, a thoroughly wasted day. Preparations are coming along nicely. No one suspects me of being the one to let Zadarnov out of his cell. Today, Amanda and I taught Cecile how to make gallo pinto. It is a simple home-cooked dish consisting of black frijoles mixed with arroz. It is well known throughout Central America, not just in Costa Rica, so it is no surprise that a Nica like Amanda would be good at making it. But I was raised in the States from a very young age, and could hardly even remember my mother's gallo pinto. Having to make chit-chat with that clueless bird lover and the so-called revolutionary was excruciating. And, clueless or not, I will need to be especially careful around Cecile, the one who actually recorded that tape. Thankfully, Miller and his men seemed to believe I mistook the tape I found for one my friend made. In any case, one can never be too careful. Anyway, the three of us minced garlic and herbs, then cooked them in a pot with frijoles we'd soaked overnight. While waiting for them to cook, we sautéed onions and arroz in a frying pan. Cecile worked the frying pan according to Amanda's directions, but seemed a bit glum. She does have a knack for cooking, though. She is French, after all. We added water to the pan and watched the arroz begin to steam. While we waited, Amanda shared memories of her mother with us. They had been separated because of Simosa, but the taste of her mother's cooking was still fresh in her mind. When the frijoles were ready, we drained the water, stir-frying them with the rest of the vegetables. Quite a complicated process for home cooking. Nonetheless, it kept them occupied. The longer we sat and talked, the greater the chance of my arousing their suspicions. With women, it is not enough to just bat your eyelashes and giggle. It takes a lot of effort to divert attention. When the arroz was done cooking, we folded it into the frijoles and added salsa, stirring the mixture as it simmered. At this point, for some reason, the conversation turned to romance. Why does it have to be that way whenever women get together and chat? Cecile fancies herself to be well-versed in such matters, and gave Amanda all sorts of advice. It was harmless enough, until, to my irritation, she began pestering me whether there was anybody I liked. Not right now, I said, trying to dodge the question. But she pressed on. It's Snake, isn't it? I gritted my teeth and played it coy. Maybe. Cecile nodded and giggled. He is pretty sexy, isn't he? What a ditz. It's all I can manage to just survive. The thought of romance has never once crossed my mind. I have no interest in that kind of man. Soon enough, a rich aroma began to fill the room. The gallo pinto was ready. Nuke came over and rubbed up against our legs, looking for a handout. Unfortunately, it was not the kind of food a cat would like. We let a few of the soldiers have a bite, and then headed off to the mess hall. The home-cooked flavor we'd achieved was a big hit with the men of MSF. Not that we are trying to impress them or anything. Even I could manage a dish like that. Snake enjoyed it too. Let me make this absolutely clear. I have no interest in that man. Football, or soccer as it is known in the States, is extremely popular here. It has not caught on yet in the US, but it has legions of rabid fans all across Latin America. These fans can get so rowdy that it is commonly believed El Salvador and Honduras went to war in 1969 over scuffles in a soccer match. In reality, tensions between the two countries were already high. The match was merely one of the sparks that set them off. But these people are so passionate about this sport that the story seems plausible. Predictably, many of the soldiers here are fans. They have apparently divided themselves into Costa Rican and Nicaraguan teams and started playing each other. To play, you need a ball and 2 goals. The R&D team built and set up simple goals on the deck. I had absolutely no interest, but Chico insisted that I come and watch. It was not a proper match by any means. The pitch was not even regulation size. But the players and spectators alike got pretty excited. They banged empty cans and shouted cheers through the handmade megaphones. It almost felt like carnival. Huey, the referee, blew a whistle to start the match. The soldiers' training has left them in excellent physical shape, but they lacked the honed skills of professionals, and their play was quite rough. Midway through, one of the men collided with another. They started shouting at one another, but Huey stepped in. "I thought we had forsaken our countries, become one with the earth," he said, quoting Snake. "We're not competing for national pride here, and we are not fighting for the good of any one country. This is not a war. Soccer is a peaceful sport, am I right?" The soldiers nodded. They know the pain of war, and they share Snake's vision. Perhaps that is why all this resonates with them. Team Costa Rica was down a man, and somehow I was picked to fill in. Costa Rica had the advantage up until that point. I suppose Huey wanted to keep it balanced. The soldiers agreed with Huey's call. Maybe the Costa Rican players felt an even matchup would be more fun too. I could not be bothered to run at first, but chasing the ball out there in the hot sun, I was soon drenched in sweat. Before long, I found myself actively seeking out the ball, partially out of desperation. I picked up a loose ball deep on the opponent's side of the field. Even though he's Nicaraguan, Chico cheered me on, yelling, "Go for it, shoot!" I launched the ball as hard as I could, only to have it blocked by the keeper. Disappointment only increased my determination. In the end, I didn't score a single goal, and Costa Rica gave up its lead. It was really close, though. We congratulated each other on a good match and sprawled out in the shade on the deck, exhausted. The ocean breeze felt so nice on my sun-soaked body. Nuke came over. It is one of his favorite spots, and stretched out next to me. And together, we watched fluffy white clouds drift lazily across the clear blue sky. It was lovely out today, so I decided to sun myself in a lounge chair up on the deck when Strangelove came up to me. Despite the heat, she was in her usual long sleeves and pants. I waved at her. She looked away and mumbled, "Hello there. Fancy meeting you here." I asked if she needed anything, feeling her eyes creeping up and down my body like she was savoring it. Finally, she swallowed and said, "You have such beautiful skin." Bewildered, I shook my head and said, "No, not at all. I had heard rumors that she was a lesbian, but she couldn't be after me, could she?" She continued to stare and said, "No, it is beautiful, but you must not let yourself get so tanned." And then she took my hand in hers. "What is wrong with a little sun?" I asked, trying to cut the conversation short. But she shook her head violently. "No, you mustn't. A young lady should take better care of her skin." She was acting strangely now, as if aroused. She lectured me on the perils of tanning, how it ages skin, causing wrinkles and spots, and in the worst cases, even skin cancer. I knew already that tanning could cause spots, but I thought only pale-skinned Anglo-Saxons had to deal with that. Having a scientist tell me it causes aging, though, that spooked me a little. If I am to keep playing the teenager, I will have to start paying more attention to my skin. Sensing my anxiety, she took a small tube from her pocket. She said it was the sunscreen she always used. She told me to keep it. I didn't know what to say. I was more than happy to take it, but exactly what were her intentions? Was she merely being nice? Or is she really into me? Either way, there was no reason to refuse, I suppose. I have undergone training. An out-of-shape woman does not pose any real threat to me. Having power means not being afraid. It is the same on a global scale. A country with nukes can dictate terms to a country without them. I thanked her and took the tube. Then she offered to put some on for me. She squirted some lotion onto her fingers and began rolling it into my chest. It happened so suddenly, and I was so taken aback that I did not even think to protest. She caressed my stomach with her long white fingers, then slid them upwards between my bikini-clad breasts. What? Wait, I sputtered as her moist eyes met mine. She was beautiful. Somehow, I found myself captivated by this woman more than 10 years my elder. Hold still, she whispered in my ear. I nodded silently, unable to refuse. My body went limp, motionless, as if in a trance. Gently, carefully, she rubbed the lotion all over my entire body. I shouldn't have enjoyed it, and yet I could not help myself. For a moment, I was spellbound. That woman is dangerous. I had better watch myself. Protecting one's health is an important part of any agent's job. But despite my best efforts, I have caught a cold. Now that I think about it, Mother Base's numbers are on the rise, with soldiers coming from all different places and backgrounds. It is no wonder, then, that sooner or later someone would bring in a virus. That said, what I have got is just a common cold. The medical team said I'd need a few days rest, so I've been restricted to my room and put on bed rest. I thought I'd gotten used to not having anyone around to relate to, but at times like these, being alone is just miserable. All I could do is lay there and stroke Nuke's back, trying to take my mind off how bad I felt. Nuke just sat there, not making a sound. But I did have visitors. Amanda and Chico, Huey, Cecile, Miller, and a few of the soldiers I've become relatively close to. Amanda made me a soup with herbs she said were good for a cold. Miller told me to take it easy. I will sing you a lullaby, he said, then broke out a guitar and sang some incomprehensible song in Japanese. I did not need to understand the lyrics to know he is an awful singer. Then he said, "You know what is good for a cold? Suppositories. Here, I'll show you." He began to take off his pants, so I threw my tissue box at him to make him go away. Then Strangelove showed up, saying she had some miracle Indian cure. It has got eucalyptus extract, she said. It works best if you rub it into your chest. And then she tried to take off my nightshirt. I whacked her with my pillow, and I got rid of her. Chico brought me a little flower in a cup. It had been growing in a little bit of earth that probably found its way on board stuck to something else. I found this on the deck. Here, you can have it. He tried to act nonchalant, but I am pretty sure he's got a crush on me. None of them understand. If they thought these little visits would cheer me up, they were wrong. Tonight, Snake himself came to my room. Like the rest, he believes I am just a schoolgirl and treats me as such. Why did you abandon your country? I asked him. Why create the MSF? Of course, I knew the answers already, but I wanted to hear it from him. As I had imagined, he was not exactly forthcoming. All he would say is that his country abandoned him because all he could do was fight, and that is why he needed the MSF, because that is all he is any good for. Then he said, "Fighting is the only thing I understand, but that does not mean I have got a grudge against those who believe in peace. I am not one of them, and I do not believe in peace. Conflict is in man's nature. We fight our enemies in order to survive. Maybe we are not so different after all, he and I. But that is exactly why I'm going to have to kill him, or else he will have to kill me. When I stop and think about this wretched existence, being killed by a man like that suddenly does not seem like such a bad thing." Every month, Mother Base throws a party for all the soldiers whose birthdays fall in that month. There is something strange about a military organization having parties. Really though, it is just an excuse to drink and make noise. It is not easy to get alcohol in a fortress in the middle of the ocean. Most days they are training from dawn till dusk. They do not have time for things like drinking. That is why Snake and Miller came up with the idea, to give everyone a chance to let loose. Obviously, a bunch of boors like that are not going to bother with blowing out candles on a cake. Rather, they sit there in a cloud of cigarette smoke, drink beer, eat meat, tell tasteless jokes, and swap crude insults about one another's hometowns. But it hardly ever breaks out into something serious. They talk up a storm, but they're just having fun. It is funny. You have got members of FSLN rubbing shoulders with the UCLAs, people who once would have considered the other mortal enemies. I wonder if that is what makes Big Boss so popular. In leaving their countries behind, they leave their hatred for other countries too. Miller seemed a little protective of me. Hope they're not being too crude, he said. But soon enough, he too was drunk. He yelled, "Come here and take a look at the real Kazuhira Miller," then dropped his pants and mooned everybody. The other soldiers burst out laughing. I have never seen such a crude, ridiculous party before. And yet, all these people, laughing and acting the fool. Is this what they call peace? For some reason, I began to think about all that has happened since I came here. Fishing with Chico, cooking with Amanda and Cecile, playing soccer, having visitors when I caught a cold. When I stop and think about it, my time here has been the most peaceful of my life. But that is about to end. I cannot imagine he will be willing to negotiate. It seems I am to fight the legendary Big Boss. I do not know if I'll be able to beat him, but if I have to choose between death and defying Cypher, I will gladly choose death. The thought of dying does not scare me, but if I disobey my orders, the fear and despair awaiting me will be far worse than anything I can imagine. It was Cypher who took me in as an orphan, gave me food and a place to live. His orders may have been unreasonable, but I will never repay my debt entirely. It seems I have no choice. I must fight this man. I must fight Snake. Juno Miller, Snake's right-hand man, apparently has got at least one serious weakness. He is an insatiable womanizer. He does not bother me, most likely because he considers teenagers off-limits. But he has hit on every single one of the few female soldiers here at Mother Base. They ought to be telling him where to stick it, but end up falling for it so easily. I think some of it stems from the fact that he is actually not that bad looking. Anyway, today, that nasty habit got him in trouble. He and Snake got into one of their rare fights, and I was there to see it. They burst out of the showers, completely naked, trading punches. I am no child. The sight of a naked man does not make me blush, but this was something else. "Maybe this'll teach you," Snake yelled as he slammed his fists into Miller's chest. I heard later that apparently he'd been two-timing someone, and that same someone had gone to Snake with her troubles. As I see it, it is her own fault for letting herself be deceived like that. If she is too dumb to see through Miller's lies, then she got what she deserved. But this was not the first time it had happened, or the second, and Snake read Miller the riot act. Miller argued back, and what began as a shouting match turned into a fist fight. "You son of a bitch," Miller yelled as he swung. "Not bad," said Snake, smiling, "but not good enough." And then he was back on the offensive. They had already been at it pretty hard in the showers, and their bodies were covered with bruises. Both of these men had been trained for war, their bodies deadly weapons. They were each bleeding from a dozen places. All this from a fist fight. Even so, it was far less gruesome than if they had given it their all. It was obvious that one of them would be dead were they fighting for real. Miller took another swing, yelling, "Try this then!" Snake parried, then responded in kind. But I could tell he was not aiming for anything vital. "You are one tough bastard, boss," Miller muttered. A smile crept across his face as he caught his breath. And then they went right on fighting. Blood and sweat flew off their glistening bodies. It was combat without hatred or hostile intent. I had never seen violence like this before. And yet, it was more than just a friendly tussle. They were utilizing every technique they knew. It was not a sporting match. They were not playing by the rules. How could they keep this up? At last, the two men tired themselves out, and the bizarre scene came to an end. They looked at each other's battered bodies, and then burst out laughing, embracing and congratulating each other on a good fight. It all seemed so idiotic. I still cannot fathom such behavior. But somehow, I got the sense that for all his womanizing, Miller really only trusted one person, and that was Snake. There was no way I could ever come between the two of them. And at that thought, I began to feel as if I had lost. All of Mother Base is preparing for a festival. Since Snake and his soldiers spend so much time fighting, they are setting aside one day a year for peace and relaxation. I do not know all the details, but apparently that is what Snake and Miller decided. These soldiers love the idea, of course. There is so little fun to be had here that everybody looks forward to events like these. That is all well and good, but somehow I got roped into getting on stage. "Come on, we even both have peace in our name," said Miller. "And Zadarnov, that old Ruski's name, has something to do with peace too, right? Hey, as long as we're having a day of peace, we ought to get an act together. The Three-Piece Band." I thought he was joking. He then proceeded to share his idea without bothering to check with me. And now, I am slated to sing. Apparently, he had heard me on the deck one day, and since then he's wanted to form a band. Everybody's looking forward to it, so there is no way for me to back out now. I have never done anything like this, but it does feel kind of nice to know that people are looking forward to it. I mean, it cannot be any worse than Miller's singing, but modifications to Zeke are already finalized, and I must complete my mission. Betray Cypher now, and I will face a fate far worse than death. Still, there's no need to put things in motion just yet. What difference would it make to just wait a little while longer? A whole day of peace. The mission can wait until after that. Can it not? I know I am only delaying the inevitable. When the day comes, one of us will have to die. Snake or me. But still, if I could just come up with some way to stall Cypher, at least until our day of peace. When did I start having thoughts like this? My cover is blown. They know nothing of Cypher or my true objective, but they know I am a spy. There is no more time left. I must act now. I must complete my mission. How did it come to this? All I wanted was 3 more days. Just 3. Miller's already finished writing the song. It is called Love Deterrent. It is about a girl who cannot express her true feelings. I have been practicing. I am no pro, but I was pretty sure I would do a decent job. And now this. Cypher found out that Zeke was complete. He must have someone inside Mother Base besides me, spinning his tightly wound web of control, leaving no room for individual will. Typical. When they found out Zeke was complete, I was ordered to execute the operation immediately. If I was going to enjoy just one day of peace, I had to ensure the plan could not move forward. I tried to sabotage Zeke. I thought by damaging the drive system, they would have no choice but to delay their plans. I waited until midnight, and then snuck into the hangar. There would be trouble if it looked like sabotage. I selected one of the drive system's load-bearing parts and carefully worked to warp its shape. The legs drive system requires a high degree of precision to operate. Even the smallest deviation would have done it. Then, Chico walked in. Maybe it was one of those nights where he could not sleep. In any case, he saw me, panicked, and took off running. It would have been easy to kill him, but I could not. I know he likes me. It is not as if I would ever have an interest in a child like him, but I could not pull the trigger. Not at him, not in the back. Will he tell them? Or is there a chance he will keep it a secret? Protect me? No. He knows now. Knows I am not who he thought I was. He ran without even questioning what I was doing. There is no chance he does not know. And soon, all I have built here will end. And if Cypher has another agent among them, if he finds out I tried to sabotage Zeke, this place will no longer be my heaven. Then it is settled. I make my move now. Chico walked in before my sabotage was complete, so Zeke should still be operational. It might not run at full speed or power, but I do not have time to fix that. Without Zeke, I do not have a chance in hell of winning. I must act fast before Chico sounds the alarm. I knew it would come to this. I just did not think it would be so soon. It is time, Zeke. Metal Gear Zeke. Activate.
Big Boss!
My work is done. What are you talking about?
V for victory! Rocket, peace!
I found Zadornov. I had to kill him.
Huh. So much for our fugitive.
Something's not right here. I'm thinking he had a friend.
Someone inside MSF. Huh?
What's going on?
It's Zeke. It's moving.
What?
There's somebody inside. I can see them. Snake, get up here. Pronto!
Get down from there before you hurt somebody.
Maybe I want to hurt somebody.
What's going on? She's not herself.
Oh, I am myself, all right. My true self.
Kaz, shut that thing down.
I can't! The controls aren't responding!
Then how's it moving?
I made some modifications. This machine was meant to have a human pilot.
Modifications? Paz, what are you...
Never thought I'd be into machines, huh?
Then Zadornov's escape was a diversion.
Paz, what are you doing?
I'm taking it back.
Taking it back?
Where?
To our leaders. To Cypher.
Cypher?
This weapon is Cypher's creation.
Paz! Get down from there!
Do not call me that. I am Pacifica Ocean.
My name, my age, my mission.
Cypher gave them all to me. My entire life has but one purpose. To carry out Cypher's plan. The nasty tobacco. The angel of peace crap. The whole thing with a dream routine. I am through with all of it.
Paz, you can't.
Call me that. It makes me want to puke. Everything has gone exactly as we planned. Now the
Real Peace Walker project is finally about to reach its goal.
The real project?
Once upon a time, there were two young men who idolized a hero called the Boss. One day, they suddenly lost the point of origin. This Cypher, that was like a mother to them. Unable to come to terms with their sorrow, they each decided to carry on the will of their hero. But they could not agree on what that meant. In the end, they became bitter enemies, and the Zero from which they both started was split into two. And you have been on the wrong path ever since. There is no happily ever after waiting for you in the end, unless you obey the will of Cypher. Where does an army without borders call home? A state without borders, of course. A world without borders.
A world without borders.
The Cold War order is about to collapse. The age of electronic intelligence is about to begin. The NSA, CSS, NRO, DIA, etc., etc. The intelligence community that has long bickered amongst itself will be united in a world governed by electrons. Cypher will gather all information, watching over the world and guiding the will of its people, all while they remain blissfully unaware. There will be no one to oppose them. For the first time, the world will be ruled by a single will. Until the new order is in place, you and your army will be the force that protects it. You will be Cypher's deterrent, pulling the wool over the eyes of the old order with your charisma and military prowess. Accept our offer, and we will allow you to retain control of MSF and Zeke.
That's an offer.
The boss threw down her gun, and with it, her life's calling. You, her disciple, have never been able to do that. You are too afraid to let go.
I was made to fight. I am a gun.
Is that so? Then what do you call this? Is it a gun too? You are a lousy liar. Admit it. This thing is a monstrosity, a product of your own fear. But not Cypher. Cypher thought of something different. Cypher's going to control guns.
Control guns?
That is right. Not deter, control. It is the ultimate approach to the illusion of peace.
Control power. You're gonna be disappointed.
Then we are done. Thank you for playing. Better luck next time. The offer
is rescinded. And now the ultimatum. Zeke is already in nuclear strike mode.
What?
I'm taking the weapon you built and using it to launch a nuclear strike on the east coast of the United States.
You're insane. What are you after?
But wait, here is your consolation prize. We are about to show the world just how dangerous a gang of outlaws, an army without borders can be. You and your men will become pariahs, and you will be wiped off the face of the earth. Rather than heroes, you will be seen as a well-armed extremist cult prone to indiscriminate outbursts of nuclear aggression.
You will give rise to a new world order, an age of deterrence defined by its fear of extremist cult influence. Do you like the picture I am painting? Big Boss.
When all is said and done, peace is nothing but a fantasy. A game is a game. You either win or you lose. All you can do is fight. Stop me if you can. The peace sign is the V of victory.
Say, peace.
Oh boy! Let's do it. Peach Walker, thank you very much for the raid. Perfect timing, really. Cheers. Welcome anyone coming in from Peach's stream. What's up? How's it going? All right, are you ready to party? You ready to dance? Wait, what? Zeke isn't ready. Wait, what? Isn't Zeke? Don't we always have Zeke ready on this file? Oh no, I better not need to go out and get new parts for it. Let's take a look. That's slightly anticlimactic. I think we might have to go and get another railgun. Oh, what a pain in the balls. What the hell? Yeah, well, that is unfortunate. That kind of fucks up our pacing. Yeah, I guess we must have saved on our completed file last time after we destroyed the railgun. Well, we don't have any other save. We just have one completed file. At least I think. I'm trying to think if I have any other save. It won't take long to get a railgun, and we'll just have to do the Chrysalis fight. Ah, shit. I think I know what I think I could check something. Hold on. Ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum. I can't remember the last time I loaded up this file. Except, no, wrong account. Sorry about this, chat. I wasn't expecting this to happen. Wait, no. It should be on this one. Hold on. Sorry, chat.